Are streaming now.
Excellent. Well, today is March 30th, 2021, and I'm calling our City Council work session to order. Just note that the City Council has the ability to recess into executive session for legal advice if needed. Councilmember Aslan, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
It would be my honor. Please stand as you're able. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Councilmember Sweet?
To protect and enhance the quality of life for all.
Thank you. And City Clerk, roll call.
Mayor Deasy?
Here.
Vice Mayor Daggett?
Here.
Councilmember Aslan?
Present.
Councilmember McCarthy?
Here.
Councilmember Salas?
Present.
Councilmember Shimoni?
Present.
Councilmember Sweet?
Present.
All right, do we have anyone for our general public participation section, City Clerk?
Yes, Mayor, we have one, Tamara Lawless. Tamara, you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Tamara Lawless, Water Conservation Manager. I would like to invite you and the public to participate in our annual Water Awareness Month programming and also the Wyland Foundation National Mayor's Challenge for Water Conservation. Due to the pandemic, we won't be holding any in-person events, but we're doing a robust digital campaign to increase public awareness of our local water system and ways our community can reduce water consumption. This is going to include trivia activities and a scavenger hunt and tips on how to expand upon the items that are included in the pledge. The Mayor's Challenge also includes a portal where residents can log activities that protect local and global waterways, and those earn Flagstaff extra points in the national competition. Finally, I'd like to mention that we are promoting the utilization of our home water checkup kits, which provide tools for residents to measure their home water consumption and also check for leaks. For Flagstaff water customers that use one of these kits, in April, we are providing a $10 credit on their water bill. And that form is going to be available on the website, and we're including a link with the kits. Customers can pick those up at Homeco, at Hughes Plumbing Supply, and also at Central Arizona Supply. And they can also request one to be either dropped off or sent in the mail at our email address, which is savewater@flagstaffaz.gov. We are also ensuring that each council member receives one, so look for one of those and you can participate as well. We are looking forward to seeing you all get involved as we celebrate Arizona's Water Awareness Month. And please don't forget to take the pledge at mywaterpledge.com starting on the 1st, which is Thursday. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Ms. Hollis. That brings us down to agenda item number 5, which is the review of draft agenda for the April 6, 2021 City Council meeting. Council, do we have any questions or concerns regarding the draft agenda? All right, moving right along here to agenda item number 6, which is my proclamation for Bipolar Awareness Day. World Bipolar Awareness Day is celebrated each year on March 30th, the birthday of Vincent van Gogh, who is posthumously diagnosed as having bipolar disorder. The vision of World Bipolar Awareness Day is to bring the world's attention to bipolar disorder and to eliminate social stigma. And whereas bipolar disorder is a mental illness that causes dramatic shifts in a person's mood, energy, thinking, and behavior, people with bipolar experience massively high and low moods, known as mania and depression, which can affect many areas of one's life, including work, school, and relationships. And whereas the average age of onset is about 25, it can occur in the teens or more uncommonly in childhood. An estimated 5.7 million adults in the U.S. population have bipolar disorder, and nearly 83% of cases are classified as severe. with the condition equally prevalent in women. Whereas studies suggest that the risk of suicide is 10 to 30 times higher in people with bipolar disorder than in the general population. In fact, up to 20% afflicted with bipolar end their lives by suicide, and up to 60% attempt suicide at least once in their lifetime. Whereas if left untreated, bipolar disorder typically worsens. However, with early identification of symptoms and a good treatment plan that can include psychotherapy, medications, a healthy lifestyle, and a regular schedule, many live long, very fruitful lives with the condition. Whereas with thousands of lives lost every year to bipolar-related suicide, it's vital for all of us to increase our collective sense of awareness and empathy for the impact of bipolar disorder on an individual. Now, therefore, I, Paul J. Deasy, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, do hereby proclaim March 30th, 2021 as World Bipolar Awareness Day for the City of Flagstaff. And I'd like to point out that this proclamation will be going to Erin Calinet, author of Beautifully Bipolar, a very huge advocate to educate the public and help many of those afflicted with bipolar to receive the help that they need. And thank you, Erin, for all of your hard work in that. And this brings us to agenda item number 7, our recognition for W.F. Killip Elementary School. Whereas W.F. Killip Elementary School has been providing quality education to Flagstaff students for over 70 years. Whereas W.F. Killip Elementary School enhances the academics of its students, providing high-quality experiential opportunities during its out-of-school program. Whereas W.F. Killip Elementary School provides students with an integrated curriculum through science, technology, engineering, and math. Whereas W.F. Killip Elementary School is committed to educating all children, one student at a time. Whereas W.F. Killip Elementary School promotes a collaborative school culture, which is inclusive of community partnerships, providing high levels of support to students and their families. Now, therefore, I, Paul J. Deasy, Mayor of the City of Flagstaff, Arizona, do hereby recognize W.F. Killip Elementary School's commitment to Flagstaff's children and positive impact on our community, and thank them for their continued service. Thank you. Right on down now to agenda item number 8. This is the Northern Arizona Intergovernmental Public Transportation Authority Downtown Connection Center update. Staff, take it away.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Deasy, Vice Mayor and council members. This is Dan Folk, Community Development Director. And I'm here tonight or this afternoon to introduce some folks from Mountain Line who are going to give you an update on their Downtown Connection Center. And so we've got Heather Dalmelin, who's the Mountain Line CEO and General Manager, and Kate Morley, who's the Mountain Line Deputy General Manager. And we've been meeting regularly. There's a group of city staff who've been coordinating every month with Kate and Heather. That includes Deputy City Manager Shane Dilley, Real Estate Manager Bryce Doty, myself, and Development Engineer Gary Miller. And so we're at the point where Mountain Line is ready to show you their latest concept and receive some input. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kate Morley.
Thank you so much, Dan. Kate Morley, Deputy General Manager, and want to echo all the thanks that Dan just gave to city staff who've been helping design the project with us and move forward over the past couple of years. So with that, let me pull up my PowerPoint here. And all right. So with that, we're very excited to present to you today on the Downtown Connection Center project. Here's an overview of what I'm going to talk about today, and I want to point out that there's no formal action. Mountain Line is simply seeking head nods and clear direction on if there's continued support for the development of the DCC, despite the inability to design to meet all desires on this particular property. So I'm going to start with a little bit of history about why Mountain Line is pursuing this project in the first place. And the short and simple answer is simply that we have outgrown our existing site and have no room to expand to meet our future goals. We first moved here in 2008, and today more people use the site than ever before. We also have more routes, more buses, and very importantly, buses that are twice as long as they were when we designed it in 2008. We often have to plan our routes and time points based on how we can park buses at the DCC and even occasionally purchase parking spaces from Park Flag so we have capacity for more buses. This is not a good way to design or operate a transit system. For all these reasons, this project is Mountain Line's #1 priority project. Mountain Line began planning in 2016. Our first grant for $6.6 million was awarded in 2017. Our second grant for $15 million more was awarded in 2019. We've been to council in 2019 and in 2020 as well. And in 2020, council entered into a resolution with Mountain Line to allow Mountain Line to evaluate and plan for the expansion of the transit center on this site. So what are our goals? First, they're to address the space needs that I just talked about, but they're also to enhance the safety of our operations and move our customer service and other administrative purposes downtown. This puts our customer support where our customers are, as they currently have to travel across town to buy a ticket or resolve any concerns. Even bigger picture, we recognize this project as Mountain Line's showcase piece of infrastructure. We want to elevate the transit rider experience and therefore attract more people to riding transit. We also want to honor the South Side neighborhood, who have been and continue to be gracious hosts to Mountain Line. And we want to do this by developing a community-minded project. Because the truth is, not all neighborhoods would be so welcoming of a transit center. We are really grateful for their support. Other goals beyond Mountain Line's goals exist for the property as well. And the city has been very clear that their #1 priority is the Rio de Flag project, for which the confluence of the upper and lower reaches come together on this property. This is the largest infrastructure project the city has ever undertaken, and Mountain Line recognizes that. And because of it, our design is based around the Rio de Flag as the driving factor for design. The screen in front of you shows the easements of the Rio, which prohibit vertical development in gray, and also in red is the open channel portion of the Rio. Mountain Line is proposing no changes to any of these items. And while this is a highly encumbered property, Mountain Line is a compatible use for it, and we believe that makes this project to redevelop the site even more valuable because other uses are limited. Beyond that, the South Side plan also recognizes the DCC here on the western portion of the property, as well as a Foots connection. And you're going to see both of those things represented in the design that we bring to you today as well. Also, the downtown vision plan, which is still in draft form, also recognizes us here on this site and specifically calls us out as a placemaking catalyst project. Last summer, we conducted a survey on the Flagstaff Community Forum to seek broad community input, as well as we formed a stakeholders committee and internal teams to also provide input. On the screen, I've pasted sample comments that are representative of what we heard through the Flagstaff Community Forum, as well as some surveys specific to those groups. Public reception for the DCC project is overwhelmingly positive. And you can also see that there are a lot of high hopes and expectations for the project. And Mountain Line is working really hard to integrate and achieve the many comments and desires that we're hearing from the community for it. I'm going to go back now in time, a year and a half, and remind council about the alternatives analysis that we did. We have presented on this before, but I know many are new to council. And Mountain Line did look at a wide variety of properties in the downtown area, all within walking distance of the activity center identified for what had the potential to accommodate us. And the unfortunate truth is you need a lot of space to maneuver buses around. So the reality is there's only a few properties that are large enough for us to even consider being on. And ultimately, staying at the current location, but gaining access to a larger portion of the property is the preferred alternative. Mountain Line's system is entirely built around the DCC location. It's what you call a hub and pulse system, so buses come in and out of there. Moving locations would mean changing every single route that Mountain Line operates and could have lasting negative impacts. We have a very successful transit system, and we don't want to make many modifications to that, except to expand in the future, obviously. But ultimately, we are sure that we want this to be our home, and we came to council today to seek your support for that. There are many opportunities that make this a great site for us, besides the fact that it already is our home and what we're located out of. Specifically, access to Milton Road with the potential for a stoplight at Phoenix Avenue for safety and pedestrian access from La Plaza Vieja are all options. The proposed foot alignment to the north with the Rio project, proximity to downtown, the opportunity to be a true connection center with Greyhound, Flixbus, and other intercity providers all make this a great site for Mountain Line to stay on. And with that, of course, there are challenges and constraints when you're designing a project and property. First and foremost, and this is our primary goal, again, I'm going to keep reiterating this, is our compatibility with the plans for the Rio de Flag. I do also want to recognize the existing parking on this property, which will be impacted by the expansion of a transit center, as well as if there is any desire for civic space as a part of it. And we'll get into this more later. But with all this in mind, the pros, the cons, the benefits, we have been designing for 2 years and redesigning for 2 years. And the concept in front of you is what we believe to be the best balance of uses on the site. I want to talk you through that really briefly. So to orient you, Milton Road is over here on the western end, and Beaver Street is on the eastern, with Phoenix Avenue running across the bottom. The big yellow swath through the middle of the property, the Y shape here, that is the box culvert of the Rio de Flag. And then there's easements around it in this very light gray box that you can see here. This red brown channel through here, that's all slated to remain open channel per the Rio de Flag. And again, Mountain Line is proposing no changes to any of that and really driving our design around these major infrastructure components. The building is in blue over on Milton. There's a purple area here, that's a bus plaza. Really the entry in and out of the building and the access way where customers would walk from the bus bays into the building, bike racks, bike lockers, all those types of uses would go here. To the south of that is a small convenience parking lot area. There's a couple ADA spaces. We've got a small space for PD to co-locate with us, so a space for PD to have access to, and some customer service, but it's really meant for in and out. It's not long-term parking of the property. The largest area here in white and gray, those are the bus bays, and the gray is the platform for the pedestrians. The white area is the bus maneuvering area. That is 13 bus bays. We currently have 10 on the site where we're located, and as I said, we feel like we really need more already, and particularly if we're going to grow, that's all, we feel like 13 is a number that we need, and we can't go less than that. We originally started with 17, but again, in trying to balance the uses, we have scaled that back. This brown across the top of the property, that's the proposed foots connection that you saw on the south side plan, and that goes over to City Hall. This area here over the top of the Y is unprogrammed at this point in time. There's no uses identified. Partly that is because this is a concept plan that has not been engineered yet. We haven't talked about where we're going to plow snow to. We haven't talked about how stormwater detention is going to happen. So I think there are opportunities for how this could be developed, but at this stage in the game, Mountain Line doesn't have a specific use identified for that. That would come through final design. And then these gray areas are the parking. And that will be a big point of discussion today. It's one of the reasons that we want to be in front of you, is to really recognize that there is a trade-off to the amount of parking in this design. This is approximately 65 spaces. I don't want to get attached to any specific numbers because, again, we haven't had final design, but you know, that's half to a third of the existing parking, and we want to be very transparent about that. Excuse me. So what does this concept do? Why do we like it? The design prioritizes the Rio de Flag project. In alignment with the zoning code, we build forward towards Milton with the building. There are options for civic space if that's desired by the city. It prioritizes safety through the alignment of the bus bays with Mike's Pike and the bus driveway. The bus layouts are much safer. They don't mix with cars like we currently have. There's the opportunity for a police substation and even a small area for human services to locate out of, since this will be and is the most accessible place in the city. Very briefly, before I move on, I want to mention that the BPAC Commission, the Beautification Arts Commission, has contributed funding for an artist team to help with the design. FTA funds cannot be used for art, and we are very grateful to BPAC for bringing on the Haddad Drugan artist team to incorporate public art into the site. And now I also want to get into some of the impacts and be very transparent about the trade-offs for pursuing an expansion of the transit center. So the site will have a significant reduction in parking no matter what the plan for the unprogrammed space is, because expanding the transit center alone has impact. Winter ordinance parking occurs here currently. That could still occur, as does Amtrak parking, which could also still potentially occur. But overall, there's a loss, and decisions about how to prioritize those remaining spaces still need to be worked out. Mountain Line would look to work with Park Flag to identify the greatest needs for those parking spaces and how they would be used. I also want to point out oversized vehicle parking. Tour buses can be accommodated within the Mountain Line site until such time as we grow to need all 13 bus bays. And I forgot to mention there's some on-street potential for bus bays as well. We're happy to partner with tour buses, Greyhound, Flixbus to use those until Mountain Line is able to grow into them and meet that parking need. However, non-commercial vehicles, RVs, trailer parking, that's still a big question that we don't have an answer for. We understand that there might be options, particularly at Eldon north of the tracks, but much remains to be determined. And ultimately at this stage, Mountain Line cannot guarantee that we would find a solution for such vehicles. Again, this is the crux of why we're here today, because after many, many designs and lots of time, I'm here with the news essentially that Mountain Line cannot find a design that allows us to meet the transit needs without a sacrifice to parking. And we need to understand from council if there's still support for transit center to expand, even knowing that trade-off. And I'm not able to tell you a final number on what the parking reduction is. We're still very much in concept here. Fire, stormwater, engineering, none of those things have been completed, but we do know that there will be a loss, and we know that that's a big deal to this community. We very much wish we had a different answer. We love to be the partners that can bring everything to the table, but we don't have a different answer. We also don't have a different place to locate a new transit center. That said, we are also compromising. We don't expect everyone else to give without also giving. So the concept in front of you, I just wanted to bring up from 2019 so that you can see that we are compromising as well. That said, the concept that we presented to you today, just a couple slides ago, we think that that can be great. We know that there's a temptation to keep trying to redesign the site until we can do it all, but we've been at it for 2 years and we can't fit everything on this property. However, we do believe that we can advance climate and affordability goals of the city through the expansion of the transit center. We also believe that we can expand solutions to the parking issues by creating the capacity to bring people downtown on the bus and through enhanced bike and ped connections. And Mountain Line is very interested in exploring new transit programs with input from downtown businesses to do just that. So I'm going to run through some next steps and then turn it over for discussion. The project does require a conditional use permit. We've agreed to take that all the way to council for approval and your input. Once we have land uses approved, then we can go forth and seek federal approvals. And it's not until after that that we can consider entering into an IGA for the use of the property with the city. So we do have some steps to clear before any final agreements would be made. In the meantime, if we get head nods tonight to keep moving forward, we'll keep working through the design. There's lots to figure out. We want to do this in partnership with our stakeholders group and to do broad public outreach. This is a very important project, and we would like to bring the public into the design. The list of stakeholders in our committee is in front of you on the screen there. We're very grateful for their commitment to the project and working through design options with us as well. All right, so if all goes well, we could be breaking ground next summer, and Mountain Line has secured $22 million for design and construction of the project from the Federal Transit Administration. We believe that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to develop a highly encumbered site into a community asset that can last for generations. And with that, we are asking for clear direction to allow the transit center to advance on this site under the basic concept, knowing that there are many details yet to be worked out. I want to specify that what we need to know is if there's support for the transit building and bus bays so that we can keep investing in design. Because if there's not support, the Mountain Line does need to revisit its pursuit of the project and potentially return the grant funding to FTA. The unprogrammed space is still an open opportunity. Mountain Line, of course, would love to take advantage of the funds we have for placemaking through this project. However, our primary goal are the transit functions. It is ultimately the city's decision about the programming of the spaces outside of our operational needs. And with that, we really thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you tonight, and we're looking forward to hearing the conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Marley. I have a comment from City Manager Clifton, and then a couple of public participants calling in here. So, City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Kate, for that very nice presentation. I want to go through a few comments here, Mr. Mayor and Council, and some of my comments are framed a little bit on some numbers that relate to tourism, and I would respectfully ask that on the tail end of my discussion, we perhaps invite Heidi Hansen, who heads up Economic Vitality, to speak on the topic of tourism, because she's much closer to that issue than I am, and she could share with you some data that I think is informative. At the outset, I do want to note that the city is and has always been a strong supporter and a stakeholder of the Downtown Connection Center. We'll call that DCC at times. We think this is an excellent proposal and something that will be a great asset to the core of our community downtown. That stakeholdership, that partnership cannot be better evidenced than by the fact that the project is utilizing a large city parcel to locate this facility, and it'll be a long-term leasehold arrangement, as I understand it, one that is very favorable to Mountain Line into the community as a whole. So it's a partnership indeed, and it's a partnership involving a city parcel, and as Kate has aptly noted, it's heavily encumbered. Yes, it's encumbered greatly by the Rio de Flag project, and of course that is our #1 project in the city. It's also encumbered, if you will, by existing parking infrastructure that serves the south side. And I would like to address issues that relate to parking and elaborate a little bit more on that particular issue. I do think that's where the discussion this afternoon is largely focused. It is a parking issue, and I think it's a significant one in scope and potential impact to the city. And I would rarely insert my own comments into projects like these. And in fact, this may be the first time that I've done so. I don't do this lightly, but I do think it's important to get the issue properly framed. The Phoenix lot, which is the lot we're talking about, currently provides all of the off-street parking in the South Side neighborhood that is not tied to specific business. So it's a significant piece of infrastructure there. It's functioned for some time in that capacity. Mountain Line and Park Flag staff have been in discussion for months, with staff expressing significant concerns about the loss or great reduction of parking at the Phoenix lot. And the designs have changed, as Kate has noted, but the changes that we have seen have never really resulted in any retainment of the parking in question. And there's been representations along the way that we would not see the parking impacted and that it would remain in a one-to-one sort of arrangement with the final design. That, of course, is no longer the case and has not been the case. And I will put some numbers to this. We're looking at a loss very likely of about 96 parking spaces, which represents about 2/3 of the parking out there. These are they're estimates, yes, but I think they're not approximate. They are the numbers that we're seeing. Noting that a lot of this has yet to be refined, but that I think we need to give context to the loss of parking that we're talking about, and I'm doing just that. So about a 2/3 reduction of the Phoenix lot, which again is the only off-street public parking facility on the south side of Route 66 there. So with 96 spaces of loss, what kind of impact do we project from that? Let's consider, please, some key uses. It is the only place for Amtrak users, as Kate noted, and it sounds like, yeah, that hopefully will be kept intact, but it's also used for longer term parking. It is, as was noted, overnight parking during snowplow operations. It is where the tour buses drop off their visitors, and it's good to know that the tour buses will be able to continue to function. But as we heard, and thank you for the transparency, Kate, that will be phased out over time as Mountain Line grows into its capacity to use this facility. The tour buses will need to find a new home. Is that significant? Yes, and I again will ask Heidi Hansen to address that. But I want to couch this briefly in terms of climate action, because a lot of this does rest upon climate action concerns. Tour buses will bring in, on the average, maybe per bus, 70 passengers in one vehicle. And that very much is in line with our climate action objectives in terms of not having a lot of single driver vehicles navigating through our streets, but rather having transit. Tour buses are transit, no differently than the buses that Mountain Line operates. It also, the Phoenix lot serves as a very convenient intercept lot for our visitors and guests, in addition to our employees. I'll talk more about that in a second, but the visitors who are coming into our community, this provides a close proximity parking area to the downtown vicinity and to the south side neighborhoods. So it's very important from an intercept parking standpoint. And that in turn enables vehicles not to have to navigate through our streets looking for on-street parking. And we do not have a lot of convenient public parking areas in our downtown. And that, of course, remains an issue, and others can speak to that more eloquently, but it has been an issue, and there have been studies. And it is an immediate need to provide that. And absent that sort of infrastructure, we are prompting cars to drive and to look for parking spaces rather than have an intercept lot that is conveniently located. I mentioned employee parking. That's significant. A year ago or so, the City Council, in an effort to incentivize employee parking outside of the downtown core and within the Phoenix lot, reduced the parking fees for employee parking from $40 a month to $10 a month. And we are seeing results of that incentive. I believe more than, or around double of the employee parking permits have been sold, and many of those will be utilizing this lot. So without the employee parking, we will, or even a great reduction of employee parking, we will be forcing the employees again to go out and park on the streets. The Southside neighborhoods have already had an increasing issue with on-street parking. So it's just, this will just add to that particular problem. I want to go back to the loss of 96 spaces, which is the number that we're utilizing here, and I want to put that in some context. Currently, the city is endeavoring to secure almost the exact amount of parking to accommodate the new courthouse. This is on the other side of the downtown, but it's about the same proximity to the downtown core, about a block and a half away. We are in partnership with the Foundation for Senior Living to effectuate this parking that will be included in a parking structure, and we will pay our proportionate costs, the city will, to have that parking available as public parking and courthouse parking. While the numbers aren't exact yet, we're looking at about a $5 million expenditure that will be financed over time, probably under a lease purchase arrangement. All the details yet to be fleshed out. That equates to about $53,000 per space now, again, this is in a parking structure. But if you were to attribute some number, some value to these parking spaces, recognizing that the Phoenix lot is a surface parking lot, but also recognizing the reality that if we were to displace this parking and look to another venue to accommodate the parking, it likely would be in a structure. We can, at this point in the present value, equate about $53,000 per space to do this. So this is a significant loss from a financial standpoint to the city. Yes, again, we support the transit, the connection center and the transit infrastructure that is required. I guess I'm trying to make the point that parking is also infrastructure and it's critically needed, and there's a value to it, and it's a significant value. So there's no proposal to replace this parking. Frankly, I think, and this is the reason I'm speaking to this will be a burden to the city over time. We're going to, I think, see things in the immediacy, the impact will be felt, and the pressure will be upon us to provide parking elsewhere, and we'll be looking at this kind of cost to do that. So I would like to invite council to give consideration of these points. I would also like to ask respectfully if we could have Heidi Hansen, if we can put her on the spot and have her speak a little bit to the numbers of that relate to visitor parking and the needs. And then I would like to also maybe suggest that there might be resolution that can be considered this afternoon to get us through this complex problem that we're trying to resolve here, and do so in a way that does not put at risk or in any compromise the very good concept plan that we're seeing for Mountain Line. The civic space that's being proposed will displace parking. I read an email earlier this morning that strongly advocated that council not expand parking. I just want to make the record clear. We're talking about a loss of nearly 100 parking spaces. We're not talking about expanding any parking. We're trying to minimize the loss of existing parking that serves a valuable function for our community. It would be a suggestion that has been vetted a little bit thus far, that maybe we can delay the implementation of a civic space and keep the parking intact as a temporary use. And at some point in the future, when we the city and through other partnerships and stakeholderships are able to provide more meaningful parking elsewhere, and that is indeed the plan, the civic plaza or the civic space component of this could indeed materialize. It is not far-fetched to envision a surface parking lot being transformed into a much nicer civic space. That's something I think we would all look forward to. I'm simply suggesting, actually advocating that be considered carefully here. I do think we are embarking upon some immediate impact if we do not do this. And I do think that councils and we at the city will be hearing and realizing this impact for some time. So that's my suggestion. And if I can, Mr. Mayor, I would like to invite Ms. Hansen to offer briefly some comments about visitor parking, if that's okay. And thank you for giving me such an inordinate amount of time to speak on this. I recognize that I've gone a long time, and I thank you for your audience.
No problem. Thank you, City Manager. And yes, Ms. Hansen, if you'd like to chime in here, the floor is all yours.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Heidi Hansen, Economic Vitality Director. And Greg, just asked me 5 minutes ago if I would talk to him a little bit on the tail end. And so I just wanted to let you know I've been thinking about this program for quite a while. And I do want to commend Kate Morley. She's been doing an excellent job communicating. And I know that there's been a lot of things being thrown at her, but I do feel it strongly that I need to share a little bit about what Phoenix Avenue has meant to our downtown businesses, our visitors, and our residents, just in hope that we look at what we're deciding on, and maybe not tonight, but what we'll be deciding on in the future. Kate said parking is outside of the Mountain Line operational needs at this time, but I believe actually it would enhance the effectiveness of this Downtown Connection Center by offering more purposes than one. And as you know, the Park Flag program that we started with our downtown partners was all to create more parking inventory in our future. If we continue to take parking out of downtown, we continue to make downtown businesses have to spin their wheels. And that's something that I'm very concerned about, and I know that a lot of the ones that I've spoken to are as well. I do believe we can continue to move our climate action plans forward, but we also need to meet the needs of our businesses now and in the future. And right now, we do not have that other parking solution. So that is the concern that Greg was stating earlier. Getting onto visitation, it's crucial. It's crucial to the community. It is crucial to downtown. Simple fact, we do not thrive or survive just on our local business. We definitely need the visitors in our town to help us thrive. It's important to also note that downtown Flagstaff is the #1 activity that people do when they're in market. And so what we do with tourism is we know that mainly they're coming here not just for a gas station stop anymore. They're coming here to go to that natural wonder, the Grand Canyon. And what we do so well and what downtown does so well is we get them to begin their morning here, take their day trip, and then end their day here, thus helping us to extend their stay by 3 nights on average. When you look at that, it's a $502 million economic impact for our community. And I will tell you, downtown has everything to do about creating that impact. I also know from our Intercept study that we have 87% of our visitors come to us through the United States, with almost 45% of them always driving. And then you take our international visitor, and if they fly in, they're flying into LAX, places like that, and then they're getting on a tour bus. We have over 800 tour buses that are coming into this community. And where do they park? They park on Phoenix Avenue, and then they shop and they spend time here. This is huge business that we don't want to neglect. Amtrak and the Visitor Center are equally important. Amtrak has over close to 50,000 embarkments a year, and these people park there, they take their Amtrak, and they come back. Visitor Center sees over 100,000 visitors, and we ask when they're here with their RVs and places, where can I park? And they park in Phoenix Avenue. And what we love about an RV visitor is that it's not a day tripper. These people stay an entire summer, and they don't always, unfortunately, bring their bikes and their small cars. And so they have to have a place to be able to park where they want to come downtown and they want to spend money. And we definitely want them to spend money. And then last but not least, I just wanted to tell you that our whole slogan is about visit, discovering, and growing in Flagstaff. So the visit is first. We want people to visit our market, and then we want them to have the time and the ability to discover all of our offerings, our amenities, our downtown, and then we want them to choose to grow here, to either decide that I want to live here or I want to set up my business and bring several to this community. So what we do with the Downtown Connection Center is very important. And all I'm asking, and I'm hoping that you'll consider, and I know that others have other interests as well, is just to consider what the downtown businesses need and the fact that we've been working so close with them on their parking that we need to make sure that we don't set them backwards. And I appreciate Greg for letting me chime in and share those stats, but they're huge. 5.5 million visitors a year and $502 million direct spending. I don't want us to forget about that. Tourism is our #1 economic sector, and it's going to be very vital for us to think about these things when we're making decisions. I do agree that the Downtown Connection Center would be great there. I just don't want us to forget that we can do a lot of things there at the same time. So thank you, Greg, for the opportunity, and thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Director Hansen. I'll take our public comments now. Ms. Salzberg.
Thank you, Mayor. Our first commenter is Michelle James. Michelle, you can go ahead and give your comments now.
Great, thank you. My name is Michelle James, and I'm the Executive Director of the Friends of Flagstaff's Future. I'm speaking in support of the new Downtown Connection Center design plan that has been presented here today. The expanded DCC is a necessary component in Flagstaff's effort to make the big shift to reduce our overall vehicle miles traveled by 50% as outlined in the draft climate neutrality plan. While some loss of parking will occur in the downtown area in the short term, the plan as outlined here today meets the long-term vision for Flagstaff. This is the first test of our necessary big shift and is an important component for Flagstaff as we move forward into increased reliance on public transportation. This plan as outlined today may require that the city look creatively for another place for the parking of tour buses. The Southside community wants to create a more attractive downtown connection center so that this space can become a community amenity and a quality public space for the Southside. NAPTA is working with the Beautification and Public Arts Commission to bring the amazing and qualified artist team Haddad Grugan to design a building that incorporates natural, social, and historical aspects of Flagstaff. There is also the opportunity to create a civic space on the eastern edge of the area. The new DCC will be an asset to Flagstaff and represent our values. Non-vehicular transportation should also be carefully considered in the design of the expanded downtown connection center to help ensure that pedestrians and bicyclists have safe and easy accessible means to gain access to and move around the DCC. This is especially true for movement to and from the north and west, where access is currently difficult and unsafe. In order to make pedestrian and bicycle transportation accessible and safe, the city will need to support related projects, such as the Foots Trail outlined in the design of the new DCC. I respectfully urge the council to support NAPTA's recent design for the new downtown connection center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. James. Council, do we have any questions for our public participant? I'm not seeing any of the chat box, so thank you again. And Ms. Salzberg, next call.
Just one moment, Mayor. I apologize.
No problem.
I have Terry on the line for 2 minutes.
All right.
Oh, hello.
Go ahead if you're all.
Your Vice Mayor, council members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. My name is Terry Medexa. I am the Executive Director of the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance. I just want to thank Kate for her great presentation and the good work that she's been doing to try to, juggle all of the competing sort of needs.
Again, my apologies.
I'd also like to thank Manager Clifton for his comments in framing the discussion so articulately. The DDA is definitely supportive of transit in downtown and the Downtown Connection Center.
We will,
and the plaza.
I apologize. We will continue to try to get the other caller on the line. I'll notify you when.
Downtown Connection Center, we believe, belongs downtown, and we think the proposed site is a good location. That I would like to address isn't about transit. It is about the importance of public parking. And I know you've heard a little bit about it from Greg and from Heidi, and I'm just going to add to that. I'm usually before City Council talking about community events like Movies on the Square, sharing the downtown vision, and the great news about businesses opening downtown, and other activities involving our partners. All of these items enhance our community's quality of life, so talking about parking seems less exciting, but it is a crucial topic. Parking infrastructure is crucial to the economic vitality of downtown. If we had an abundance of public parking, I wouldn't be before you stressing the importance of parking. However, we have a deficit, and we have for decades. We have been working together with our city partners to identify a funding mechanism to help create additional parking supply. Yet even with our collective efforts and funds set aside from Park Flag operations, we continue to see parking reduced. The hub was built without adequate parking, followed by the new municipal courthouse built without any parking. And while you hear that there are solutions in the future, right now we have a brand new, beautiful courthouse that was built without any parking. Now we have an additional proposed loss of 96 spaces in the south side where other parking options do not exist. And that impacts our downtown visitor base, employee parking, Amtrak riders, long-term parkers, and customers, and it creates pressure for the adjacent neighborhood. Available parking is directly tied to the economic well-being of downtown. Our visitors and our customers need available parking to support our businesses. We need off-street parking for employees, keeping valuable on-street spaces for customers. It will be difficult to attract employment and see sales tax increases if customer counts decline due to lack of available parking. It is our hope the council sees the importance of the city retaining critical parking infrastructure for our visitors, employees, customers, and Amtrak riders as it relates to the site. When additional parking solutions are made available in the future, it may make sense to see this area transform into civic space, but only when it can be done without having negative consequences upon downtown. Thank you so much for your time and the opportunity to address you.
Thank you, Ms. Menexa. Councilmember Shimoni has a question for you.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Ms. Medeska. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Question for you. Yeah. So can you tell me, of the employees, I know we discounted the pass for parking, and I'm almost wondering if that was a mistake, because I'm also under the understanding that now it is cheaper for them to park than it is for them to ride. I understand that the DBA has a EcoPass program for employees. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, I am happy to provide you some additional information and would then turn to Heidi or Dave McIntyre to add if they're on the line. Park Flag does offer free EcoPasses to any downtown employee if they forego driving their car and buying an employee permit. So if you're a downtown employee, you have the opportunity to receive a free EcoPass through the Park Flag program. We did recently reduce the cost for those employees who need or wish to drive. The price used to be $45 a month. We heard that was very difficult for hourly employees, the employee working at, part-time at the pizza shop or the coffee shop. If they were just working a couple of hours or they had a late night shift, $45 was difficult for them to be able to afford monthly. So we lowered the price with council support to $10 a month. So right now, our downtown employees have the option of purchasing a permit for $10 a month and parking off street, keeping those critical on-street spaces for customers. They can take Mountain Line for free. And then the DBA also added bike racks throughout downtown, providing more convenience for those wishing to ride their bike.
Okay, and thank you for that. And do we know how many folks are actually utilizing the free EcoPass?
I would have to turn that over to Dave McIntyre to answer. I don't have that number. I'm not sure if Dave is on the line.
Yeah, Mr. McIntyre, if you wanted to jump in here, you are welcome to.
No problem, and thank you. Terry did a great job explaining the program, so I will not re-speak all of that, but we are in that successful partnership, and we have seen some use of the program. That use has been very, very moderate this last year, actually fairly small this last year, as you can probably imagine. I think ridership across the board was down. We One detail of the program is that you forego your employee permit in exchange for the bus pass. It's a way to try to prevent having as many employee permits downtown so that we can keep those spaces turning. And I believe that we did have less than 50 people take advantage of it per year. I don't have an exact number. I can get that for you, but it was never quite as used as we hope. We continue to hope to work with Mountain Line on that and to use that as a way to address parking management using transit. We see transit as a big part of parking management. There are multiple factors to all of it. So I'm sorry I don't have an exact number. I can certainly get that for you, but I don't know now. I know it hasn't been as frequently used as we had hoped originally, but it has been something we've been able to provide, and we appreciate that partnership with Mountain Line.
Okay, thank you. And Terry, just a couple more questions for you from me. How many employees are using the employee pass to park?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, thank you for the question. I know that on the south side, we have 50 employee permits that are currently utilizing the Phoenix Avenue lot.
Okay. And then my last question for you, Ms. Medeska, is, I know you have pretty good insight and understanding of how other towns handle their downtowns and whatnot. And I know we're not the only community that struggles with space and parking in its core. Is it generally that communities do like a park and ride? How do other communities handle it? I mean, I'm sure there's parking garages as well, but is it typically a parking ride?
Sure. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Shimoni, I think that's a great question. And I think at the crux of it, really what that boils down to is what sets Flagstaff separate is we don't have adequate supply to begin with. Right. Most other communities that we look at, both smaller, comparable to Flagstaff and larger, they all have an existing parking infrastructure. Prescott has a garage, Scottsdale, Sedona, they all have public parking available already. And so Flagstaff is really, we're sort of at a deficit. We're trying to get up to having adequate supply so that we can then look at other amenities. We can look at public spaces. We can do the things we want to do as a community, but we first need to get to that critical point where we have adequate supply, and we just haven't been able to get there yet. But once we have a municipal lot or a garage, or we have some development that adds parking, then I can see us getting there where we can talk about some other great uses. But that's really what sets us apart right now, is that we just don't have the offerings that other communities have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And Councilmember Salas also has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms. Medeska, thank you for sharing the perspective of downtown business owners and employees. I may know the answer to my question, but for the benefit of everyone listening in, you mentioned we have a deficit of parking, and we have not reached the adequate supply yet. So what would that number be in terms of adequate supply that we need to be?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Councilmember Salas, thank you for the question. There was a parking study that was done in 2009, or 2009. It said about 600 spaces were short in downtown Flagstaff. And now we're several years later. I'm not sure that is the right number. we're trying to get more people out of their cars, riding transit, riding their bike. There are a lot of other options. So that number might be on the high side, but it still shows you that we are facing some shortage of public infrastructure for those wishing to drive. So I don't want to necessarily state a number because I don't have recent data that is sort of supported by an approved study. But what was done in 2009 stated 600 spaces.
Thank you, Ms. Medexa. Council, do we have any other further questions before we turn this inward to our own discussion? I'm not seeing anything at this time. Thank you, Ms. Medexa, again.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Ms. Salzberg, do we have any other public comments, or it was just those two? Just a
Mayor, it was just those two, and again, I sincerely apologize.
No problem whatsoever. Great. Well, Council, turning it inward here for discussion regarding the concept. I'll mind your C's and Q's in the chat box here. Councilmember Shimoni, followed by Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm actually going to hold my comments for a minute here, and I'd like to see if Nicole Antonopoulos, can you hear me?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. I was going to say, I'd like to see if Nicole Antonopoulos at some point could maybe weigh in from our sustainability program on just her thoughts through the lens of climate and sustainability.
Yeah, one second here. Well, we kind of know that this, public transit, obviously this is for a big sustainability project. If there is something, Ms. Antonopoulos, if you wanted to chime in, you're welcome to just put it in the chat box, but otherwise let's keep pressing forward here. And I just want to apologize to Councilmember McCarthy. I missed you in the above comments to state where you're at with this. So on to Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate it. Parking is definitely a real issue. I mean, right now we have 159 parking spaces at this location. And my understanding is that there'll be about 65 on the plan that's shown on the screen right now. That's a difference of 94 spaces. So that's a considerable loss that we need to take seriously. I just have a series of comments. My first comment is that in, I believe it was 2019, we did a parking demand study update. And what that shows is that there's the 3 lots that are on this existing property. The utilization was 64% in one, 25% in the other, and in the largest lot was only 8%, which kind of concurs with my personal experience because I do a lot of walking around town. And as I walk by this site, I see a lot of empty spaces. On the other hand, losing 94 spaces, we need to take that seriously. So I guess what my thoughts are is that on the screen right now, it shows the yellow, which is the Rio de Flag, and the 2 legs come together in a Y there, which I would call a confluence. So where that Y comes together, the confluence, there's a piece of land there that could be used for parking. Now, the current plan is to use that as a civic space. But in effect, what we're doing is we're taking land away from parking and making it into a civic space where I don't think we should blame Mountain Line for the loss of parking that could be accommodated on this exact site over where the Y is. So I agree with the city manager in that maybe the best thing to do is use that as parking for now. And then after we are able to build some more parking structures around town, that at that point, we can take that surface parking and make it into open space or some kind of mall or whatever, something similar to Heritage Square. But anyway, my point is that we could put parking on over the confluence, and that probably wouldn't give us 94 spaces, but it would give us quite a bit towards that. The other thing I'll point out is that where the old courthouse was, I guess it's still there, but after we tear that down, we're going to get some more parking there, and that's very convenient to both the south side and the north side. So let's not forget that we're going to get that extra parking where the courthouse was. You know, Mountain Line has done some compromising. They really wanted 17 bus slots. In their long-term plan, that's what they really think they need. But they've said, okay, we can live with 13. Now, as far as like stopping this project altogether, there's no viable alternate locations. I mean, that's been studied, and there's really no alternatives to putting the bus transfer station, downtown connection center, whatever we call it, at that location. So I don't think we have much choice. The other thing I'll point out is that if I understand correctly, we have spent over $600,000 on this project already. And even more importantly, if we stop this project, we will lose a grant for $22 million. So if we decide to move the connection center to the other side of town or whatever, out at the mall, who knows where, we will lose our $22 million, and we won't have funding to do what we need to do. And then I want to take a little tangent here real quickly. The members of council will remember this case that I'm going to bring up, but just for background for the public, a month or so ago, we had a discussion about Beale Street. Now, Beale Street was an area north of town where the plan was to put in sidewalks on both sides of the street. And at least half the people on that street did not want sidewalks. And then there was a compromise offered that says, well, we could just put sidewalks on one side of the street. The council decided no, we would not consider that. Why didn't council not want to consider that? The reason is the discussion had already been taken place. The new discussion was classified as too little, too late. So I guess what I'm saying is this is the exact same situation. We had all these discussions 2 or 3 years ago, and now here we are rehashing what we had already gone through. And admittedly, it wasn't every little detail, and it's still not every little detail. But Mountain Line has significantly decreased the area of the building that they proposed to build and done what they can. And so what I'm saying is, since we in effect already made this decision, let's not go back and redo it. So yes, I do support moving forward with this plan, but I think we can amend it with genuine efforts to provide more parking, specifically over the Y, and possibly if we can squeeze some more parking in on other areas of this. But the bottom line is we've made this decision already 2 or 3 years ago. I continue to support what I did support and what council did support several years ago. So those are my comments, and maybe after other people comment, I may have some more thoughts. But I'll leave it at that for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you so much, Ms. Morley, for the great presentation. I, too, am in full support of the downtown center being here and being at the size that Mountain Line needs it for your purposes. And I have a couple of questions for city staff. I'm wondering, is there any land or opportunity available for adding additional parking next to the Lone Tree overpass? Second question, is there any opportunity for tour buses to park in the City Hall lot on the weekends? And then a comment, and so while you're seeing who's going to answer my questions, a comment is that I believe that the South Side deserves meaningful and beautiful civic space. I don't know that this site would equals meaningful and beautiful civic space, although as I understand it, Mountain Line would be receiving funding to create some civic space. And so I think that I would be in support of us finding space and being serious about finding space for some civic space for the South Side neighborhood elsewhere. And I don't really know where that would be. But I do believe that they deserve it. But I think that for this project, in between all the buses and parking lots and a street, that this might not necessarily be the best place for civic space where people want to hang out. But in terms of, let's see, is staff ready to answer my questions about the Lone Tree overpass and City Hall parking lot?
City Manager.
I'll take a stab at it, and thank you, Vice Mayor, for the very thoughtful question. Others from staff may be able to correct me or add to what I'm about to say. I'm going to speak to the tour bus part of the question first, Vice Mayor. I do not believe the City Hall parking lot lends itself to that particular activity, but let me offer a couple of comments to support that. One is, as Kate aptly pointed out in her presentation, and yes, Kate, thank you for that excellent presentation. Tour buses will continue to park at this facility for some time. They will be phased out. I think, Vice Mayor, that affords us all the opportunity to be thinking about another venue, but I do not believe it'll be City Hall. City Hall right now, during most of the summer months, the startup here is just a month away. We'll be seeing the use of our community market on Sundays. There's setup and operation and tear down involved on that. So that's very easily one day of the weekend where that lot will not be available. The other thing about the City Hall lot, it does see considerable usage by visitors. We now have electric charging stations there and the like, and it does see usage over the weekend. So I think we would just be, perhaps creating some impact elsewhere by trying to locate buses there. I also take note that with the design of City Hall, especially with the solar panels and the many pillars that are in place, it is not very navigable for large buses. I'm just making that assumption. I don't have good data to back that up, but I don't know that it lends itself to the large tour bus sort of infrastructure needs that we are now seeing with the DCC layout. You can see that the bus bays there that lend themselves quite well to that, along with the Mountain Line buses. So I think the answer to that part of the question, Vice Mayor, is I do think we have time to figure that complexity out. And in the immediacy, it sounds like Mountain Line thinks that we can work out some tour bus parking in this facility. To the second part that concerns the civic space, we all agree that some civic space is not only needed over there with our neighbors in the South Side, but it is something that really should occur sooner rather than later, and it should be strategically located. You made reference to the Lone Tree overpass. We've heard from our engineers that we're years away from completion on that. I've heard 4 to 5 years away from completion. They are working diligently on it. We have not acquired all the necessary property for that infrastructure project, but I do believe as we near finalization of the designs on that with respect to the site that it will encumber, there will be opportunity for consideration of parking and or civic space. And that in turn can alleviate the need for this particular site, and the decision could later be made as to what is most suitable for what location is most suitable for both types of infrastructure. So that one is not an immediate thing, but it's in the near term, Vice Mayor, and I think your comments are well stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clifton. So I guess just to wrap it up, I would say that I think this is an exciting project and an exciting opportunity and investment in this area of town. And NAPTA has done such an outstanding job of attracting dollars to Flagstaff to invest in transit. And I'm very, very grateful for that. And so I support them moving ahead with their plan in terms of all the transit. And I ask that the city be a very forthright partner and help them not to have to alter this plan moving forward, so that they know exactly what they're doing and their project isn't slowed down or made more expensive. And then in terms of the civic space, I would support returning that back to parking as long as we can commit ourselves to finding meaningful space elsewhere. And so those are all of my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Ms. Kate Morley of Mountain Line, our city manager, Greg Clifton, our economic vitality director, Heidi Hansen, and along with Miss Michelle James of Friends of Flagstaff Future, and Miss Terry Madeksha of Downtown Business Alliance, who spoke today thus far, and everyone who sent emails. So I am a strong advocate for multimodal transportation and active transportation. I think that's the reason why I sit on the Metro Plan Transportation, Metro Plan Greater Flagstaff, which is our regional transportation planning intergovernment agency. I support Mountain Line Downtown Connection Center to remain downtown, as I articulated about 2 years ago when this opportunity to create to upgrade and expand the Downtown Connection Center was presented to council. However, I find this an inchoate concept plan for the Downtown Connection Center located on city property difficult for me to support at this point. It has sparked great misunderstanding and some division within the community as it pits civic space against parking needs. Reading through the emails sent to council just in the last couple of days. I acknowledge the deliberate efforts in incorporating rear the flag and civic space with sustainability at the heart of it. I am concerned that the city's council's previous input seemed to have been factored out in this proposed concept plan. I specifically stated in May 2019 that the Downtown Connection Center can be fully integrated with downtown visioning and master plan. I remember Councilmember Aslan mentioned that Maximizing space with a housing component would be a great example of infill and sustainable economic development. There was a general understanding to create great synergy and hub for downtown. I am apprehensive that the parking needs and challenges of downtown and South Side neighborhoods, businesses, and employees, and the city's commitment to increase parking inventory are not addressed in this concept plan. While we as a community embrace inclusion, collaboration, and partnership, I am perturbed that the business community, particularly downtown businesses that are directly impacted by the Downtown Connection Center, were left out in developing this concept plan. Consequently, this runs counter to being welcoming and placemaking. Religious overtones aside, perhaps this is a moment of epiphany for all of us. We can all master the gravity of the situation, focus on gaining clarity, and continue to commit to working together toward a shared purpose. We can start by embracing divergent views as path forward to cultivate unity in diversity, define priorities, and establish milestones. I commend Council Member McCarthy and the Vice Mayor who already brought up some workable solutions to reach a level of a shared purpose, shared goal, not civic space versus parking needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Dexter, did you have something to state with the civic space materials with the South Side plan?
Yes, Mayor DC, I could provide a reminder to council of what civic spaces were actually proposed in the South Side plan, since Vice Mayor Daggett mentioned that she wanted to know a little more about other locations where civic space is considered. Oh, sorry, wrong thing. I jumped ahead here. There we go. So the South Side plan has a volume 2 called Concept Plans. And in that volume, you'll see that there's many illustrations of the work, and there are several parks and concepts that were included. In addition to a mention that there could be civic space included in the Downtown Connection Center. So I'm just going to scroll down to that real quick. And I did provide, let's see. Sorry, when I accidentally bumped it to some random page, I lost my place. But basically, when we looked at parks for the South Side, we looked at the neighborhood through 2 circles that showed walking distance. South Side is large enough that to have a park within walking distance of every residence, which is the goal of the Parks and Recreation Master Plan, you would need 2 locations. So while Lone Tree is definitely an area, and we are working already with the overpass team to discuss park space, it is not central to the neighborhood. What we actually also will need civic space in this portion of the neighborhood and this portion. The Murdoch Center actually is a place that's found in the middle of these 2 concentric walking circles. So those are rough areas of walking. The closest spot to the Downtown Connection Center is this corner of Mike's Pike, Benton, and Kendrick. Currently, there's a small triangle with a tree in it right here. And what the plan had proposed was closing a leg of Kendrick that goes through right here. And this curve was actually designed in coordination with Mountain Line to ensure that bus maneuvering would be able to continue, since they use Kendrick for access in and out of the DCC. So this would be a removal of right-of-way in favor of park space. In addition, there were several residents who asked if the parcel right here could be partially or fully acquired for park space. There's no money to acquire additional parkland right now, but that was a public comment we received. We also looked at several other locations, but most of them are south of Butler and don't serve the same areas.
So
but the Murdoch Center could.
If I could just jump in here real quick, though.
Sure.
Pertaining to the particular agenda item, this was not part of the concept plan and the Southside plan to have a civic space at that location. Am I correct in that?
It was. It wasn't drawn to the level of detail of these, but it was called out in the text of the concept plan.
Okay.
And it was a comment we received from the residents that they considered it because of the heavy commercial traffic. Basically what we heard was people thought it would be a good place for folks to go and get something out of a restaurant and sit outside in a nice, enjoyable location.
Excellent. Well, thank you. And we can, I think a lot of this we can look over later time. I appreciate the clarification with the neighborhood. And I did want Ms. Antonopoulos to jump in here real quick as well to mention what was in the chat box for the public, and then we can press along here with our agenda. So, Ms. Antonopoulos.
Oh, thank you, Mayor and Council. Nicole Antonopoulos, Sustainability Director, and thank you so much for having an opportunity to provide comment through a sustainability lens. And I just want to acknowledge that this is an incredibly difficult site to develop, and I really appreciate the dialogue to date. Through the sustainability lens and recognizing the various needs of the community and the organization, there are 4 comments that we have submitted that have been put in the chat, and I'll just read verbatim so those who are listening outside of the Microsoft Teams chat function can see that. In speaking to the civic space at the DCC, it could be a gateway for our visitors and then, of course, an amenity to the South Side. And recognizing the need to recapture parking spaces. With this in mind, I do recommend that the 25 parking spaces that would currently fit into the proposed civic space be converted to civic space in 5 years or as soon as the parking garage is secured. The next recommendation is, given the current and projected transition to electric vehicles, that the DCC parking spaces should incorporate multiple 5 to 10 fast charging. So those are level 3 electric vehicle stations. And I just did make mention that as an electric vehicle driver, I know that I look for charging stations while traveling that offer amenities such as shopping and or food. And the next recommendation is to definitely, this speaks to City Manager Clifton's comment, but creating permanent tour bus parking. This is absolutely something that we want to encourage tourism in this manner. And then finally, speaking to just consideration of the Southside Community Plan and ensuring that it is honored in this process. So thank you for that opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Antonopoulos. Councilmember Sweet, I believe, is next. We'll go up here.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Kate, and everyone else who has presented tonight. What a lot of great information. I am absolutely excited about this project and in its proposed location. I am a small business owner in downtown. I have been for 21 years. And if we were to take away the parking, I believe this would be the 3rd time since I have been open that we have taken parking away. And, you know, our downtown is the economic center of Flagstaff. Our businesses have been going through some rough times, as we all can probably imagine. And I think it's time that we really listen to our small business community and take what we have and our needs into consideration, as much as I want also to have the civic space for the Southside community. I also am kind of in line with Vice Mayor Daggett that I don't know if this is the best spot for it, but until we can come up with either a different location or a parking garage or parking to kind of compensate for what we're taking away, I believe that we should keep with the parking with a promise that within a certain amount of time, the Flagstaff you know, we will promise to create that civic space. I do hear the community, and I do hear that they want that civic space, but as a small business owner, I just know how important those parking spaces are. And, you know, we need to keep our economy going with the downtown. So with that being said, I do think there is a way to support our DCC, our CAP, which is very important, and our downtown small business community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet. Councilmember Aslan.
Thank you. So thanks for a great discussion, everybody, and very grateful that our city staff and leadership has been able to weigh in as questions are asked. You know, I'm tempted to assert that this is much ado about nothing, but of course that's not true, right? I want to say that because I believe strongly that at the end of the day, there's a viable solution here. And rest assured, I absolutely support the Downtown Connection Center. We need it. It needs to go here in this spot. And so I hope no one is worried about its future from my perspective on that front. But I also think it's clear to me, critically clear, that we can't lose nearly 100 parking spaces in that area right now. But there's a solution to that too. And Mr. McCarthy hit that nail on the head. The area over the confluence needs to remain as parking for now. So it seems easy in my mind. But of course, you know, as a council person, I sometimes feel like an astronomer. We don't always see the gravitational body out there, but we can detect its effects on the fabric of space-time, right? And it's important not to ignore what we can't see when that's happening. It's important to study the system and ask lots of good questions when we're detecting those disturbances. And there are some other conversations that are weaving in and out of this, and one of them is about sustainability and about how do we incentivize and guide new behaviors for traffic and leaving our cars behind. And I will be the first to admit that on council, I'm not the most receptive member when it comes to increased parking. I highly identify with the community that purports the idea that we can help guide people to new behaviors by incentivizing them to commute in novel ways. And just to be clear, I've said this before, and I will constantly beat this drum. I will not be supportive of parking structures unless there's a commitment to building them in a front-loaded, repurposable way. So please remember that. The thing is, driving behaviors are going to change, and I think it's going to happen sooner than we may anticipate in the next 15, 20 years. But we can't be using this space as a blunt instrument to force shoppers into riding their bikes into the center of town. The need for that parking is current. It's now. It's overdue. And I understand the studies that show us that we may be down as much as 600 parking spots. I'm not entirely concerned about how many parking spots we're short, but what I can definitely say is we can't be drastically reducing the parking that we do have at this time. As these driving behaviors change and as of the ways that we transport ourselves continue to change over time, and those are going to be forces at play from all over the map, right? There's going to be technologies, there's going to be other policy shifts, there's going to be all sorts of things that are funneling people into transporting themselves in new ways. We need to be anticipatory of that. I don't want to build a parking structure that's going to be empty in 30 years, and suddenly we have a building there that we have to tear down in order to create something new for that space. But I do think that we have time to ease into that, and the solution we have in front of us right now is that we build into this proposal in parking spaces And the good news is that surface parking is one of the easiest things to convert into future civic space or to some other purpose as the next decade and a half unrolls, and we find that we have new needs and new technologies and ways to utilize space. So obviously we have to go forward with the connection center. That's critical. And I also want to really thank, I haven't heard anybody mention this specifically. I just want to thank the Mountain Lion team for being so receptive to the Rio de Flag project and the needs there. This could have been an even more uncomfortable conversation if there was some, if there wasn't that willingness to give and take on that front. And that's not there. We're having a much more micro-targeted conversation about something that we really can solve. So I thank you for that. And then I just want to take one more second to say something else about this project. And I hope that city staff hears this, and you'll be hearing it from me a lot more over the course of the coming years. I'm on the board of the Metro Plan now, and one of the things we're trying to do, and this will come up later in the agenda today, is find more money for the Lone Tree Overpass and that connection onto Route 66 there. My vision for that space is that it's highly aesthetic and it actually becomes its own landmark and postcard opportunity where people are coming into town to see that amazing functional piece of infrastructure that also has great form to it. And since we're going to be building this downtown connection center at the same time, my hope is that we're able to sort of, if not entirely coordinate, at least synergize the aesthetic flow of the eye between that one, bookend to the other, because I think you're going to be able to see one from the other at any given time. And we sort of have an opportunity here to create some real cool cornerstones, literally, for the downtown area. And hopefully those design elements share some sort of master, synergy with each other. And that costs money. That's going to be part of a larger conversation, but I hope there's continued coordination there and a nice visioning process between Mountain Lion and city staff in terms of the design elements for the Lone Tree Overpass and the other things we're doing with downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. Just to weigh in here on my own behalf, yes, I'm in favor of the concept plan. I also think that we should be parking in the area of the confluence, with the idea to, in a few years down the road, turn that into a civic space when more parking is available north of the tracks. So that's where I'm at. I think that, yeah, good points made all around. And let me just make sure I didn't miss anyone. Oh, Councilmember Shimoni. Let's comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I was going to say, you missed me. Well, I really appreciate the discussion. Deputy General Manager Kate Morley, thank you for the presentation. I want to say thank you to CEO Heather Domelin. I also want to express gratitude to my colleague on the board of NAPDA, Miranda Sweet, Councilmember Sweet, and Councilmember McCarthy and Aslan for being involved in the past. I want to thank the public for their engagement and their emails that they sent, and also those who spoke tonight. And my comments are that I believe we really do need a robust downtown connection center, and I am so excited about this moving forward. I am a little bummed about the dialed back plans compared to the original plans, but I understand that this is a big hit to the community in terms of the parking being taken away. So I think that this is a good compromise. I hear my colleagues talking about the civic space being a phase 2 approach, and I support that. I think that that's going to have to be how we move forward. I want to let everybody know that Mountain Lion is planning to convert most of their fleet over to electric over the next 10 years, and that's a really big deal. Nicole, I like your idea about integrating fast charging stations, if possible. Kate, we should look into that. I like also the comments about the tour bus parking and further promoting that type of travel. Parking is expensive. And I think that, if we build it, they will come and they will park in it all day long. And I think it won't be empty unless it's expensive for them, just like it is on campus. Look at how much NAU is charging to park on campus and a parking pass for their students. Those students have no issue parking a decent distance from their destination to save on that cost. And maybe that's where we should start conversations in the future, is how to better incentivize people to leave their cars outside of downtown rather than trying to figure out how to fit everybody in the downtown area, which is part of the whole shifting culture conversation with our climate action plans. I think we can do a better job of getting employees, locals, and visitors out of their cars. And I know that the DBA and ID and the Discover Flag team are supportive of that effort. So we will have those conversations in the future. I want to express gratitude to Mountain Lion staff for their flexibility with us in regards to the Rio specifically. And I just wonder if we can have a potential phase 1 and a phase 2 of the DCC, of which considers the parking changes over time, not just with the civic space, but maybe even the building structure. Mayor, those are my comments. I think we're all on the same page here, and I appreciate everybody's feedback.
Thank you, Councilmember Shimoni. All right, with that, it's 4:42 right now. Let's take a quick break before we get to economic development quarterly update. So it's 4:42. Let's be back here at 4:55. So in 13 minutes to continue on. Thank you.
Now back streaming.
Excellent. Well, we are down to agenda item number 9, which is our economic development quarterly update. Take it away, city staff.
Are you able to hear me? All right, great. Thank you. I appreciate that. Hey, good evening, everybody. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. I'm John Saltonstall. I'm the Business Retention and Expansion Manager for the City of Flagstaff. Tonight, the Economic Development Offices are presenting this Economic Development Quarterly. These typically occur every 5th Tuesday of any given month. In the past, we've used these as a business listening tour, bringing businesses in to speak to you on Tuesday, and then inviting you to tour on the following Thursday. We are not doing that this go around in order to respect the measures related to COVID-19. Next slide, please. Tonight, we're going to present updates to the City of Flagstaff Economic Development website, chooseflagstaff.com. We're going to introduce our new Business Attraction Manager, and then we'll be introducing 3 businesses that have participated in the new incentives that Council adopted this past summer. Next slide, please. So the Economic Development website, Choose Flagstaff, was updated a few years ago, but at that time we knew that there was still more work to be done. Mountain Mojo Group here in Flagstaff recently was hired to work on the Economic Development website to improve the flow, consolidate pages, and really improve the overall user experience. One of the elements that we've been most excited about is the way Mountain Mojo has really delivered Flagstaff to the website with the images that reflect our experiences and aspirations. I'd invite you all to go to the website for yourself, to chooseflagstaff.com, and I hope you find yourself with a smile on your face as you recognize our community reflected so well. With that, I'm going to now turn it over to Dave McIntyre, your Community Investment Director, who's going to introduce our new Business Attraction Manager.
Good evening, Council. Again, Dave McIntyre, Community Investment Director. And I did want to introduce our Business Attraction Manager. We did do a national search after Gail Jackson moved over to Econa, and we're really grateful that Jack Fitchett has come to join us. Wanted to give him a chance to talk a little bit about himself and also talk about some of the things he's working on as a part of our update. So thank you very much, and welcome to Jack Fitchett. Here you go.
Yeah, thank you, Dave, and good evening, Mayor and Council. As Dave mentioned, my name is Jack Fitchett. I'm your new Business Attraction Manager. I was doing the role as an interim for a couple months beforehand, about 13 to be exact, and I'm very humbled and excited to continue to work with community investment in this great team, and also to get to continue to represent my hometown, which I've spent so much time in. A little bit about myself. I'm a fourth generation Flagstaff resident. My great grandmother and grandfather came here in the early 1960s, and my family's never left, and for good reason. I left very briefly to continue my education at the University of Arizona, where I received my bachelor's in political science and my master's in public administration. And then I did a couple stints working for the town of Suarita's economic development team, Coconino County before I found myself back here at the city of Flagstaff. Some of the fun projects that I've been working on that you all are aware of is the negotiations for the 32-acre parcel out by the airport are well on the way with Gentera. So more to come on that. And then as Dave and John previously mentioned, the incentives that you all approved last July, we've been working on some tweaks and getting some good feedback from our community and stakeholders. So those will be coming to you fairly soon, so stay tuned. And speaking of which, in line with our incentives, I'm going to introduce our first business here tonight. Catalyst Space Technologies was the first awardee for the job creation incentive. And tonight I have Mr. Ganhee Lee, who's going to be talking a little bit about what Catalyst plans to do while they're here in Flagstaff. So Ganhee, I'm going to switch over the slide and please take it away.
Hey, good evening, everybody. My name is Ganhee Lee. I'm one of the founders and I'm the CEO at Catalyst Space Technologies. A little bit about myself. I've been living in Northern Arizona since about 2013. I got my bachelor's in aerospace engineering from Embry-Riddle over in Prescott, and I've lived between Prescott, Flagstaff, the Verde, and Tucson over the last 8 years. I'm excited to tell you about our company, Catalyst here. So could you go to the next slide, please? Great. So let me tell you about the Catalyst vision. And really to do that, I'll back up and just spend a couple of minutes talking about the state of the space industry. Our company, our goal is to really revolutionize and drive forward the change in the space industry. Things have been pretty stagnant since the days of Apollo. Yeah, the space shuttle was a great deal, but really people kind of got used to space flight as a common thing. The problem here is that the technology that we've been using with regards to satellites is really 1970s level tech. And the problem with that is that the business models and the operational models that are afforded by that technology generally tend to award single-use designs and architectures. What I mean by that is that satellites are these hundreds of millions of dollars expensive assets, and anytime you need to add new capability as an operator, you need to launch an entire new satellite. And the problem with that is that you end up having to constantly be striving to keep up with the technology cycle, because anytime you need to add a new piece, you have to essentially either throw out your old piece of hardware or wait until you've gotten the proper return on your investment of your asset before you can actually upgrade. So as a result, you end up with this technology bottleneck. We're looking to solve that because long term, it's not a sustainable model. The pace of technology has just simply outgrown this model that may have worked in the 1980s and the 1990s. We're seeing the side effects of this with countless objects in space that are just derelict and defunct, just floating around out there. And those objects pose a great risk for the future sustainability access to the space domain because of potential for orbital collisions and so on. You might have heard of the space debris problem. So where do we come in? We come in with the idea of taking satellites and making them modular and reconfigurable and serviceable in space, which allows us to take advantage of the investments we've already put in terms of getting those things up there in the first place. Second of all, makes technology much more readily able to follow the pace of demand. And third, it reduces costs for the operator, which then opens up tons of new business models that just are still infeasible due to cost. So we make upgradable satellites from the ground up, designed to be serviced by robotics in space. and plug and play modular components that can plug into the satellites to match the customer needs as they change over time. Next slide, please. So a little bit about our roadmap. We were launched during the pandemic in May 2020. The company was fully remote. Since then, our team is at 5 full-time members right now. And due to the great support that we've gotten from both the City of Flagstaff and the Moonshot NASET folks, we'll be relocating to Flagstaff here in May of 2021, so just a few weeks from now. And those business attraction and job creation incentive funds were really instrumental in helping us make that decision and make that happen. A little bit of our pathway right now. Our company has been awarded a research and development contract with the United States Air Force, and we're kind of developing out initial feasibility studies as well as preliminary designs. So over this year and next year, we'll be kind of doing some more on-paper design and some light prototyping. The goal here is to transition to an in-space demo as early as 2024. So in the space industry, things don't really move that fast. So going from an on-paper design to a spaceflight ready solution within 3 years is incredibly ambitious, and we're working really hard to make that happen. But that's because the problem we're trying to solve is a really pressing problem that really needs to be solved. And hopefully after a successful demo, we'll be commercializing with both government and commercial partners and going into full rate production in 2025. So you can see at the bottom of the slide that our staffing needs here, generally speaking, between this year and next will be between 5 to 10 full-time folks. And then the next period between 2023 and 2024, our plan's called to growing to about 25 full-time members. And beyond that, it's a little bit nebulous, but more than 25 to meet those aggressive timelines. Next slide, please. So a little bit about our accomplishments up to this point. We've gotten some great validation from target customers as well as industry experts, both joining our advisory panel as well as letters of support, that kind of deal. We filed provisional patents on our core technology. Our full-time team is at 5 right now with the move to Flagstaff over these next few weeks. We've also got a great intern team lined up to come join us for the summer as well. And lastly, we were awarded that Air Force R&D contract, and that's a phase 1 contract that we're looking to follow up with a phase 2 later this year. And we've also closed a pre-seed and private investment round. And that's all I've got here. Please feel free to, I don't know if we've got time for questions here, Jack, but that's the end of my material.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Let me just say that's really cool. This is really awesome what you're doing. So thank you. I'm not seeing any comments or questions in the chat box, so I appreciate the presentation.
Absolutely. Thanks for the time.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ganhi, for your time. And then we're going to roll on to our next business that we have here today. I'd like to introduce Eli Chamberlain, who is the owner and operator of Cozy Home, and they were awarded the Business Retention and Expansion Incentive. So Eli, take it away and I'll run the slides for you.
All right, thanks a lot, appreciate it. First of all, I just want to thank City Council, Mayor Deasy and Vice Mayor Daggett for letting us present, and then also just with the opportunity for this grant. It should be a really big game changer for us. So my name is Eli Chamberlain, and I own a company called Cozy Home, and we do energy efficiency and comfort retrofits on homes. Go to the next slide. So we started in 2012, and now we have 8 employees. We do energy audits, retrofits, some HVAC work as well. And we're a participating contractor with APS's Home Performance with Energy Star program. So we can do like an official APS sanctioned energy audit on your home. We performed energy retrofits on over 800 houses in Flagstaff and over 200 houses on the Hopi Reservation as well. And the energy savings that we've gathered from those retrofits are the equivalent of making 150 houses carbon neutral. And that's really why I started Cozy Home. I'm a big climate change and that's what we focus our company on, is just reducing greenhouse gas emissions. Next slide. So these are some of the services that we offer, and I also serve on the Sustainability Commission for the city, and I teach Home Energy Efficiency 101, which is a little 1-hour workshop that the city puts on to help people improve the energy efficiency of their homes. Next slide. All right, so I'm going to be talking a little bit about phase change material because that's what our grant application has to do with. And so phase change material is a building material, and they also use it in a lot of different industries as well. But for in terms of what we're concerned with is reducing energy loads in houses. And so it's a building material that can easily be retrofitted into homes and businesses. And it kind of acts as like a thermal battery to absorb and release heat energy as material changes phases. So you can kind of think of it as like an ice that will melt at room temperature. So anything below 70 degrees, the material is a liquid inside the whatever container it's inside of. And then above that, it's a solid. And when any kind of material goes through that phase change, like when you freeze ice, you have to remove a lot of energy from that ice or from that water to turn it into ice. And then you have to add a lot of energy to it to make it water again. And so it's the same kind of concept, except for instead of that ice melting at 32 degrees, it's melting at around room temperature, 70 degrees. Next slide. So our grant proposal is to create a pilot program to test the phase change material in Flagstaff homes and businesses. And the goals of this is ultimately to reduce energy usage in these homes and businesses. But we're trying to figure out how well this works in Flagstaff's climate and if it would be an effective tool for us to reduce those energy loads. So basically the way the concept works is we'd save energy by reducing the heating and cooling. And hopefully my hope for this program is to eliminate the need for air conditioning in homes in Flagstaff. A lot of people in Flagstaff, they don't quite need air conditioning, year round. It's just for a few weeks out of the year. And if we could install this material to absorb heat during the day and change it from that solid to that liquid, it would keep the interior temperatures of the house cool. And then at night, when it cools off, it lets all that heat go of the material and refreezes so that it turns into a solid again and is ready for that same thing to happen the next day. And so the idea is they kind of keep a constant temperature inside the home where you can take advantage of those temperature fluctuations that we get here, where it's cool at night and warm during the day during the summertime. And then also doing the same thing in the wintertime to help reduce the peak heating and cooling loads. So a lot of power plants actually only operate a couple hours a day, and those are called peaker plants, and most of these are powered by natural gas. And so if we can reduce when we need to use air conditioning or reduce air conditioning at all, and reduce when we're running our furnaces, heat pumps, that kind of stuff, we can reduce the amount of times those peaker plants are on and reduce the environmental impact of those. This would theoretically also save water by reducing energy usage, because there is that link between water and energy use. Whenever you're using energy, you're using water, and vice versa. And then we would hopefully create and maintain good paying skilled labor jobs here in Flagstaff that would be impossible to outsource to another part of the world, since we work in homes every day. So people have to be here locally, and we can provide good paying jobs so people can afford homes to live in and all the things that they need in their life. So that's the quick and dirty of it. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer it. There's also a video that I think John is going to link in the chat box that has a kind of a demonstration of one of the phase change materials that's on the market right now, and kind of how it works. It's a really cool video. It's just a few minutes long, but I encourage all the council to look at that, and anybody else wants to take a look at it as well.
That's great. Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. This is really cool. Councilmember Aslan has a question and comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Eli. Just a couple things. I wanted to be sure to take a moment to thank you for your service on our Sustainability Commission. It can be a lot of work at times, especially when you guys are going through all those grant applications, and we appreciate what you do. I also just wanted to, I don't know if this is going to be awkward or not, but full disclosure, I'm one of your customers, as you probably know. And your team came over to my house and did the full assessment, and we were able to patch up some leaks, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to avoid the need for other cooling strategies in our house that does not yet have air conditioning for the next several summers. We'll see how things go this summer, but that was a really nice, informative visit you guys did, and we were able to do some really critical things to stop our house from leaking so much. The employee who I mostly interacted with has the unforgettable name of Michael Scott. He was much better behaved than the other Michael Scott. And just please pass along my thanks to him for the wonderful interactions that we had.
Definitely. Thank you.
You, Councilmember Aslan. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chamberlain, for your update and your work in our community. I just had a quick question for you. How has the building codes that council adopted a year or two ago affected your business, if at all?
Yeah. So we mostly work on existing homes doing retrofit work. So we're not out working on brand new construction. I think the effects of that are going to be seen down the road where, you know, the newer houses that are being built just don't need our services as much, which is great. That's our whole goal. There's, you know, plenty of houses for us to work on right now that are old and inefficient. But yeah, I think it's a kind of a long term before we're going to see the changes of the new codes. But yeah, I really applaud City Council for adopting those code changes. I think that's really huge in our goal to get to you know, net zero energy or net zero carbon emissions.
Great, thank you, and yeah, thank you for your service on our commission. Thank you, Mayor.
Excellent. Well, great presentation, and then I'm not seeing any further C's and Q's in the chat box. So thank you for your time, Mr. Chamberlain, and I hope you have a lovely day. All right, moving right along here, Mr. Fitchett.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. We have one last presentation from our final business this evening, and I'm going to turn it over to Alex Kaufman to talk a little bit about their company, Be Well, who were the winners of the Innovate Waste and PPE Challenge for 2020. So, Alex, I'll run the slides for you again if you'd like to take it away.
Great, thank you. Hello there. We'd like to thank Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the Council for the opportunity and your time. We're really happy to present our project for the 2020 Neighborhood Sustainability Grant to produce locally made hand sanitizer spray. First slide, please.
So my name is Alex Kaufman. This is Dan Dunn. We're the founders of Be Well Hand Sanitizer and Natural Skincare. We started our business last year in direct response to the pandemic in March of 2020 after losing both of our jobs at Macy's Coffee House. While we were out of work, watching the world kind of explode into uncertainty, we looked for ways in which we could take our fear and all that uncertainty and turn it into something useful. So with our stimulus checks, we purchased a 55-gallon drum of isopropyl alcohol, obtained an FDA certification in a laboratory through NACET, Moonshot at NACET. We marketed through product development, branding, and social outreach to create a product and a business that we're happy that people are passionate and enthusiastic about. And we're really fortunate for the support from the community and look forward to ways in which we can continue to give back in our second year of business. Next slide, please. We were able to use the award fairly quickly on IP Lawyer to secure a copyright for our hand sanitizer label. We've also been able to cover some overhead costs and facility fees. Renting has definitely been a huge portion of our overhead costs. And we're working towards creating a natural DEET-free bug repellent. So that's something that we're moving towards now that we're able to fund it. And we have a partnership that we're trying to work through with NAU to patent a ionic liquid to use it as an alternative to isopropyl alcohol. We've also been able to pay our taxes this year, and all that money between the IP Lawyer and our CPA have both gone back into the Flagstaff community. So we're just extremely thankful and look forward to what we can bring to 2021.
That's excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. That's a really great story. I mean, in the midst of all the chaotic time and trying times, your response was creativity, ingenuity, and forging ahead. So I applaud you. This is really great.
Thank you.
Council, do we have? Oh, Councilmember Sullis.
Hi, Alex and Dan. Good to see you again.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm thankful for the opportunity to have been part of that uh, uh, group of judges that selected the Innovate Waste PPE Challenge. So, where is your product available in town?
So we have over 20 businesses that we work with in both Flagstaff and Sedona, but many in downtown, including like Babbitt's, Aspen Sports, Cosmic Cycles,
Flag Bike Rev. There's just so many.
There's quite a few. We also have an online store on our website. It's bewell.care. .care. Yeah, but you know, walk around downtown and try to find it. You probably will pretty quickly.
Yeah. So I remember I had a question during the panel selection. I had a question if you were in the future going to offer like refill stations in your selected retail distribution. Is, you know, the refillable hand sanitizer bottle, rather than buying new bottles, but you know, an existing customer can come in and get it refilled.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, between Dan and I, our IQ is not up there with the best of the best, but just this week we were able to figure out our formula so that we could distribute the oils within a larger container. And we've also put in orders for refillable hand foaming dispensers. So that may be something that we can approach a lot more businesses with and reduce the amount of waste that we are creating with the small individual bottles.
Yep. Well, thank you and good luck.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right.
Excellent. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you. This is in reference to all of the presenters. I am just so inspired by all of you. And as someone who started a business 21 years ago, I'm in awe with your ingenuity and very excited. So thank you for presenting tonight.
Member. Well, I don't see any further comments in the chat box. So, Mr. Fitchett, if you wanted to wrap it up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. That concludes our three businesses tonight. Just wanted to say thank you again so much for their time tonight and for you all for hearing the great stories that we had to share with you. So unless Dave and John have anything, I think we're all set.
Excellent. Well, then that brings us down to agenda item number 10, which is our COVID-19 update.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Shannon Anderson, Deputy City Manager. We are going to be covering a few topics with you this evening. The first will be an update from Dr. Ingelthaler, and then followed by that, we'll have some discussion on our re-entry plan, which will include field permits, J. Lively Ice Arena, special event permits, and temporary use permits. And then in the end, we'll have some recommended options for council to discuss what they would like to see moving forward. So we will go ahead and turn it over to Dr. Ingelthaler.
And the chat box.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members. It's great to be here with you again. If somebody would pull down the slides, I think I could pull up my slides. Perfect. I'm going to show a couple things during an update. It's really been almost 3 months since we chatted last. Let's trying to let me open. I think it's trying to let me open. My apologies if it is not. This could be a very verbal update then if I can try one more time here. Well, it could be because this is my 4th computer in 2 weeks. I apologize for that. Let me, I actually don't need to show off. I got cool visuals and whatnot, but certainly can talk through the update. Wasn't gonna really lay down a bunch of data for you other than to kind of discuss really where the state of things are. So I'm gonna keep glancing over at my notes. But I think everybody knows and has seen the great data where we're at, looking at cases, looking at deaths, looking at hospitalizations, looking at testing rates, looking at hospital visits, and pretty much by every metric, the surge that we've had during the winter is over, and that is great news. The pandemic itself, not completely over. And I'll talk about that in a second, what I think that means for us, with what I think that means on a health level and community level too, just thinking about how we may come out of infectious disease outbreaks and pandemics. As we start to think about this, and I just want to mention that, for really what we're seeing in the county is mirrored across the state, is mirrored in most parts of the country. There are a couple states up in the Midwest and the Northeast that they're still seeing a bit of activity and haven't really come out of their winter surge and have not had the tremendous success rate that we've had with immunization as well. That all could be playing into that. But I do think, and one of the things I was going to show you is my thinking, my calculations on where we're at with community immunity. We're not at herd immunity, but we have a lot of immunity going on in our various communities. And much of that is from vaccine. In fact, most of that is from vaccine, but it's pretty close to the amount of immunity we probably have from cases. By my calculations, looking at the number of people who have had either one dose, and with that, we can think about 80% effectiveness. Recent studies have just come out in the past week that have shown even places where they only got one dose of the 2-dose series are showing about 80% effectiveness. And then the 1-dose Janssen provides upwards of 80% effectiveness and 85% after about a month. So thinking about that, thinking about 80% of those individuals who had one dose and 95% of individuals who've had the full series, the 2 doses for the Moderna and the Pfizer vaccines, that would give us about 1.8 million people in the state with good vaccine immunity. And I think that's on the low end of the estimation, but let's just go with that. And then when we think about cases, all of the cases that we've had over 800,000 cases documented. And if we were to double that, which is again a very conservative estimate on probably the total number of actual cases, because what we've diagnosed and documented is thought to be somewhere, is the total number of cases is likely 2 to 5 times greater than that. I don't think it's anywhere near 5. I think 2x is a conservative estimate. So that would say that we have about 1.68 million people that have had cases. And if we think 90% of those still have immunity, which again is probably a fairly conservative estimate, that means about 1.5 million people. We add that together, the vaccine immunity and case immunity, that's about 3.3 million people in the state. Now, we know the state is about 7.1 million, but if we look at actually the population of the state that's greater than 17, which is the group that's the highest at risk for disease and the group that's been able to be vaccinated, so that's who's really counts in these figures, that's about 60% immunity, which is tremendous. We've been trying to aim towards 70% immunity. I think that we actually have probably a lot more immunity than we even anticipated by this point. a big reason why we've really come out of this surge so quickly and so dramatically. But we do know that there are the variants that are out there, and that's what a lot of the concern is. I will pass along the, make sure you guys have the dashboard. I think we've passed that around before, but we have a dashboard available. It has 3 tabs on it, and it shows really all of the variants of concern, the variants of interest, the different mutations that are really important right now, and then the proportion of those. As we're seeing and continue to sequence in Arizona, we now have well over 10,000 genomes that we're looking at, and that continues to grow, about 1,100 a week, and maybe even a little bit higher, because we also have the CDC sequencing, the State Health Lab is sequencing, ASU and U of A are also providing some sequencing, and then even some other labs. So we're really building up a lot of intel on this virus to help carry us through the rest of the pandemic. Now, we've heard about the name brand variants that are out there. They have a lot of numbers and letters in them, but the ones that have originated out of the UK or out of South Africa or out of Brazil. We now have all 3 of those here in Arizona. We've detected, we were through our lab at TGen, we found the first Brazilian variants and the first South African variants. But these are right now don't seem to be circulating very much in the community. It's still very early on, but I don't think that they will. I don't think they're going to have much of an opportunity to. The one variant that we do see circulating is actually it's 2 coming out of California, and these are variants of concern. The CDC's recently put them under that category, and now they're about 30% of the cases that we see on a weekly basis as we continue to sequence these. These variants, they move quickly. They have a little bit of ability to evade antibodies, and so that makes them of concern. The good news is, with all of these variants, the immunity that we're getting from vaccine and that we're getting from infection will cover really any of the viruses that are circulating now. And so we're going to have great protection from the vaccine, even though these variants are coming out, and even though you keep hearing about some of these mutations where there's some antibody escape. It's just the fact that we're marching down that progression of evolution of the virus, that it's going to start picking up probably even more variants that could be selected for to be able to transmit to people maybe that do have some level of immunity. So we're going to keep watching that very closely. But right now, in a great study that was just published by Hopkins and the NIH showed that we get not just the antibody response, but really strong T cell response, which is really our other white blood cells that are responding that we can't measure very well. That they seem to be robust and really handle all of these variants very easily. So that's the good news. I think that, and I think there's plenty of good news where we're at right now. But again, we are not completely out of this. I mentioned at the very end of my presentation last time, about 3 months ago, which by the way was really at the peak of the surge, and so we're in a very different spot. But I do think that some points are still pertinent, and I'd said that we really need to use science neither as a punchline or as a weapon, but rather as a tool to illuminate the best way to serve humanity. And I think that there's been too much of that. There's been too much of that during the pandemic, and too much of it even in these last couple of months about using science as either a punchline that people then can ignore or as a weapon to beat people over the head. And I think that if you're whatever side you're on, you're not even close to using science the correct way then. We are getting to the end of the pandemic. It's coming, and I do think that we need to start thinking about how to act like it. How do we respond? There's not going to be an easy on-off switch. I mean, it's not that the WHO, they'll cancel and say that the pandemic's over, but it's not an on-off switch. Everything's still going to be really the same the day before that and the day after that. It's really how we respond as communities. I think we really do need to consider another month to ensure that the numbers that we're seeing will stay low, that the immunity, the growing immunity will hold, and we'll keep it at this very low levels. I think that we really also want to make sure that during this next month, everybody who wants a vaccine can get it, especially the vulnerable. And I think that given the way that the vaccine's flowing and the amazing job our county health departments have been doing across the state, especially here in Coconino, that's totally feasible. A month to get us the protection that we need means that at some point we can really start acting like we're moving into the post-pandemic era. I think that we have to accept there will still be risk. The virus won't go away. The pandemic will end, but the disease won't. It's now a human disease. We're going to deal with this virus, and most likely, like we deal with the flu. And as we talked about, we may need some updated vaccines because of these variants. We definitely will need some updated vaccines. That might be at the end of this year. It might be next year. But we don't know that yet. But that's already being worked on. But we do need to understand that the virus just isn't, we can't wait for it to go away. It won't go away. We also need to accept that some people, as we move into this post-pandemic period, are going to still be concerned or even afraid that fear won't immediately go away. It's going to take a long time for us to get out of this. And I think that as community leaders, as elected leaders, anybody who's listening, we need to really kind of step away from, thinking that, that we can act in a way that we're mask shaming people or vaccine shaming people. I mean, I think we've put out the right messages. Most people are going to get the vaccine. We're going to have a majority of people that are protected. But people were going to make their own choices, and I think that that's okay. I think that because we're going to be in this post-pandemic phase. One other thing is that I think we have to think about what's going to happen in the post-pandemic. Long-haul COVID is a real thing, and the long-term effects of this disease we don't totally understand it, but we know that they're there and they're going to be significant. And they're going to affect all communities. We should be thinking about that alongside the fact that I think we're going to have a real significant post-COVID mental health challenge. We all know that this has been trying for everybody. And I think the last slide that I had that I was going to show was just really thinking about, I was asked about some of the other impacts. I've studied a lot of pandemics in the past and seeing what has kind of happened, not just specifically from the physical health standpoint, but the mental health pandemic will likely lead to prolonged mistrust. We're not going to go back to trusting institutions that maybe we had trust in before and we lost them. That will be prolonged. There will be prolonged substance abuse and then the effects on our communities because of that, on our families and all of that. Business changes and business closures really will prevent many from getting back into the workforce, which means obviously the impacts of unemployment, homelessness, and everything that comes from that. Those are things we have to be planning for now. It's bad now. It's going to be a different kind of bad probably a year from now. The greater use of technology may make big cities less relevant. And I think probably some of you have been seeing this. People don't have to go pile into high rises or in dense city areas for work anymore. We've really figured out how to survive without that. That means the small towns are going to absorb that. That means obviously we're going to be affected by that. Governments have a stronger capacity for surveillance in a way that probably wasn't anticipated, maybe not even wanted, but it's going to be at the fingertips. And I think that is something that's going to have to be really closely controlled because that kind of power can get out of control fast. And then two last things. One, trust in science is lower in many, but it's also more like a religion in others where they don't really understand what science was trying to drive, which was the continual trying to learn about this, trying to provide the best information. And then sometimes you got to change because you get more information. And that, I think we've had unfortunately, science has played such an amazing role with the vaccines, but I think that it's also probably given us less as a bunch of communities, less of understanding of really what science is providing. And then my last point is that elder care and public health really can no longer be ignored. Not that they were completely, but we're totally feeling the ramifications of not having a great elder care system in this country, and public health continually underfunded. I was in public health for decades, and it's still that way. Of course, now there's a ton of money that will soon go away after the pandemic, and so our public health systems are going to have to figure out how to really survive after all of that. So those are my main points, and Happy to answer any questions or carry this conversation on or offline later on too. Mayor?
Great, thank you, Dr. Engelthaler. I do have a comment from our city manager, and then I had a question, and any council member, if you had a question, to throw it in the chat there, particularly about that Dr. Engelthaler could answer as opposed to some of our city staff as we get into the more policy decisions. City manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Dr. Engelthaler, I can't thank you enough for your generosity in attending our meetings. By my count, I have now listened to you present, I think 4 times throughout this pandemic. Maybe it was 3, but I think it was 4. I think COVID may have impacted my memory, but at any rate, in those presentations, you have helped guide our leaders in this community through 2 surges. Then we had your wisdom and insight during the decline that occurred at the end of summer, and now here we are hearing the news about what news we've all been so anxious to hear about, the end of the pandemic, recognizing that COVID will now be a part of our lives. Thank you for your information. I didn't want to insert myself just to say thanks, because I think, frankly, you're going to hear thanks from a lot of people this evening, but I wanted to share that personal perspective, that how much you have done for us in helping guide us through these uncertain times. I mean, everything that has transpired now over the past year has been unprecedented, and here we are now having this discussion. So a heartfelt thank you. I would like to, Mr. Mayor, try to frame the discussion tonight, and I will go back to the slides that Shannon Anderson shared, and I just wanted to add to those. Tonight's discussion is really centered, if I may, on something that Council's been hearing a lot about lately, which is youth sports, outdoor activities, outdoor events. And I would like to ask for Council's indulgence in giving us another 2 weeks before we come back to you to talk about reentry, and specifically phase 3 of our reentry, which is the reopening of many of our city facilities. We are not ready to have that discussion tonight. We would like to have the benefit of some additional data, and Dr. Engelthaler has walked us through where how the trajectories look, but in a couple of weeks, we will have the benefit of seeing spring break numbers and a few other things at hand. So it will be a much more informed discussion from the staff standpoint on April 13th. Tonight, if we could perhaps focus on the youth sports and the outdoor events, that is definitely where the community interest lies. And perhaps Dr. Engelthaler can help shed some additional wisdom as to guiding us to visit these matters, which are now quite important. Here we are near the end of March. A lot of things are happening outside. We're seeing the emails just streaming in. So thank you for allowing me, Mr. Mayor, to frame the discussion.
Yeah, thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Salas had a question for you, Dr. Engelthaler.
Dr. Engelthaler, I'm sending.
I feel it.
Grateful heart. I thank you for your astute scientific perspective, but also being mindful of, public health as, as a major priority for all of us. So I have a question about your take on the long haulers. The long haulers, because I have a member of my family who was asymptomatic, but tested positive, but then later on developed some weakness in her lungs that she requires oxygen, and this is an elderly member. And then, of course, other member of my family, of course, they live out of town, who have been exposed, but they had prolonged symptoms like the loss of taste and the loss of smell, and the coughing, which went on for weeks. So do you have any kind of data that we can share? Thank you.
Sure. Mayor, council members, Councilmember Salas, thank you for the question. I think the COVID long hauler question is going to be, one of our great challenges probably for the next year or so, because we're really going to see the multiple months and sometimes multiple year recovery. NIH, thankfully, is putting a lot of money into this to be prepared and to be studying this for the next several years. What's good to know, Arizona has put in 2 fabulous proposals into NIH using all 3 universities and TGen, and I think there's maybe a really good chance that we'll be able to bring in some funding to be able to study Arizona patients and better understand this. Thinking about why this is a problem is very much like we tried to figure out what was happening during the pandemic and why it was hitting different people differently, and why it didn't behave like other viruses that we had. And that was because, as we know, this was a brand new virus to the human system. It was not adapted to us, and that's starting to happen now, but we certainly weren't adapted to it. Our body did not know how to respond to this, and it doesn't know necessarily how to recover from this. And so we're seeing a lot of areas of tissue damage, different types of tissue damage, long epithelial damage, some cardiovascular damage, even some neuronal damage, both from things like affecting our ability to taste and smell, may be affecting nerves long term, but also, certainly with mental health effects of COVID, actual functional effects in the brain. So there's really going to be a lot to learn there, and we all agree this is going to be, one of the big important areas of study now.
Thank you. Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. And Dr. Ingolthal, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. Really appreciate your expertise. I have a few questions I'm going to try to do quick, and maybe we can go rapid fire back and forth. And I'm just curious as to your feedback. Sports and tournaments. So what are your thoughts about outdoor sports and maybe larger tournaments?
Sure. Mayor, council member, we'll go back and forth as quickly as you need to. My feeling is that we've really learned there's been very little risk of transmission outdoors. I think we've been trying to be as cautious as possible. We don't want piling people together, jammed together, but you get a lot of air circulation, and we have not seen a lot of documented, or actually very little documented, transmission occurring outdoors. I think kids playing outdoors is totally fine, and I think I don't know that we're going to go back to people standing shoulder to shoulder very quickly. I think that's going to be, people just aren't going to be used to that or want to do that, except in bars downtown, of course, but that's a different discussion. So I'm actually all in favor of it. I think it is something, one, mental health wise, our kids absolutely need. They need to be able to do that, but physical wise, I think it's a very safe way for us to start to reintroduce and get back into the things we used to do.
Larger tournaments of 1,000+ people.
And you mean like the large soccer tournaments? Yeah. So I think probably during this next few months, the biggest risk is just not packing people really in really small spaces, but spread out around soccer fields and things like that. I think that's totally fine. Again, remember, we're going to have really high immunity already. The kids themselves are going to be at lower risk. Hopefully, we're going to get vaccines available for kids later on in the summer. But I think that the risks are low enough that that's going to be considered a safe activity, but with the caveats that we're going to start putting on everything is that you're going to have to essentially assess the risk for yourself to participate.
Festivals where drinking and music are involved.
Yeah, I know. I know a few people that would like that to happen. Yeah, same type of a thing. It might be, instead of having, I don't know what you would have in Wheeler Park, but if it's 1,000 people, maybe you're limiting it to 500 people, or just till we start to learn how these types of things occur around the country and around the world too. Do we see any negative outcomes? So I think it's good to step into it, but maybe with a bit of caution for at least for the next several months.
Okay, 4th of July parade.
4th of July, by 4th of July, I can't even envision that we have a setting where people did not have an opportunity to get a vaccine. By 4th of July, I believe that is, by that time period, we should be comfortable enough to have a parade like that and celebrate. 1, we're going to be outdoors. 2, we're going to be highly immune. 3, as long as the virus levels remain at this level or even lower, I think the risk is exceedingly low.
Okay, and last question. Indoor facilities such as our library and council chambers.
Yeah, for the next couple of months, I would, I think that, things like meeting in person is feasible, but you lower the occupancy. Just like with restaurants or whatever, starting at 25% to 50%, and just kind of seeing how it goes. And this is important, I just think psychologically for us to start to get used to this too. There shouldn't be just a one day, all right, everything's turned off and just have at it. But let's step into it. But let's, purposely step into it.
Thank you. And thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Aslan?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Thank you, Dr. Engelthaler, for meeting with us again. Really do appreciate your time and your expertise and the ability to bounce some of these important questions off of an expert in the field. So I'm eagerly awaiting the day that Dr. Fauci and the CDC tells us we can take our masks off. And that hasn't happened yet. And maybe you can walk me through this a little bit. I'm assuming that the underlying concerns there are that we just don't have the information available yet to know how much someone who's vaccinated can carry or be a vector for the disease and bring it to other people who aren't vaccinated. And I'm not worried about folks who refuse to get vaccinated or who otherwise, as you're saying, by the 4th of July, have had the opportunity but have passed up on it for whatever reason. I do have a 15-year-old daughter and an 11-year-old son. One of them is back in the classroom. One of them is still behind the computer. And my 15-year-old will be able to get a vaccine when she's 16 in May. My son might be longer. And, we also have grandparents and other social situations that we're trying to figure out how best to navigate. So when are we going to find out better data that tells us masks aren't necessary once you're vaccinated? And I don't mean that to be a leading question, but just an example of the sort of question I'm looking into and hoping you can talk through a little bit. And what about kids who are not going to be 16 anytime soon? I know there's a little bit of talk about children vaccines being available to younger folks later in the summer, but say more about all that.
Sure, Mayor, Councilmember Aslan. Perfect. That's exactly the same question everybody else is having around the table right now or talking with their families. It's very reasonable. And so here's what the science is telling us. One, and this is a study that just came out last week that was a CDC study, and as well as data that's been released out of the kind of the big study out of Israel where they're following 6 million people who have been vaccinated, is that one, you get vaccinated, you have essentially zero likelihood of dying of COVID. You have almost zero likelihood of having serious disease. there is a possibility of having a mild, what they call mild or moderate, not that you would ever get hospitalized, but you would feel like more like the flu-like symptoms or cold-like symptoms. And that we see occurs potentially in up to 5% of people who have been vaccinated. Then the question is, what about asymptomatic infection? We know that we've had asymptomatic infections where people carry it around and they've been able to transmit it. What we're seeing right now is that you have somewhere between an 80%, so this is from the recent CDC data, to a 94%, which is the Israeli data, chance of being protected completely of even getting infected, so that you couldn't have the virus to carry around. So upon immediate exposure, you have a robust response. The people that could potentially have it, so there's some percentage there. We don't understand. Could they develop enough that they could actually transmit to somebody else? That is information we're still learning. But at least from the remarks by the CDC that came out from their study, is the consideration is that that's a very low risk at this point. We're going to learn more. Again, there's lots of studies happening because we've now vaccinated hundreds of millions of people around the world. It's remarkable. We're learning a lot over the next few weeks, and hopefully we can help to push that out. Thinking about kids, yes, there are some pediatric trials happening right now that will allow then kids, probably, I'm guessing it's going to be 5 and over, to get the vaccine. That will likely be later into the summer. And partially they don't really test below 5 typically in this type of a situation, but then there's almost zero risk below 5 anyways. I mean, it's as close to zero as we can get with any other infectious disease that we have that kids share. So there is the possibility that kids between then, say between that age group, 5 and 15 or 5 and 16, my son is in almost the same boat as yours, although my son had it, that they can get it, but their risk for serious disease is still exceedingly low. It's going to be part of the risk that we have as a population. There's no doubt about that. But that risk really is kind of borders with the flu risk as far as developing serious disease until you get about 16, 17, 18 years old. And then COVID risk gets to be higher than flu. So those are all the considerations that we're going to have. I can't answer certainly when Dr. Fauci is going to make some kind of declaration, because I don't think it's going to be that easy. And part of the reason the response to the governor's message, but also and that's not in defense of that or for it, but essentially the thought that if you say somebody they don't have to wear a mask anymore, it's like magically everything's all right. Things won't be that much different, most likely 3 months from now than they are now, and they're not bad now. So I don't know that when that magic day will be, because it won't be obvious. If that helps.
It does. Thank you. And I also just want to make special note of what you said earlier, that it's probably a good idea for us to wait another month and look at the data and see how things are trending and make sure that things are staying as low as they are. That stuck out to me. Just wanted to mention that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor has a question.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ingelthaler. It's good to see you. Should we be wearing masks outside if we're, say, at a softball game or walking around downtown?
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and rest of council, great question. I would not say you should. I would say that should be your decision. What makes you comfortable at this point? A family member of mine cannot wait until she could not have to wear a mask while exercising, but thinks that she'll probably wear a mask for here on out going into grocery stores, just because of the comfort level and the lack of flu and other cold viruses and stuff that is prevented. Some people are going to be very comfortable doing that. And I don't think that there's a lot of protection from it, wearing a mask outdoors. So if you don't have any immunity and you're going to be in one of those, those concert venues, drinking beer smashed in with a lot of people, that's a personal choice there. I definitely don't recommend it as a specific need, but certainly recommend it if it provides you with comfort, and your comfort being around people, because we want you to be around people. We want all of us to get out and socialize. I hope that answers the question.
Yes, thank you. And so what about inside a smaller business or a smaller meeting room, just a smaller space? Should we still be wearing masks?
So Mayor and Vice Mayor and council members, we go through this question a lot at TGen. Obviously, things have been a little bit different because we've been in full operation nonstop since the beginning. But we've been wearing masks inside. The vast majority of my staff are vaccinated. So when we know who's vaccinated, and when we know who's vaccinated, and we're in a room and maybe there's 3 of us in a meeting room, we are fine not wearing our masks. But if we don't know, or if there's a larger number, 5 or more people, then it makes sense to wear a mask until you have then everybody the opportunity to get vaccinated. And we see, say, another month that these numbers are low, that we're not going to get another spike up, a post-spring break spike or what have you. So that would be my recommendation. I also think, and this goes back to Councilmember Aslan's question too, there is there's a bit of psychology around the mask, as well as then the benefit. I think during the pandemic, during these surges, the mask provided more physical value and some, but had some symbolism. And we talked about this before, that it was a symbol of respect for the next person, that, look, I'm doing what I can during this, and you're doing what you can. These masks are not 100%. They're not force fields. They're not going to 100% protect us. I think as we get more and more out of the pandemic, it becomes more and more symbolic and providing less and less physical benefit. And so that's about, once we realize that it's mostly symbolic, but it also provides psychological benefit and benefit for people who maybe couldn't get vaccinated, didn't want to get vaccinated, but they still want to get out there, then that's the kind of the balance there. So I guess my point is that I think somewhere down the line, people are going to realize, okay, we're really not getting physical benefit out of mask wearing, and that's when a lot of people will stop wearing masks. Not when Dr. Fauci says.
Thank you. And so if we're talking about city facilities, or if I'm a business owner and I don't have control over who's coming in or out, have no idea whether they're vaccinated, a good measure would be to continue to require masks. Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, Mayor and Vice Mayor. I think again, we're kind of right at this spot. We're in the spot to move from the end of the pandemic to out of the pandemic. And since we are there, and you don't know who's been vaccinated, if it's a private business and it's your customers, you want them to be protected. And if it's a situation where people aren't as spaced out as we've been doing, then I believe that business owners really should try to enforce as much protection for themselves and for their customers as possible. I think that, again, but that it's going to get to a point where more people will be uncomfortable not wearing them, and more businesses are going to be comfortable with that. If the question is right now, should businesses be forced to? I think that's, to me, that is a tough one, because I also have feelings, as having been a previous business owner, but having to run my own business here, is that I make decisions for my staff, irregardless of what the other recommendations are, and I'm usually more on the precaution side.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Sweet.
Hi there, great to see you, Dr. Engelthaler. I have two questions for you. So back to events in the summer, if we're talking about having the 4th of July parade, and at that point, everyone will have the chance to be vaccinated. Event planners in town keep asking, can they realistically plan events for the summer in our community? And I think they don't want to have false hope. So they want to have some type of assurance that, yes, I should turn in my application, get the ball rolling, and that this is a good possibility that it will happen. That's my first question. And my second one is, what are your thoughts on like a vaccination passport? I read an article about New York that is doing QR codes that you can pull up and it's digital. So just wondering your thoughts on that.
Great, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, Councilmember Sweet. Great to see you as well. So on that first one, I think your question was just what were my thoughts on that, about whether or not. Actually, can you just clarify? Because I want to make sure I answer the question that you want.
Yep. I have a lot of questions from event planners who are wondering, you know, we keep saying, turn in your application, let's get the ball rolling. And when I hear that we're planning on having the 4th of July parade, and that at that point in July, everyone will have the opportunity to be vaccinated, for my event planning friends out there, I think they would like to know, you know, is this a viable opportunity for them to seriously consider having events?
Yeah, well, that's a tough one for me to answer, but going back to my original comments about this is there are a couple of pieces in there. I think one, that question is better answered a month from now, because if we can maintain this state where we're at now, even if we're plateaued and maintain that and not see, you know, big spikes following spring break, I think that's telling us a lot. The immunizations are going to continue to go up, and I really do think that my recommendation would be, yeah, let's go ahead and start planning for those types of event. Maybe where the first big event is the parade. It's the freedom from the pandemic parade. Unfortunately, not freedom from COVID. It'll still be around, but with the understanding that people who are doing events are doing, they're assuming some amount of risk there. I don't know what that risk is, and what they would normally do is, if there was a flu outbreak going on and people pass that along or other diseases, but I think they should just be letting their customers know, look, you come to our event, you're going to potentially be exposed to people that might have the virus. We encourage everybody to get the vaccine, and therefore then you're taking on some of that risk. So I think that we need to have that adult conversation, that this risk is not going to just become zero, and we just we have to figure out how to live with that. And for some, it's going to take a lot longer. Others, it'll be pretty easy. So I just think that's a big part of that conversation. As far as vaccine passports, I like the idea of there being availability. If you want to show people that either you have immunity or vaccine, great. I don't like the idea of the government mandating anything like that. I personally have thought about getting a tattoo because I've been vaccinated. I want people to know that it's great. But if airlines are going to require proof of immunization or of immunity, having something like that is certainly useful. We, as a diagnostic lab, we do immunity testing with our serology. We provide then proof that, yes, you have a positive serology or a negative. That's essentially showing that immunity status. You get a vaccine card when you get vaccinated from your healthcare provider. So those are different forms of proof of that.
All right, thank you for answering my questions.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Engelthaler. Enlightening as always, listening to you, and I appreciate so much your guidance, and I can speak for everyone just how grateful we are for your knowledge and experience in this community through a very trying time.
Thank you, Mayor.
indoor field sports and so forth.
Yes,
So.
thank you. Thank you, Mayor. So we'll move on to the field permits. Rebecca Sayers is going to take this portion of the presentation. So I'll turn it over to Rebecca now.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bear with me as I'm doing a few things at once here. Hi, Rebecca Sayers, Parks and Recreation Director. Thank you so much for that great conversation, and it leads nicely into what we're going to talk about next, which hopefully you can see my screen. We're going to talk a little bit about field permits. So just a reminder that our fields do open seasonally on April 1st, so just around the corner. We did talk with you all just a few weeks ago about permitting youth sports on our fields. We agreed at that time to permit groups up to 30 individuals per field. I know that you've heard a lot about that number, so we're here to provide some other options for you. We also required of all of our user groups for them to turn into us a return to play guideline, and we're requiring them to adhere to their own plan that they submit to us. And then what I would like to remind everyone is last year in 2020 in the fall in September, we did open our fields and we permitted youth sports. We were in phase 3 of our reentry plan at the time, which allowed up to 50 per field. And we had good success with that. We didn't get a lot of complaints about that capacity limitation being a problem. And so we're hopeful that that might be an option for you to consider if you'd like to go above the 30 that we have right now. The CDC guidelines for youth sports are pretty similar to what we've seen for all other activities and gatherings. So you can see that list here, as well as here's the link to the youth sports CDC guidance. We would recommend, if you would like to increase that capacity, to increase it to 50. Again, we have that success from last year. It does allow space for physical distancing. It does permit some spectators, but not a lot. And we would still continue with the return to play guidelines and adherence. And then we understand that you've also gotten a lot of feedback about J Lively. Excuse me. And remember back when we did return to phase 2 last year, excuse me, I'm sorry. I need to take a drink of water. Apologies, it's that time of year. So going back to J Lively, we did return to phase 2 last November, but we left J Lively open. And that's because we were seeing success with what we had implemented there, which was tier 1 of our site-specific plan. So a reminder of what that includes: it limits groups to 20 individuals. We do close in between groups, so we get everyone out of the building and then we clean everything. We have protective guards for our staff. We have markings on the floor. We have masks that are required by anyone who's not playing on the ice. We have kept our restrooms and locker rooms closed. The restrooms are available for those participants, but the locker rooms are closed and then the bleachers are closed, and we have no spectators with that limit of 20. Our next tier in the site-specific plan, excuse me, hold on. So what we would recommend is, if you are interested in increasing capacity at J Lively, that we could go to 50 individuals at a time. We would continue, our recommendation would be to continue closing between groups for cleaning and maintain the other protections that we have, including the protective guards and masks to be worn. We would, this limit of 50 would allow for some spectators, and they would be able to be distanced in our bleachers. And then we would open the locker rooms to an appropriate capacity. And then I'm going to turn it over to Shannon to talk about permits.
Thanks, Rebecca. I will now share some information about event permits with City Council. Outdoor special event permits on city property for up to 50 individuals is what we had decided during the February 23rd City Council meeting. Due to the ongoing decline in the case incident rate, percent positivity, and percent of COVID-like illness. Since then, the Governor's Executive Order 2021-06 removed the 50-person limitation for public gatherings. The City of Flagstaff does have a special event ordinance in City Code. It's in Chapter 8, Section 12. This was adopted in 2010 and amended in 2018. This ordinance allows the city to place reasonable conditions on any permit that requires the permittee, to make measures to provide for the health, the safety, and welfare of the public. This ordinance also states the city may deny a permit if the event would present an unreasonable danger to public health or safety. Next slide, please, Rebecca. Thank you. In addition, the CDC is still recommending large gatherings be avoided when physical distancing cannot be maintained. In March 7th of 2021, the CDC did add information for large event organizers and suggested the promotion of healthy behaviors to reduce the spread of COVID-19. That's the list that you see before you. And I've also included the link where you can find this list, as well as the readiness and planning tool that the CDC has created for events and gatherings. Next slide, please. So given the city code on special events and the continued efforts by the CDC to recommend ways to reduce the spread of COVID-19, city staff would recommend continuing mitigation efforts at special events where event organizers can demonstrate how their proposed measures provide for the health, safety, and welfare of the public specific to their type of event. We would also recommend using a capacity calculator when determining the size of the event based on the location and how the event will be set up and organized. Next slide, please, Rebecca. So in addition, city staff would recommend the restrictions in the reentry plan on temporary use permits that covers events on private property be removed, and staff would continue to enforce regulations included in the city zoning code. This includes language about certain uses such as concert, carnivals, farmers markets, flea market, vehicle sales, and other special events where the permittee must demonstrate the event will not create public health and safety hazards to their attendees, which again would match similar to what we have for our special event permits. So last slide, please. So here are the recommended options city staff have presented this afternoon. We would like to get direction from City Council on what you would like to see in phase 2 of the reentry plan in these specific areas. Again, to review those, it would be field permits of up to 50 individuals per field with continuing a return to play guidelines and adherence. J. Lively Ice Arena, it would allow groups for up to 50 individuals that would include spectators, opening of restrooms and locker rooms, and again, maintaining the recommended mitigation efforts. Also outdoor special events based on the capacity calculator instead of the 50 individuals with COVID mitigation efforts. And lastly, that the temporary use permits on private property would be allowed per zoning code, but restrictions from the reentry plan would be removed. So at this time, we'll open it up for council discussion and questions that you may have.
Thank you, Deputy City Manager. We do have 2 public comments that I would like to take before we turn it inward to council. So, Ms. Salzberg, we could folks on the phone.
Mr. Mayor, I have Matt Ziegler on the line. Matt, go ahead.
Okay, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you for taking the time to discuss this today. I really appreciate the commitment that's been shown by city staff on this matter over the past few weeks as well. I have two main points I would like to make. Number one, and this really echoes what I think I heard Dr. Ingelthaler talk about today as well. I don't believe there's any compelling evidence that people are catching COVID outdoors. It's very difficult for a transmissible amount of the virus to accumulate in an outdoor setting. Actually, Flagstaff winds probably make it even less likely. So that's a rare situation where we might be thankful for the winds. But due to this fact, I believe that it's imperative to use separate metrics when we're considering what's safe for indoors versus outdoor events. From the reading I've done on the CDC websites, it doesn't seem that there's really a whole lot of differences that they've set out there versus for a 6-foot separation, that just seems to be across the board. And I don't think that the data that I've seen would make sense to put the indoor and outdoor events in the same, with using the same recommendations. I think that it's like night and day. My second point is that the county, Coconino County, has done an amazing job of getting folks vaccinated. I think we have the highest percentage of our population vaccinated of any county in Arizona, and I believe it's actually one of the best rates in all of the U.S. If we continue at this pace, we'll have more than 60 to 70% of residents vaccinated by the summer. If you add the 10 to at least probably 10, maybe 20% or more of people who have gotten COVID, we have 70 to 90% of our population that will have some form of protection against the virus by the summer. That's essentially herd immunity. These facts have led me to the belief that we should be able to gather safely in large groups this summer. With a well-thought-out safety plan that includes masks, possibly even the use of a vaccine passport, as Councilwoman Sweet mentioned. A lot of cruise ships and airlines are talking about using something similar. I think we should be able to gather again in large numbers in our public spaces. I fully believe that the vaccination rate should be part of the metrics we consider to decide if community events can resume. I do think that if we do continue to see further successes with the vaccination effort and we continue to see the community spread low and hospital capacity high, I think it's possible to plan a safe festival in the later part of this summer. I hope you'll all consider this information when you decide how to weigh public health with the very real struggles that local businesses have gone through, as well as the community that's yearning for the ability to once again come together in person. Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you, Mr. Ziegler. Do we have, Council, any questions for, there we go, Councilmember Shimon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Ziegler, for your comments. Quick question for you. You know, we just heard the Dr. Ingelthaler mention that it kind of depends on what occurs over the next month and if the trends continue. As a event planner, would it be beneficial to, I'm wondering, do we want to wait a month before we start planning for early, or do we want to start assuming that things are going to continue the way they are? What is better for you through the lens of an event planner?
From a planning perspective, having that extra month is pretty crucial. It takes months and months to put these events together. I would fully understand if there's some sort of an off-ramp for the city or the permitting process. As I mentioned, if we see conditions worsening and those metrics are not looking good, you know, I don't want to put on an event if the hospital's full. I'm definitely not trying to do that. So I guess I would say that having that extra month would be great, and we could maybe be optimistic and say, if things are indeed improving and continue to improve, then yes, we can do this event. And, you know, we're all learning to change things on the fly, you know, and if we need to change some things around, we can. But yes, thank you for asking that. I think having that extra month would really be beneficial as a planner.
One last quick follow-up for you. What are the numbers, you know, knowing the events that Flagstaff typically sees over the summer, are you thinking 500-person, 1,000-person capacity, 2,000 people capacity? What are your thoughts on capacity?
Well, I've spent some time trying to figure out if there's a way to do a reduced capacity hullabaloo, and it's not viable as far as I can. No matter how I put the numbers in there, I try to put it in there. It cost over six figures to put it on, and even if we scaled it down and say we could have 250 people there, we're looking at like a $400 or $500 ticket for those people. And Hullabaloo's always been a festival about bringing the community together. It's been about easy access and low ticket prices. We usually charge about $8 or $10 for people to get in, and it's just a whole different event if we have to charge that much money. So I think it's really challenging for us to look at something like a 250 or 500 person capacity for our specific event. For other events, that might be feasible. But I would say that, our event, we really need to be close to full capacity, which I think is in the, 1,500 to 2,500 numbers are what I'm looking at. And if, as Dr. Engelthaler said, if we're able to do the 4th of July parade, which brings 10,000 people downtown who are tightly packed in, a lot of those folks are coming up from Phoenix and may or may not be willing to wear masks. The Hullabaloo is a really locally attended event, and I think, we should be able to have, by August 14 and 15, which is our target, 2,500 people at peak in the park. It seems to me like that's doable, assuming that these numbers keep on going down and the vaccination numbers keep on going up, and we have some basic guidelines. I think that should be possible.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'm not seeing any other questions for you, Mr. Ziegler. So thank you for your time and comments, and we will move on to the next public participant.
Okay, I have Art Babbitt on the line for public participation. Starting now, Art.
Great. Well, thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Art Babbitt, one of the partners with my wife with the Flagstaff Community Markets for 21 years. We've operated the farmers market. We are part of the food supply chain. We go through special event permitting, but we are an integral part of the food supply chain between our two markets. We serve about 180 small businesses that participate in the flea market as well as the farmers market. I just want to say thank you for this conversation, the amazing presentation that Dave gave tonight, and for what staff has been putting together, special event promoters and producers who have been, obviously, without saying, incredibly impacted this last year. I sent you all an email today that has some specific requests for your contemplation as you have this conversation. Really what Dr. Engelthaler talked about is kind of where we are in the short term, but where we are clearly going in the long term. In Coconino County, the 12 vaccination places in Flagstaff, you can get, anyone who wants a vaccine is there right now. And that is an amazing testament to what the city and the county have done. The asks as part of the event community here, and the community farmers markets is supposed to start up in May as part of the food supply chain, is to say, let's take a different methodology than a one-size-fits-all. Let's, to start with, while we are in phase 2, have one person per 150 square feet of outdoor space. We unequivocally heard the low to negligible risk of outdoor events to begin with, and having a formula-based 1 per 150, it's what the state of Colorado does. It's what Coconino County just adopted on March 9th. What a great way to start to put some predictability. The second piece is to then allow, once we get to phase 3, one person for every 50 square feet. That would allow kind of what Matt was talking about, better predictability on capacity. And then the third criteria piece would be to say, once we hit 70% more of immunity through vaccination or disease, Dr. Engelthaler said we think we're around 60. Regardless of phase, events should be able to occur at their same attendance with appropriate public health management, encouragement of vaccination, of masking, encouragement of that, and those public health protocols. So I really want to thank the Park and Rec folks and management for helping guide conversations that hopefully allow us to be anticipatory. We've been incredibly money back and get really so much of what makes Flagstaff an amazing place. So thank you very much, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Babbitt. I would just like to go. I really like the idea of the metric of square footage per person in outdoor, as well as well, in outdoor events. It might be interesting to see what that would look like based on the, for example, the area of the City Hall parking lot. What's the area for our Wheeler Park, for example, and how would that translate out? I think that might be a really interesting thing to kind of flesh out and see what it would mean for city property. So I really appreciate the commentary and suggestion to be seeing that mirrored as it is being done in Colorado. Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Thank you, Mayor, and hi, Art. Thanks for joining us. Great to hear your voice. Can you speak to what other communities around the state have been doing with farmers markets?
Yeah, so around the state and around the country, farmers markets almost in their totality have been viewed as part of the critical food supply chain. They are, in general, they are not viewed as a special event. They go through a permitting process, but they are part of the food supply. At the height of the pandemic, farmers markets were in San Francisco or in New York City because they are part of the food supply and they were critical. Last year we had, growers whose Flagstaff market is one of their primary sources of revenue had crops rotting in their fields because there was no market. Most communities have been supportive of the market going forward. Have been very thoughtful with HHS and the Farmers Market Manager Coalition that we are an active member in bringing common sense, good public health protocols and strategies, understanding that outdoor events are incredibly inherently safe. And so we were a little bit of an outlier, and we are optimistic that we're going to be in a different position. Last year, when we were allowed 50 people, we had 50 people in a 32,000 square foot lot. And the last thing, just real quickly, if I may, Councilmember Shimoni, is when we count people, it would be great not to count staff. We don't want to penalize, if you will, lack of a better term, people who bring additional resources to serve public health outcomes like cleaning and things like that. Let's have it as attendees and participants. Just one last kind of request from the market's perspective.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Babbitt. I'm not seeing any more questions in the chat box here, so thank you for your time and commentary.
Thank you.
All right, Council. With that, let's start the discussion here. If anyone would like to jump in, or actually, let's do it this way. Let's go to each one of the suggestions, and I'll discuss each part of it, and we'll just go down the line of what we need to discuss. So, beginning with the field permits up to 50 individuals per field with return to play guidelines and adherence. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm comfortable with that, of course. I think Council knows that. I'm also comfortable with us expanding that to 80. My question for Ms. Sayers or staff, and she can put this in the chat, is what occupancy do we typically see? I'm curious as to what those numbers are usually when it's pre-COVID. But I'm comfortable expanding. Thank you, Mayor.
Ms. Sayers, do you happen to be able to chime in on that one?
I can try. I apologize, I don't have the exact numbers, but I can give an example that might help. So one of our field user groups is Primetime Athletics, who does flag football. They typically rent the 2 fields at Fox Glen. And on a typical year, so there are 2 big, like full-size soccer fields at Fox Glen. They would take one soccer field and turn it into 3 smaller fields that they would play games on. and they would have 6 games at a time. So, it was on the fields probably very comfortable. In the parking lot, probably not so much, because it's not big enough for that many people. But if you think about maybe 7 to 10 players per team times 6 teams, plus say 5 people per game for staff and coaches and officials, and then as many spectators. So, that's a good example to help you think about. I mean, when I attended a friend's daughter's game, we were spread out on the sidelines, but, there were some areas that were more crowded than others. So I don't have an exact number for you. And of course, every sport is different. That's why we run into a little bit of trouble on the capacity numbers, because every sport's different. And, baseball is very different than soccer, is very different than football, is very different than flag football. So when we did have the 50 per field last year, that same user group that I just mentioned was able to have spectators, but I know they limited it to 2 spectators per participant, if that helps you.
It does. Yeah. So Mayor and Council, after hearing Dr. Ingelthaler and given the good work that the county has done, I personally feel comfortable opening this up to a point where there isn't a limit on the number. I know that maybe my colleagues on council might not share that comfort, but that's where I'm at. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you very much. I too am comfortable with more than 50 individuals per field. I don't really have a number to suggest because it's, as we're discussing, it's pretty random, but I would like for spectators to be able to watch games. And so I don't know, 80, 100, I'd like to hear what everyone else has to say. That's where I am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Well, since I don't have season cues in here, I'll give my, I'll chime in here. I'm fine with doing 50 individuals per field. That allows for the same basic standards as we had last fall. Again, this is an ongoing discussion that we're going to be also picking back up again on the 13th. But I just want us all to keep in mind the fact that business capacity went to 100%. We had spring break and reopening the schools, all within a week and a half period. We have yet to see what those numbers are like, and there's going to be a spike. However big it is, I don't know. But this is something that we can also be evaluating on the April 13th if we want to go even higher. So my personal opinion is I'm okay with 50. That allows for spectators, and it puts it to the standard it was last fall. And then we can see these numbers coming in the next couple weeks and make a more educated, informed, data-driven decision on the 13th to go from there. So that's my personal opinion. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'd like to see opening up the field permitting to over 50 individuals. Of course, provided that they will have to adhere to the return to play guidelines. And the spectator, will have enough space to distance, like from pods to pods. So, but I'd like to see field permits more than 50 individuals, as the Vice Mayor and Council Member Shimoni has previously stated. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Councilmember Aston.
So, yeah, I like where this is going. I'm very encouraged and I'm very excited. I think we're moving in a great direction. I absolutely agree with the mayor right now we are in a moment where we don't have the data, and there's a lot of shifting on the table happening. I think we need that data before we could make more determinative decisions on this. And I will remind you all that this is what Dr. Engelthaler recommended as well, is that we get more data in a couple weeks and then we have this conversation. I am supportive of all of staff's recommendations for tonight. And then I think we should continue the conversation in a couple weeks. What else was I going to say? I lost my thought. What I was going to say is I generally very much understand that it's okay to open up outdoors faster than indoors. So this recommendation is a little bit more bullish when it comes to our outdoor activities. But I don't think we should go beyond staff recommendations for anything indoors at this time. And then hopefully we can keep moving through these phases pretty quickly in April and May. I'm disappointed with the governor's executive order. I think it gives me more hesitation than I would have been feeling otherwise to open up, because he's taken an inappropriate action by sending the wrong message, and by people's behaviors are going to subsequently change in a way that changes the landscape and the way that we ought to be reading this. So let's go with staff recommendations tonight, and then hopefully we have some good news in the data in a couple weeks that will further inform our decision-making process.
Thank you, Councilmember Aston. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I am okay with going over 50 when it pertaining to the field permits, in making sure that they have the return to play guidelines and are following that. It's hard for me to know that number. I mean, my boys were in soccer. I can picture the field. I can picture the spectators. So I don't know that hard number for me, but I am okay with going over 50. I'm excited to be able to see kids out there playing and their parents able to be on the field with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember McCarthy.
I feel comfortable with 50. I'm a little hesitant to go more than that. Possibly 80 on outdoors, but indoors definitely 50 at the most.
Thank you, Councilmember McCarthy. So we'll need some additional clarification from council members regarding the ice arena specifically. It does sound like, correct me if I'm wrong, city manager, but the majority on council is looking to increase the field permits up to 80 individuals. I think that's really the number I keep hearing. So,
if I may, Mr. Mayor, I'm trying to take copious notes here, and that is my takeaway, is that we have a majority of council that has said over 50, and of that majority, the numbers that have been referenced have been 80 to 100 or 100 and then 80, and then the other two just not sure of a hard number, but going to return to play. So, Mayor, I think the way you're summarizing it is probably the best way to summarize it, which is 80 seems to be a number that has at least been referenced twice. It might warrant, Mayor, just going through the list really fast to see what that hard number might look like. I think staff is going to be looking for that guidance. Thank you.
Right. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll pull in my comments on Jay Lively just to save time. I would recommend we go to 100 with the outdoors, and then revisit this in a couple weeks with potential to increase it further at that point. And then in regards to Jay Lively, I would recommend we go to 80. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. We'll need to go through everyone again here real quick. Just let's go for 80 or 100 is the two options we get for those who want it higher. I'm sticking with my 50, but let's see what the majority thinks here. Vice Mayor, let's say 80 or 100.
Oh, 80.
Thank you. Councilmember Salas.
100.
Councilmember Sweet,
100.
and Councilmember McCarthy already stated 80.
I said 50 for indoors and 80 for outdoors.
Right, yeah. All right, so that leads the majority on there saying 100. Or at least the 3 for direction. And then with Jay Lively, I'm sticking with 50 on that. I'll just say I'm going with staff recommendations throughout this. So for the rest of council, 50 and Jay Lively, or 80. Let's go with that, 50 or 80. Vice Mayor.
50.
Councilmember Salas.
80.
Councilmember Sweet.
Because it's indoors, I'm going to stick with the 50.
And Councilmember McCarthy had stated 50. So that looks like Jay Lively is going to be 50 individuals for the indoors. And 100 for outdoors.
Thank
Moving
you, Mr.
on
Mayor.
to, oh, my pleasure. The last two, the outdoors special events based on capacity calculator with COVID mitigation efforts. Council, let me hear from you. Yay, nay, or something in between.
So what's the question again? I'm sorry.
With the next set of options, the third and fourth bullet point to go through. The outdoor special event based on capacity calculator with COVID mitigation efforts. So that we set the metric for events to be the square footage per person that is in attendance. That we start looking at that.
And the number would be to be determined. Is that correct?
That is my understanding. And I would assume it would mirror what the state of Colorado and other counties and so forth are doing, which I think the metric is 150. But again, that's to be determined. I'd really like to see what that actually equates to, for example, in the City Hall parking lot and Wheeler Park, et cetera. What
out in actualities before I really say, hey, let's do 150 square feet, whatnot. So, yeah, Councilmember McCarthy.
So I'm supportive of investigating that concept, and then we can determine the actual number in the future.
Excellent. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni, did you have a comment?
Yeah, thank you. I did. I had the same question, Mayor. Can staff speak to that for a space approximately like Wheeler Park or the parking lot that you mentioned? Are we talking, is that like 400 people? Is it 200 people? Is it 50 people? What are we talking about?
Thanks for those questions. Rebecca, did you want to respond? I know we've got some examples that Parks and Recreation staff have worked through.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Shannon. So some very quick calculations that we were able to do today. And this is based on 150 square feet per person. And so we haven't dived into what usable space would be. This is just based on the square footage of the space. Okay, so there may be some things that we carve out of it, like tents as different events set up differently. But Wheeler Park is about 60,000 square feet. That would be about 400 people. City Hall parking lot is over 44,000 square feet. That would be about 295, 300 people. Heritage Square is 11,000 square feet. That would be about 75 people. And Thorpe Park, one of the ball fields, would be about 78,000 square feet. That would be about 518 people. just to give you a scope. And I think we do need to consider that may vary based on the event setup and type of event that it is, and whether you include staff, as Mr. Babbitt mentioned, or just participants, that kind of thing. But that gives you an idea of scale, I hope.
Thank you. So Mayor and Council, my thought is, again, with outdoor transmission rates being little to none over the pandemic, as we heard from the doctor today, I personally think we can even go bigger than this. I think that I don't know. I personally feel comfortable with outdoor events. I really do. I know we're watching the data, maybe with the caveat that if the numbers do increase to a certain level or certain points over the next couple of weeks or next month, we go back to this matrix. But assuming that we stay at this plateau, I think that I feel comfortable with no limit on outdoor events. And as we heard from Mr. Ziegler, that extra time to plan really can be beneficial to them, even with the caveat that if numbers increase, that the metrics will come into place. And then my other comment, Mayor, was I think that I agree with Mr. Babbitt that the farmers market is an essential service. So I actually think there shouldn't be a limitation on the farmers market. Thank you.
Alrighty there. Rest of council, you want to chime in? Again, I just want to reiterate, April 13th is 2 weeks away when we will have that data in hand from the combination of business capacities going to 100%, schools reopening, and spring break. We don't know what's going to happen with all of that. So I really, really urge us to consider the fact that April 13th is only 2 weeks away when we will be discussing this again and have that data and real information in hand to make an educated decision on this. And as Dr. Engelthaler said, we need to see how this next month goes. Let's just split the difference and see how the next 2 weeks goes. And aside from that, though, I do think okay, so let me, Vice Mayor's next.
Thank you. So I'm fine with these last 2 bullet points as is, and look forward to a conversation on the 13th. And I also understand that farmers markets are different from your regular outdoor special events. And I would like to see us look at the farmers market as a separate category when we discuss capacity.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Sweet.
Thank you, Mayor. I am good as is with the last 2 options. I am looking forward to our conversation on April 13th. I'm hoping it's a robust one. We'll know a lot more at that point. And regarding the farmers market, I would like that to be almost like a separate part of that conversation on the 13th. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Well, I think that does give 1, 2, 3, 4 from Councilmember Asline and my comment earlier that we're fine with all these recommendations. We do have staff direction, but Councilmember Salas has comments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do want to share my perspective in echoing Councilmember Shimone's point, and also just hearing from the scientist, Dr. Engelthaler, earlier that outdoor transmissions are at a low risk. So this is gonna broadening the perspective toward outdoor special events, and of course special recognition of the farmers market, as well as an essential economic activity within the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. So what I'm hearing now for all these 4 points is that The top point would be 100 individuals per field. Jay Lively is 50 individuals. And then the next 2 points go forward as recommended by staff. Am I gathering all that correct, City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for a thoughtful discussion. That tracks with my notes. The only thing I would add to it, and I do believe it's another discussion for another time, not necessarily related to crowd size and so forth, but I think I'm hearing from a majority of council that we may want to have a discussion as to how we treat the community market going forward. Is it a special event, or is it a food service or food provider that warrants unique consideration, or like other entities that provide the same service, not unique in terms of the community market, but unique in terms of being a provider of food. I think that might warrant another discussion with council, perhaps at a future work session. But I think for the moment, we certainly have the direction we need with respect to special events inclusive of the community market, if that's an accurate takeaway, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
That's what I'm gathering as well. So I'm glad we're connecting here. Councilmember McCarthy has a comment.
Just to clarify on the last points, especially the fourth item, or the third item, I think we agreed to do it in concept, but I don't think we've made a final decision on the actual numbers.
That's correct. And to my understanding from city staff, we weren't looking today for direction on that specific square footage per person. Am I correct in that, City Manager or Deputy City Manager?
I believe it is in concept. I might invite Rebecca Sayers back into the conversation here. I believe the equation or the base numbers we're looking at would be needed to determine the capacity calculator. I assume that's the case. Rebecca, could you comment on that, please?
I'm happy to, Greg. I'm not sure I understood your last comment, though.
Yeah, because I was not clear in the way I stated it. The question specifically is with the third bullet point that speaks to outdoor special events being based upon a capacity calculator with mitigation efforts. That the question is that based upon numbers yet to be derived that go into that capacity calculator, or do numbers not factor into it and we leave it up to the event promoters to determine that?
Thank you. Yeah, we have actually, we need to do a little bit more research. The 150 square foot per person, just to explain where that's derived from, it's really just a quick calculation of a 6 foot diameter or square around a person. So 6 times 12 by 12 would be the square. Sorry, my math is escaping me, which equates to 144, which then equates that rounded up to 150, just so everyone understands that. There's certainly, we could get into the details of that, you know, how much that takes into thought process of families that don't need to separate from each other, et cetera. So I think we need to do a little bit more work on our end on what looks best, and certainly would be nice to get some feedback from our event partners and others as well.
That sounds good. Well, I'll just throw that out there, but in this circumstance, to stay 6 feet away from somebody, it is pi r squared, so it would be about 113.1 square feet if we did it from circular as opposed to square. Just throwing that out there. To be actually 6 feet in all directions. Anyways, well, I think that wraps this up here, unless council has any further comments or any additional clarification is needed by city staff. And I'm not seeing right now, so I think this might be a good time for a little break. Sound good?
Yes.
All right. And let's be back here let's do a full 15 minutes. So 7:12 on the dot. And we can get a little snack too. All right. See you then, folks. Okay, 1 second here while I Bose links up. All right. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, it took a sec to connect to the speaker. Well, that brings us to agenda item number 11, which is our Surface Transportation Reauthorization Project Authorization Request. Take it away, city staff.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, everyone. This is Sarah Langley, Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. Tonight, I have a brief presentation on the upcoming surface transportation reauthorization legislation that's going on at the federal level, and we'll be asking for Council's feedback on staff's recommended project authorization request. So, just advance the slide here. I assume the presentation is showing all right. Let me know if not. So first, some background. What is the Surface Transportation Reauthorization? It's basically a large piece of comprehensive long-term legislation focused on all things transportation. So our current Surface Transportation Act is expiring at the end of September. So Congress has started the very long process of preparing legislation to replace it. Goals for the new legislation include building safer transportation networks, strengthening our multimodal systems, and reducing carbon pollution, among other things. The current Surface Transportation Act totaled around $305 billion, and the Biden administration has stated that the new legislation is likely to total around $3 trillion. So that gives just a bit of perspective of just how large this legislation truly is. So where does the city come into play with this? Both House and Senate committees on transportation and infrastructure have asked their members to begin collecting project requests. As you know, we have Senator Kelly, who sits on the Senate committee, and Congressman Stanton, who sits on the House committee. So we would like to strategically select a project to send to both of those committees that is both competitive and stands a good chance of getting funding. And of course, this project should be focused on highways and transit. So, after becoming familiar with this opportunity, a team consisting of capital projects, grants and contracts, finance, and intergovernmental affairs would like to recommend the Lone Tree Corridor project to put forward to both the Senate and House committees. Overall, the project would increase connectivity between Sawmill Road and J.W. Powell Boulevard. Specifically, the project would include making it easier to bike, walk, or take public transit along this corridor. It would increase safety and capacity by adding medians and lanes, as well as new I-40 bridges. And then also we would install a conduit for fiber optic cable, which would benefit then a number of public buildings that are located along that route. So we thought that this project addressed a lot of council's goals that we've heard verbalized in recent meetings. And then the total amount for the request would be $46.9 million, which includes estimates for federalization costs. So some additional reasons why staff are recommending the Lone Tree Corridor project is, first of all, it fits really well within the goals of the Surface Transportation Reauthorization. And then also we already know that the project is supported by the community as it's been approved by our voters. Also, due to that voter approval, we have the funds readily available for a local match that would be required for federalization. Additionally, this project is supported by the city's partners and would be beneficial to other organizations and agencies such as ADOT, the Community College, the county, Mountain Line, and NAU. And then lastly, our capital improvements team have estimated that federalizing this project would save approximately $24 to $25 million in local funding, which could then be put towards other high priority projects. And thanks, Greg, Metro Plan as well. So I just wanted to quickly highlight some next steps if the council were to support staff's recommendation of submitting the Lone Tree Corridor project request. Basically, at this point, we are requesting a federal authorization for the project, which only, as the name says, authorizes funds to be spent on a project. Funds don't actually materialize at this point. So if we did secure the authorization, the next step would be lobbying for a specific grant or appropriation of actual funding. So it's a two-step process, and we're definitely at the very beginning, preliminary phases of that process right now. So we've been talking about the surface transportation reauthorization. There are currently multiple federal funding opportunities besides that, and in addition to that. So I wanted to provide a quick overview of those other funding mechanisms that are available, just because they all focus on different topical areas and have kind of different eligibility requirements. New this year, we are anticipating the creation of the Environmental Infrastructure Assistance Program. This provides $150 million in funding for water infrastructure just for Arizona. So that's really exciting, and we're working with our water services staff to see which projects might be a good fit there. And we'll be coming back to council later this month with more information on that funding stream. So that's the first funding stream that's additional to the surface transportation reauthorization. A second funding opportunity that we have is called community-directed spending, or earmarks. You've probably heard of earmarks. They went away and now they're back. So this is a new process this year, and the dollar amount for these is much, much smaller than these other funding streams. So likely, a couple $100,000. We had a very tight turnaround to submit project requests to Congressman O'Halloran's office. So we focused those smaller requests on forest health, open space, and home energy retrofits. And those were chosen because we thought those areas were not likely to benefit from federal discretionary grants or other types of funding. And then also within earmarks, we have an upcoming deadline to get our request to Senator Kelly's office. Again, these deadlines change nearly every week, and it's a very tight turnaround. So we're trying to put together a list for Senator Kelly. We're planning to submit the same requests that we submitted to Congressman O'Halloran, and then we'll probably add in a few small requests for smaller scale broadband and bike and pedestrian projects. And then lastly, I know Council has been hearing a lot about the American Rescue Plan, and specifically the $15.2 million that the city will receive. This is a third separate funding stream. This money can be used to cover revenue losses, to provide local aid to the community, to cover premium pay, or to make investments in water, sewer, or broadband. And I know our management services team will be providing the council with more information on that funding stream during the April budget retreat. So I just wanted to take a minute to highlight those three separate funding sources in addition to the surface transportation reauthorization, which is what we're focused on tonight. So to wrap up, staff are recommending submitting a project authorization request for the Lone Tree Corridor in relation to the surface transportation reauthorization. So we'd like to ask for council's feedback and direction on that. And then just to note, tonight I am joined by Rick Barrett, our city engineer, Stacy Breckler-Nags, our grants and contracts manager, Rick Tatter, our management services director, Jeff Malbach from Metro Plan, and Bob Holmes, our federal lobbyist. So this team has all been working together on this recommendation, and we are happy to answer any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Langley. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to point out that Metro Plan took a vote on this, the Executive Committee of Metro Plan, and by this I'm talking about the Lone Tree Corridor request, and the decision was unanimous in support of that. Yes, what's on the slide right now. So the board, by unanimous vote, suggested that we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Salas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to send big, grateful, thankful hearts to staff, along with working together with our partners, and special mention to MetroPlan for moving fast on this request. I remember bringing it up a couple of weeks ago, right after the National League of Cities conference, where I heard from Senator Kelly himself asking cities and towns to submit priority projects. So thank you so much for setting the wheel in motion toward securing this federal funding in the future. I know it takes a lot. It takes a village and more than a village, and it takes a lot of time as well. So I do. And I'm ready to make a motion if a motion is necessary, but I'm full support of this. But I also want to mention that if Miss Langley, can you go back to that other slide where their earmarks are? Yes, there. The community direct spending earmarks. Can we also include dark skies and trails in our submission of projects, as they are part of our federal and state priorities? Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Yeah, we could definitely reach out to the appropriate staff and see if they have an appropriate project to put forward that we could submit to Senator Kelly. I know Bob is also on the line if he wanted to provide any more information on earmarks. I know it's a very new process and not a lot is known about what type of projects might be prioritized. So it's definitely a learning process for us this year.
Sarah, Mayor, and Council, this is Bob Holmes, and I welcome this discussion. It's good to see you all. Hope to see you all next week. With regards to earmarks, community-directed spending, as they're now known, Senator Kelly's office still is open to submitting earmarks. The window is closed for the House, Congressman O'Halloran's office. And I just want to emphasize, if this is going to be very small this year, they're extrapolating it out. There's about $11 million available for each office for their entire congressional district. And the reason why we strategically looked at these community-directed spending projects and picked these certain ones is because they were below. They're saying the sweet spot is $1 million or less for these community-directed spending projects. So we were looking at those, again, projects that were in that sweet spot, so to speak. But if we can have a further discussion offline, Council Member Salas and staff, we'd be happy to open that discussion to see if there's a possibility if we could do something with that in Senator Kelly's request.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Councilmember Shimoni has a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to Mr. Holmes and have you say a few words at 10:30 p.m. your time. So you're to it. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us, and thank you for your help with all this. And I am supportive, and I'm ready to second that motion.
Thank you. I don't think we're actually taking a motion today, just needing staff direction from all of us here. And I think we even got it just from MetroPlan all saying yay to this with 3 members of council on there. So this all looks good to me as well. And thank you for all your hard work. Unless there's any other questions or anything from council. Press on and let Mr. Holmes get some rest. We're good. All right, well, that is good. Onward and upward here. We are down to agenda item number 12, which is our Public Works Division overview. City staff, take it away.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, this is Andy Bertelson, your Public Works Director. Rebecca Sayers is pulling up and has pulled up our presentation. So we will go ahead and get started. Again, I'm Andy Bertelson. I'm the Public Works Director for the City of Flagstaff. I just celebrated my 5-year work anniversary and turning my camera on. So I have in terms of a little bit about myself, I have a family farming business background. I located to northern Arizona in the late 1990s when the Coconino County Board of Supervisors and the county manager hired me as an intern out of graduate school from the University of Iowa. In northern Arizona, I've worked as a planner with the city of Sedona, budget manager, public works director, and assistant county manager for Coconino County, and I'm happy to be our city's public works director. Next slide, Rebecca. So a little bit about us, and I'll give it some time here to pull up the next slide. Are you good, Rebecca?
I'm sorry, Andy. Are you not seeing it? I'm seeing it on my screen.
I'm not, but that's okay. If others can see it, that's good.
No, not visible.
Okay. Hold, please.
Sure.
But I'll go ahead in the interest of time and speak a bit while we're waiting. So with Public Works Core Services, we're very fortunate to work with Shannon Anderson in the city manager's office. You'll be hearing tonight from Adam Miali, our project manager, as well as Craig Smith and Scott Overton for facilities maintenance, Greg Conlin and fleet services, parks, recreation, and open space by Rebecca Sayers, Todd Hansen in solid waste, and Scott Overton in streets. For a public works overview, we have a total budget of about $45 million. That's a combination of enterprise, special revenue, HERF, for example, and general fund. $25 million operating budget. That's about 10% of the city's total operating budget with 204 employees. So to put a face to a name, so happy to be, the circles around us are strong. For core services, this is a group that pays attention to the market and community trends and adapts to the service needs accordingly. And when, so I don't forget to say it at the end of the presentation, when we get through our COVID experience, we would love to have all of you for a visit and a tour, ride-alongs, et cetera, just to see our operation and the folks that provide these services firsthand. We'd love to get you out there and into a snowplow next winter, et cetera. This is a group, it's a testament to good people being capable of accomplishing great things. Our moniker is right people in the right place at the right time. And a highlight of my local government career is really working with this team of individuals. So with that, I'm going to turn it to Adam Miali, our project manager. Thank you, and look forward to the discussion.
Thank you, Andy. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. I have the pleasure to talk a little bit about the project management. Like Andy, I'm getting ready to celebrate my 6th year. So, and in that 6 years, I've had just the most amazing time and amazing projects. What I do is I deliver some of the projects, not only within Public Works, but some of the other departments as well. Some of the projects that I've been blessed to be a part of is the Core Services project out here, as well as some work at the airport, a couple of road projects, if you will. So we've got everything from the structures all the way to, we did a roof project at J. Lively with some locker room improvements. Some of the pictures here are some of the projects that I've had the opportunity, the honor to work on. Next slide, please, Rebecca. Some of our recent projects that I've helped deliver along with the team here at Public Works. We have the core maintenance service, core maintenance facility, a lot of fun. This project, we were able to bring online a new streets building, solid waste building, fleet, admin, and a wash bay. We completed that in 2018 and on time. Another project that I just wanted to let council know that we worked on was the airport mill and overlay project. That was another fun project. For those of you that aren't familiar with the runway, it's 8,800 feet long, 150 feet wide before we started the project. Now it's 50 feet wider due to shoulders. One neat portion of this particular project, it was a partnership with Stacy, BK, and our FAA friends. We were only allowed to have that runway shut down for 1 week, and we were able to get it milled and get all the improvements done. It was a great project. Another project that we've been completing, I should say, street maintenance projects. I've been on board since 2015, and we're continuing to program those projects in concert with, but not only the highway user revenue funds, but also with Proposition 406. We've been delivering those, and then we were able to hurry up and get a overflow parking project over at Pulliam Airport. That was fun. Next slide, please. Some of the projects that we're working on over here in Public Works right now, I'm going to start off with streets. Currently, we're looking at doing some sweeper bay improvements out here. We're going to increase the capacity there of that particular structure so we can get our operations, get the sweepers all located in one spot. It's going to be a fun project, as well as I alluded to earlier, the street maintenance projects. We're going to continue moving on these. Proposition 406, that proposition was passed back in November of 2014. And I've been blessed to be part of that since we hit the ground running on that. And I just wanted to put some quick numbers up here just to let you know how far we've gone in this short time. We've done 133 lane miles of overlays, and that's specifically with that Proposition 406. To kind of put that in comparison, if you were to leave here at Public Works and just take a 12-foot wide road, how far will that get you? Well, that'll get you Anthem. That's how much we've done so far. We've done 8.6 million square feet of asphalt. I will note that one of the byproducts that we have from that particular project are the asphalt millings, and we have been using those on other throughout the city for edge improvements and also here at Core Services. We used that during the construction of this project to reuse that, what would typically be considered a waste product. To us, it was gold. And so we continue using that to increase the strength of our roads. The Highway User Revenue Fund, otherwise known as HERF, commonly referred to as the gas tax funds. Since 2015, we've done 355 lane miles. Again, to put that in comparison, that would be a single line road from Core Services to Sierra Vista. So we've done quite a bit of chip sealing over that time, 22.7 million square feet of surface treatment, and 521 roadway segments improved. And since I've been here, again, since 2015, we're right at about 70% of the roads of our current inventory we have touched. And we're still moving forward on trying to touch every single road within that 7 to 10 years. And hopefully we're going to keep moving forward. Next slide, please. Also, current projects, we're working at the airport. I'm working with Barney and Heidi quite a bit out there as well. And I just kind of would like to point out some of the projects that we're working on out there. So we've got electrical vehicle parking improvements. That one is specifically with APS. That's going to deliver 6 parking spots for specifically earmarked for electric vehicles, and it will be adjacent to the terminal. That is in concert with a grant that I'm working with Stacy on through APS. We just finished our 60% design review, and we're moving forward with that. Next project is a snow removal equipment building. This building is going to be located between the fire station, commonly referred to as the ARF station, and the tower. There's an empty lot there, and we're moving forward on the design of that. The partners on that project are the FAA as well. And CARES Act grant funding, Stacy was able to secure us some some monies through the CARES Act, and we are in the process of getting all of those projects programmed, as well as we will be coming before you next Tuesday to consider approving 2 different job order contractors, one horizontal, or one group being horizontal, the other group being vertical, so we can deliver these maintenance projects. Also, long-term parking lot, that was before you and you approved that. Thank you very much. We are breaking ground on that particular project. And a couple other projects we're doing at the airport are the drainage master plan update. That will be before you in April. And the environmental assessment, that was a new grant that we're still doing the paperwork through. Stacy and I are working on that. And so we'll be doing a whole new environmental assessment for the entire city property. And with that, those are the 4 slides I bring you. Thank you for the opportunity to be before you. Have a wonderful evening. And now I turn this over to Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. So most of you know me, Mayor and Council, as the Streets Director, but right in January, I took on an additional role assisting Public Works and our team as a Facilities Director as well. Craig has a small team, and you'll meet Craig in a couple minutes, of dedicated trades professionals that maintain all of our buildings. So this maintenance team really has a pretty tall order if you think of all of our facilities. We have 94 unique buildings and structures, 938,000 square feet, so almost 1 million square feet, which would equate to about 100,000 square feet per employee to try to maintain. And these skilled employees deal with everything from electrical to HVAC to lighting replacements to general upkeep, PM, and maintenance. But this small team is dedicated to that task, and you'll see there's a couple images there in the photo. But I think the real big takeaway from the facilities maintenance group is that 1 million square feet of very, very unique space, 94 buildings, and a very small workforce. Next slide, please, Rebecca. So some of our roles and services, as I mentioned, we of course support our organization internally with our customers. Most everyone within the city is a tenant to a degree. You might work through City Hall, you might work at the Aquaplex or one of our community rec centers. We see you as our integral customer. So whether you walk in every day and it's comfortable or it's not comfortable, facilities role is really to make certain that your facility is prepared to do whatever role it might be. And this task is a little bit insurmountable at times, but I'll tell you, our goal in the facilities maintenance team is to keep it up to date and current for you, so you have no worries about your facility. And I think we're even going to see some more improvements as we move forward in this next year. Next slide, please. So 2 very large programs within facility maintenance that I think are most important for you as a council to understand. One is we have a role to inspect and assess all of our buildings. And this effort is hard to get to. It was done a number of years ago, but we've recently stepped up our efforts to make certain that we're going back into all of our facilities and really understanding what are some of their long-term needs, what are some of the issues that we're seeing, how can we put up some preventative maintenance schedules that might make the building systems last just that much longer. And then we need to start programming in a much better fashion, longer term repair and replacement type activities. So we all know that each facility has major systems and major components that will need some attention and replacement over the years. So one real big focus for facilities maintenance in this coming year is to really start focusing on these assessments and understanding every asset in our inventory and what it means from a budget perspective and from a tenant perspective and from a future needs perspective. The second very large program that the 11 FTEs live in would be our general maintenance program. So these are the individuals that come in and work on every building and every system. We do contract for the majority of our custodial service, but everything else that needs to be maintained is up to those 11 individuals in that small group. Next slide, please. I'm going to introduce Craig Smith. He's our facilities superintendent. He runs the day-to-day operations, and he's going to cover with you just some of the recent program efforts from this past year.
Good evening. Yeah, I'm Craig Smith. I'm a almost 5-year employee of the city here with, as Scott mentioned, construction background. You know, just to cover a few of the things that we've been working on this last year, especially in the year of COVID, which has been a trying year for everybody, and including our contractors. We had the honor of working with the community development and the courts in relocating them into their new facility and helping pretty much take care of commissioning and a lot of the relocation efforts over there. They're very happy with their facility and things are moving smoothly. In this last year, we're seeing an aging infrastructure. We spent quite a bit of money replacing 2 primary cooling systems, one for the city library and one for the Aquaplex over there. One of the big things that's coming up for us, we're dealing with facilities that are pushing 45 and 50 years old. The City Hall is a 50-year-old structure, and we're looking to do hot water system replacements over there. We've completed our engineering design, going to high efficiency systems and higher performance control systems, which is going to save us money in the long run and really help with the performance of our buildings. I think the biggest thing in this last year has been COVID-19. Everybody will agree to that. My team's been great. They've come to work every day and serviced the city. I thank the city manager's office for recognizing one of my team members for his really extensive work with the courts. But we've worked extensively, in the cleaning and understanding the protocols and implementing those from the CDC, the County Health Department, and worked to form quite a tiger team with the university, the Coconino County Facilities Department, and others, such that we've shared great information in this whole thing. One of the things we did get taken care of this year, we finally fixed that nagging roof leak right outside of the council chambers, and haven't had a leak yet, knock on wood, but we haven't had the council back into chambers, and we're looking forward to getting everybody home. So I thank you guys for that time. Scott, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Craig. And I think this last slide on facilities maintenance really gives you a good example of some of the unique facilities that we do get to work on, and they're very unique. And I can't emphasize enough that 1 million square feet of city space is really a testament to a lot of community efforts to putting into a lot of community space. But this group takes pride in maintaining those. And I think the one highlight that I would like to provide is this year we will also be implementing a facility advisory committee, and we'd like to do a better job of getting every tenant and every occupant of our city structures into the same room to have some much more detailed conversations about some of their unique needs and how we might even be able to leverage some of the improvements and some of the needs through a much larger picture and a much higher level elevation discussion. With that, we're going to turn it over to Greg Conlon over in Fleet and learn more about our rolling stock.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. This first slide from the Fleet Management Fleet Services team kind of details the committee, which is comprised of 24 regular members and 14 alternates from most city sections, and meets each month to review requests to add, replace, retire, and move equipment. Established guidelines are used in making these decisions. All requests are filtered through our climate action and adaptation plan goals. Our general fund annual budget is shown, while enterprise funds varies on their needs, and it depends on their needs and revenue. Excuse me. The Fleet Management Committee also oversees an emergency fund with the budget team of $455,000. Next slide. This is an inventory snapshot of what Fleet Services is responsible to maintain and manage. Currently, 688 vehicles and equipment. Just to note, within the 229 light-duty truck and SUV category, the city has 28 hybrids and 4 full electric vehicles currently. Next slide. In addition to fleet services and financial staffing data showed, this slide shows electricity usage for the 4 electric vehicle charging ports located at City Hall. one located at the Rio de Flag Water Treatment Facility and 2 located at the Core Services Public Works Facility. In total, the city has 8 electric vehicle charging ports at 4 separate locations currently in operation. Additional charging ports are slotted for the airport, library, and aquaplex. Next slide, please. Fleet Services strictly adhered to the city guidelines developed by leadership to mitigate exposure to the COVID-19 virus, which to date has resulted in no positive cases within our fleet staff and their immediate families. Fleet has remained almost fully staffed through the pandemic as our workload has continued to remain full during the last year. In partnership with our sustainability section, Fleet has spearheaded the city's venture into EV charging infrastructure, which positions the city well as we invest more and more in alternative fueled vehicles and equipment. Fleet has brought on board a modern fuel management software system as well as telematic software that monitors over 125 vehicles and equipment operated by streets, solid waste, water services, and the city's fleet pool. We will be expanding this program to our parks section in the coming weeks. Finally, Fleet Services has and will continue to invest in our staff's education and certification. We understand that we must grow our own technical staff to some degree as the pool of experienced trade workers continues to shrink while the demand continues to grow. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your service to our community and audience this evening. And now I will turn this over to our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space section, presented by Section Director Rebecca Sayers.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon. Real quick, Councilmember Shimoni has a question.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Mr. Conlon. Good to see you. Thank you for your service and great presentations, everybody, so far. Really quick question for you, Mr. Conlon. Is there a plan for transitioning our fleet to electric, or are we kind of just taking things one step at a time?
Well, as I mentioned, every vehicle request or equipment request is filtered and has to go through the Fleet Management Committee. And every vehicle or every request, that question is asked and investigated. We are challenged, again, as I indicated, 229 vehicles in our light duty category. Of that, 144 of them are pickup trucks. And so, again, although there's things that are happening every day, every vehicle request, even pickup trucks, are filtered through that. But of course, the needs of the program and their mission is taken into consideration. So again, as this equipment comes online and available to us, it is our intention to meet that goal. The carbon neutral plan that was recently sent out in draft, it challenges us with 100% of new light duty city vehicles to be electric starting in 2022. So again, I hope that the market out there helps us meet that goal, because that's our intention.
Yeah, and do you know, really quick, are we exploring grant opportunities? I'm on the NAPTA board with Mountain Mine, and we got basically 2 buses funded through a grant, I believe, with infrastructure for charging. But that stuff's expensive. Yes. And so, are we exploring grants for some of this?
You will hear from our solid waste section shortly, and there's an opportunity for them, as just one example of a grant that's being pursued right now.
Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Aslan has a comment.
Yes, very quickly. I just want to mention something that's important. And Councilmember Shimoni, I know you know this, but it's worth bearing out loud occasionally. we're not doing ourselves any favors if we are replacing vehicles with electric vehicles early. We should definitely be running our current fleet into the ground before making those transitions for a variety of reasons, which I'm sure you're well aware of. But just something to state out loud so that the public knows that we know that.
Thank you, Councilmember Aslan. And Shimoni, Councilmember Shimoni rightfully agree in the comment section. So thank you, Mr. Conlon, and yeah, looking forward to the Parks and Rec presentation.
Thank you.
All right, let's see if I can drive and talk at the same time. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Rebecca Sayers, Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Director. These guys are making me feel old because I've been with the city now for 20 years, celebrated that anniversary in December. And I had a year of temporary service before that, so it's really 21. But happy to be here. I've been in public works my entire career. I have moved through several programs, starting with environmental and sustainability, and now Parks Rec, and now open space too. You recall that just this year in January, we adopted the open space program back into public works, and we're super excited for that. So wanted you all to see our numbers fairly quickly. For Parks and Recreation, it's substantial. And remember that Parks and Rec is funded partially by the BBB tax through the allocation to BBB Recreation is the actual title. And so those numbers are here. The Open Space Fund is all general fund, and it has a total of about $125,000. In terms of personnel, it's also a large crew, and it's a highly dedicated crew of both full-time employees and temporary or contract employees. We tend to use contract employees in the park section because we need those employees to be with us full-time for much of the year. And in recreation, we tend to use temporary employees who work more part-time and without whom we could not run all of our recreation centers. This year's been hard. We haven't seen a lot of those coworkers in a really long time. So we're looking forward to those future conversations. And the open space program is comprised of one full-time employee and our wonderful AmeriCorps Vista, who I'll talk about one of her accomplishments in a moment. So to focus on parks first, we do a lot of things in our parks maintenance program, and it's led very well and diligently by our parks manager, Amy Hagan. This is a great snapshot of her because she's always smiling and laughing. Makes us all be happy to be here and enjoying our jobs. So parks maintenance does everything that you see on this screen, from snow operations to maintaining sport courts and park facilities. We do concrete pours, we build gazebos, and we also empty all the trash. We clean all the restrooms in our parks. We do litter pickup. We do BBB, right-of-way maintenance. So a lot of the medians that are landscaped out there, that's us. Weed whipping and mowing those down. We also run a cemetery. So the Citizens Cemetery located near the NAU campus is managed and operated by our very well-skilled parks staff. So some things that we've worked on this last year, we also, I think you'll hear this as a theme throughout Public Works. We were essential, and we were out there every single day, just like Fleet was, just like Solid Waste was, and Streets. But this year we were also able to do some other great projects, including we partnered with Sustainability to build a small greenhouse as a pilot project. This is up on the Thorpe Park Annex property, or also known as the Old Public Works Yard. And we built that greenhouse as a showcase for the public to see how they might be able to do something similar on their own property But parks will be using it to start some pollinator plants that then we can transplant out into our park system. We've also been very active with the expanded use of rights of way team, and we have placed tables out in Heritage Square to expand the outdoor seating area for outdoor dining, and as I mentioned, help build those gazebos that are there and are being very well used. And then this last winter and summer, due to COVID, we did try to take advantage of that opportunity or of that challenge, I guess you could say, because we didn't have events or sports out on our fields. We tried to upgrade those as much as we could, of course, knowing that we were in the recession plan as well. We did what we could, but we were able to do some extra maintenance on those fields and give them some TLC. So when they open up, as we talked about earlier tonight, they're going to be opening up on April 1st, and they should be in great condition. So what's next? We are excited to start a more public process on the Thorpe Park Annex, public engagement and planning for what the future of that property is going to look like. And then an exciting opportunity has presented itself for us that we have 2 basketball courts over at Ponderosa Park, and the Phoenix Suns and APS have partnered to rebuild those basketball courts for us. So we're very excited about that. And then this next year, we're also hoping to focus more on our urban trail system and perhaps through some grant funding, provide some more accessible trails and focus on inclusion throughout the system. Recreation is the fun group, right? They all have fun all the time, and it is, except for this last year, has been a real challenge with all of our recreation centers closed. But we're excited to get back at it. This group is led under the leadership of John Wilson, who is a very experienced recreation manager, comes to us with lots of great ideas from other municipalities that he's worked with throughout the country. So recreation has 5 recreation centers that we manage. That's from the Aquaplex to the Josie Montoya Community and Senior Center, the Hal Jensen Recreation Center in Sunnyside. Hal Jensen staff also manage the Seiler Homes Activity Center in the Seiler Homes neighborhood, and of course our ice rink, J. Lively Activity Center. We also run an athletics program that operates sport leagues and helps manage our field allocations. And we also do community events. We put on our own events and pop-up park activities like you'll see in this picture of the slip and slide that we did long before COVID. That was a couple of years ago. But this last year, we were able to partner with our libraries and have a drive-through Halloween event. So as part of this last year, we were able to partner with Coconino County, who operates the meal service at Josie Montoya Community and Senior Center. We helped them change that service from dine-in to drive-through and delivery, and we helped with all of those activities. We also started doing more online programming and cross-training with both parks and within recreation. So when J. Lively was opened, we started training staff from facilities that were closed so that they could help out with ice maintenance and other ongoings on at J. Lively. Then I mentioned the Halloween drive-through. So what's next? Well, we want to reopen. We want to get back to doing what we do, and we're excited for those upcoming conversations. We're also looking, this last year has shown us that outdoor recreation is extremely important to everybody. It's been essential to get a lot of people through the pandemic, and we think there's a lot of opportunity there, especially with our open space partners now. We also want to continue our virtual programs. They've been well received. We want to start focusing a little bit more on wellness and fitness, and continue arts and crafts and add in some mindfulness programming. And Open space is managed by Robert Wallace, and he's pictured here. We have 4 open space areas: McMillan Mesa, Observatory Mesa, Schultz Creek, and the Picture Canyon area. These are some pictures of our wonderful volunteers who help us maintain those properties, and they countless hours. I had a number in my mind and I just lost it, but countless hours of volunteer time that helps us maintain these properties, both from graffiti, trail building, trail eradication, etc. So this last year, we completed an invasive plant management project at Picture Canyon. That was a 2-year project that was grant funded. We have also, we held our Make a Difference Day project out at McMillan Mesa. This dumpster that you see here in this picture was filled in 1 day from the McMillan Mesa area. And we also work out there, did some graffiti and other litter removal. Sylvia Struess is our AmeriCorps Vista. This last year, due to the pandemic and as part of the Festival of Science, she put together a Picture Canyon self-guided tour and map so that folks could go out there on their own and still utilize that space in a safe way. Typically, we lead tours and we partner with other agencies to lead tours on our behalf. So what's next? Well, we want to get back to those educational programs, and we will. And we're working on, as I believe most of you know, the McMillan Mesa rezone to complete the Proposition 413 requirements. We're also getting ready to kick off an invasive tree project that is grant funded at McMillan Mesa, and this is part of restoring the natural area of McMillan Mesa. And then finally, a big project that we are excited to get really going with a full head of steam is the Observatory Mesa Trail Planning Project, and working with our partners in the community to identify the most important trails up in that area. And if there are no questions, I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Todd Hansen.
Good evening, Fair DZ, Vice Mayor Dagan, City Council, Todd Hansen, Solid Waste Director. I've got the privilege to lead the solid waste team. A little bit about me. I've only been here 5 years in January. And I know, Rebecca, you said you feel old, but I've been doing solid waste for 29 years. So I've been doing this a while. So the solid waste sections is, of course, part of the Public Works Division, collecting the recycle and the garbage from residential, commercial, and city facilities, operating the city-owned Cinder Lake landfill, the hazardous product center, and oversight of the materials recovery facility operated by Norton Environmental. So the solid waste section operates as an enterprise fund with 47 full-time employees. The revenue budgeted for this coming year is approximately $14 million and a base expenditure of about $13.7 million. It's going to be an expensive year. We've got a lot of projects going on. And like the other sections in the solid waste or in the Public Works Division, we too are at work every day dealing with COVID. And I'm sure everybody noticed that there was no interruption of service level on the recycling of the garbage, the MRF operations, or the landfill. So that's quite an accomplishment for this team. Next slide, please. So we'll start with the residential trash and recycle collection. So this is managed by Daniel Logan, who's leaning up against that rear loader right there. So Daniel's got about 20 years of military engineering experience. So he's dealing with combat engineers, knows the equipment, knows the people who operate the equipment, and he's also got an MBA. So Daniel leads this crew of the collection side. Approximately 19,000 homes per week, 14,500 tons of trash, and 3,800 tons of recycle we collected last year. So one thing that Councilmember Shimoni asked Greg about, we are exploring electrification of collection vehicles. So there's a DERA grant that we applied for. That's a Diesel Emissions Reduction Act grant. And so we submitted for 2 trucks. We should hear sometime this calendar year. The nice thing about that grant is once it's awarded, we've got almost 2 years to use that funding, I believe. So by the time that happens, hopefully there'll be something actually in real world application for solid waste that actually works. And the reason we went with the grant in particular is because an electrified solid waste collection vehicle runs approximately a little over $500,000. A diesel equivalent is about $325,000. So you can see there's quite a cost difference. And right now, of the people that I know that are testing these vehicles in this industry, there isn't one out there that can do a full route on one charge. So that's the hesitation. So if this grant, once it's awarded, we've got a couple of years to spend the money. I'm pretty sure by that time there'll be something out there that actually run a whole route on a single charge. That's what we're looking for. So we're continuing our investigation. That we're watching the research. I'm talking to my industry colleagues who are testing these vehicles and making sure that when it comes up for the time to make the decision, that we'll have some real world experience, and some of the bigger companies who have more money spend their money to figure this out, not us. Next slide, please. So next is the bulky trash collection. So this program, curbside collection of the bulky waste, tree limbs, yard waste, is all collected by hand. There is one loader out there that assists these operators a couple times a week with a loader on some of the bigger piles. Peak season, there's 3 trucks out there, 4,700 tons of material annually. Just for an example, that when COVID hit this last year, so a lot of people were staying at home, and bulk waste went up 200 tons higher year over year in that peak stay-at-home period, and we were still able to keep up without even working Saturdays. I think with those 3 trucks running, those operators worked long days and make sure everything happened safely. And so it's about 600 tons a month in the peak period. And this program here, just bulky waste alone, costs about $1 million to operate a year. Next slide, please. So the commercial section. So the City of Flagstaff has approximately 1,300 commercial accounts, 26,500 tons of trash, and it says 3,800 tons of recycle, but it's only really 31 last year. 2 roll-off trucks operate daily too. So the roll-off trucks are the ones that pick up the big construction dumpsters that you'll see at construction sites. They also collect the compactors, like the compactors at NAU or at the mall or behind Purina, that kind of stuff. And so that is the types of vehicles that they run. So you can see on the left there's Dave with the roll-off truck and a box, and you got Ben over there with a commercial front load container, and he's one of the lead operators. Next slide, please. So we move on to the landfill. So on the left is an aerial shot of the landfill, and it's probably hard to see, but you can see some sequencing in there. There's red boundaries in there, A, B, C, D, and E, and those are the sequencing. So the section A's got the oldest garbage in it, and then the B's got the newer garbage in it. So A, B, and C are going to get ready to fill up, and so we're going to start expanding into cell D. That's one of our big projects. And then on the right, you can see the working face of the most beautiful landfill in North America, the Cinder Lake landfill. And there's a commercial truck dumping there with a compactor getting ready to smash the load. Next slide. So this landfill opened in 1965. It's the only permitted landfill within Coconino County. It's considered a regional sanitary landfill. There's 343 total acres, 284 operating space. So that gentleman on the right leaning up against that D8 dozer is Jeff Eli. He's been with the city 17 years. He's got extensive cowboy and mining experience, which translates perfectly to the landfill. It's basically a mining operation, just the opposite way. You're filling up a hole, you're not digging one. But Jeff's great at that. He knows the operation. He knows all the equipment. He's been doing this quite a while. So last year, the landfill accepted about 98,000 tons, so 315 tons a day. It operates 6 days a week. And the staff, the main concern with the staff at the landfill is safety. So the solid waste industry is the 6th most dangerous or deadliest occupation in the United States, according to Bureau of Labor Statistics. So safety is the #1 concern. That's what they focus on. But their big job is to ensure the maximum life of the landfill. Now you can read there one of the accomplishments. So 2 years ago, the estimated life of the landfill was 2049. That's maximum capacity, at maximum elevation within that boundary. What we achieved in the last 2 years is we've extended that life of the landfill out 14 years to 2063. And that's really a big effort of Jeff, his crew, the landfill engineers, and using the latest and greatest technology and just using ideas and experimenting with it and coming out. The two biggest impacts, I think, in the last 2 years that impacted that number is the new compactor we got a couple years ago that has GPS machine control and using a geosynthetic tarp system instead of soil to do the daily cover. I think those are the two main things, and just the ongoing efficiencies. And you know what? Even further than that, I know for a fact that further life of landfill achievements are anticipated with just our innovation and some of the new technologies and equipment that are coming out. So I'm sure we're going to get even beyond the 2063 within those two boundaries. Next slide, please. So current and future projects. So as I mentioned before, when you were looking at that sequencing, so A or B and C are going to fill up in about 5 years. So we need to start construction of cell D, and that's what the next move. So we're starting to dig that hole this year. And if you notice on that other aerial, there's a north finger, that A section that has really old garbage. We're going to leave that alone. I'm going to save that for a oh no situation. Like say we had the museum flood, for example. So if you have a museum flood, if that would have happened and all the debris flow that happened from that, we could just go to cell A. I'm not going to cap it. I'm going to leave it alone. We could pile it all there. It wouldn't interrupt the operation of the regular working cell. The other project we've got is a landfill road reconstruction. So along with the landfill, that road was built in 1965. It just isn't built to handle the amount of volume and the weight of the trucks that we're getting in there right now. So that's at the end of its life. So we're going to bring in 3-phase power, and that'll help us with gas mitigation in a new cell, water, and future fiber optics. And of course, we already started planning the closure of that cells that we're working in right now. And we're estimating between 2025 and 2027, those are going to have to close. That's why cell D has to get opened up. And so the planning of that closed area, we're looking at a bunch of different things. Solar arrays on closed landfill cells are becoming really popular. And it's a really good use of land. So we're looking at solar arrays, wind turbines, biogas, and some other things. Next slide, please. So the Hazardous Products Center. So the Hazardous Products Center was opened in 2002. It's located at the landfill. There's 3 employees up there trained to handle all the type of material that they get, which includes corrosives, combustibles, poisons, explosives, etc. It's pretty amazing the type of stuff that they handle up there. The picture that we're showing right there is the drop and swap area. So at the Hazardous Products Center, if somebody turns in some material that's reusable, we put it back on the shelf, and people can come in and pick stuff up and reuse it. It's really focused on recycling and reuse of household chemicals and products by personal residents and stuff like that, so to keep it out of some of these hazardous waste landfills. Take in about 173 tons of hazardous waste a year. And we also do some sponsored drop-off city events throughout the year too that we collect material from. And that number, that 173 tons of hazardous waste, also includes electronic waste. This picture here on the left shows the drop and swap again, but that shows the 5-gallon buckets of recycled latex paint. So if you drive through the county and even the city and drive through some of these areas, you'll see a bunch of sheds and fences that are painted with Hazardous Products recycled latex paint. It's a pretty cool, very popular program. We actually run out several times during the year. We get a run on it in the spring and summer, and so we actually run out of it. It's a very, very popular program. And on the right, you see two Hazardous Products Center employees in bunny suits bulking flammables. So they take the flammables, they test them, and they bulk it into 55-gallon drums to be taken off and either be reused or recycled or disposed of. Next slide. So one of the other duties of this section is the Materials Recovery Facility, or the MRF. So the MRF is run by Norton Environmental to operate that facility. approximately 8,500 tons of material annually. The current agreement began in 1997 to design, build, equip, and operate that MRF, we'll call it. And so that expires in September of 2023. And staff is planning for the transition out of that current agreement into another operation. If there's any question, I'd be happy to answer them now. Otherwise, I'll hand this off to Scott Overton in Streets.
Thank you, Todd. I am the final section of the evening for Public Works, and just a quick background. Most of you.
Oh, sorry. Just real quick. Councilman McCarthy did have a question. Apologies.
Well, Scott, I apologize to you, first of all. My question or comment is, judging from my neighbors, people have no idea what they can or cannot put in to the recycling containers. I mean, I routinely see people put in plastic bags.
Yeah.
I know that causes you all kinds of problems.
Yep.
And you know, it's like, well, what kind of containers are okay? What kind of containers are not okay? You know, can I put in a clean peanut butter jar, whatever? So I guess I'm just wondering if we could have some kind of program where we would reach out and maybe put something in the water bills or something that would help educate people. Because even myself, I'll be honest, I'm not really up to speed on what I can or cannot recycle.
Sure.
So comments?
Yeah, so thank you for the question, Councilmember McCarthy. We work closely with sustainability and for outreach materials that we design, and the website's pretty clear. But you know, the confusing part of it is when it changed in 2018, when China kind of restricted what types of material they're going to take, it really changed what was available to be recycled in the cart. So if you look at, we used to collect all the plastics 1 through 7. And then when the China national sword policy happened, it just turned into number 1 and 2 bottles, jugs, and jars. And that hopefully will come back at some point in time once domestic capacity gets developed. But those are really the only ones that changed. The plastic bags have never been involved, but I think you're right. You know, the city can do a better job. And in fact, probably the whole industry as a whole can probably do a better job in educating all their customers, whether it's commercial customers or residential customers. And, you know, a lot of it is the time and money really that we need to spend on it. But I think you're right. And we're open to any kind of suggestions, whether it's direct mailers, websites, or even seminars to do that. But you're right. I think the industry as a whole has an issue with that.
So a quick question then. The only plastics you take now are 1 and 2? Is that
1
correct?
and 2, yeah, 1 and 2 bottles, jars, and jugs. Yeah. The 3 through 7s really have nobody wants them.
Okay, 1 through 2. And then paper, of course, and metal.
Yep. That's all still good.
I guess you really love aluminum cans. I presume you get money for those.
We do. They're good. They're good. You know, I mean, the reality is those 1 and 2 plastics are pretty decent right now too.
All right. Well, thanks for the input.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember. On to Mr. Overton.
No, thank you again, and no problem at all for the interruption. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and I think before I really jump into Streets, as you most know me as the director, I've been in this role for about 2.5 years, but it feels like I've been with the city for 15 years at this point. Have a mixed background. Of course, I have an education background, a civil construction background, and some local elected role. But overall, I have really enjoyed my transition from my former political life to now what really has become a great family to work with and a good, solid public works team. And really, this Streets role has really fit my personality type and my background and educational experiences. And I think you'll find that we might be the most unique division in the city with varied programs, but the street section is varied in itself as well. I do get to spend a fair amount of time with you all during snow operations and a very high profile type section, but I think there's some really important takeaways. And as Director Bertelsen indicated early in the presentation, the best way for you to understand this section is to come and visit with us. And when we get back to regular order, a ride along will be invaluable, and having a tour of the community is invaluable, just so you can have a sheer understanding of exactly what our transportation network does and does not include. It's a patchwork of different jurisdictions and different responsibilities, but the city takes really good pride, and I give a ton of credit to the 31 staff members in this section that really deliver services, just as all of our other public works sections have, seamlessly, in particular during COVID. In fact, we also took advantage of lower traffic volumes and an opportunity to get some different work done that we normally can't get to. So for us, as hard as COVID was, we really got to do some cool work, and I think advanced programs that made a lot of difference to our citizens. So credit again to the 31 employees of this small section. We have 700 lane miles of roadway. That is a lane mile, so everything from 1 or 2 lanes wide to 5 lanes wide. We maintain 16 miles of alley and dirt roads throughout the community in the city limits. We have 270 miles of existing sidewalk. We have 45 signalized intersections, excluding the ones that are in ADOT's jurisdiction. One correction, and I apologize, we have 3,900 streetlights. That was updated this week with GIS. And 15,000 signs in our inventory, obviously hundreds of miles of lane striping on all edges, all different types, thousands of markings citywide, and we utilize the highway user revenue funds, also the gas tax. It's a fund of about $5 million in operations. That does not include our capital program, 31 employees, and we really have 4 main programs in the section. Next slide, Rebecca. So I do like to tell my story a little bit with pictures. So you're going to see a lot more pictures in my presentation than you will words. One of our first major programs that a lot of employees spend a lot of time with is roadway maintenance. Everything from asphalt to concrete to road grading. You can see some employees here that are doing a utility patch with some asphalt work, a large overlay project that Adam assists with, the road repair street safety program. And then even 3 individuals there are filling a pothole up on Pine Cliff. Everything related from curb to curb on the asphalt maintenance roadway is a responsibility of this small team. Next slide, please. The next program within the street section is signalized intersections and street lighting. Again, 45 signalized intersections. Picture on the left, you can see some parts that are established. Those are about the size of a 12-inch dinner plate, each light. And when you come out on your tour, you'll really be shocked at how large that really is compared to your hand. And it just does not look that big up on a traffic signal head. We use a large aerial truck. This small team of 2 maintains all of our traffic signals and the 3,900 lights. They also have to deal with all of the cabinets and controls at each intersection. The box or cabinet on the right is an example of one that came off of a local intersection. And obviously there's a lot of brain power and a lot of computer work within those signalized intersections, because that is something we do not want to see failure of. And obviously it keeps our roads safe and everybody moving properly within all intersections. So very important small program of 2 individuals. Next program, please. Signs and markings. This is a program that credit to council. I came to you about 1.5 years ago, and I recognized quickly when I took on this role that this was a program that lacked some human resource. We have a tremendous amount of striping to do, the specialized intersections, the signage. We have doubled the size of this program in terms of FTEs assigned, and it's noticeable. Our goal, of course, is to paint every stripe at least once a year, if not twice if we can do it. You'll see the large line striper on the left image. That is an excellent ride along this summer. That's one I would suggest to you to see how straight you can keep those lines. It's a little harder than it looks, but it's a great program. And then just dealing with the sheer volume of signalized intersections and the markings at those intersections. There's over 800 crosswalks in the community. We cannot get to all those markings every year, but it's about 1/4 of the inventory is the goal. And we are starting to put more resources towards that. Last year during the COVID early times of March and April, you might recall you see no cars in that image. That was from last April when we had very, very low traffic volumes, and we were able to attack and do a lot of work in the downtown core. We do run an in-house sign shop where we produce and repair all of our signs that might be damaged in a snow event or run over in a traffic accident or just simply need repair for reflectivity. So we do have that in our core maintenance facility. And then you'll see just a short example of a sign there on the right. Next slide, please, Rebecca. One of our more popular programs that I know you all are very familiar with because of your public comment, our street sweeping program. This is a program that we really looked at the resources for fleet, and we grew that last year. Adam spoke about our sweeper bay expansion that we are undertaking right now currently. We have a commingled barn of our operations for road maintenance and snow operations and sweeping. We're going to isolate our sweeping program into a dedicated bay to just simply streamline and improve that service. We're also hoping to grow this program in the coming year with some more additional crew support. But the biggest takeaway, and I think this image tells the story well, we have a total of 5 sweepers, 3 frontline sweepers. We have 2 graveyard operators and 1 daytime operator. But you'll see the picture on the right shows a great picture of a hopper being unloaded at a cinder sweeping pile. And that hopper can carry about 2.5 to 3 yards of material. Every dump truck that is loaded with cinders for snow and ice operations carries 8 yards of material. So every 1 dump truck or plow truck of cinders, we take about 3 hopper loads to get cleaned up on the street. And you're all very familiar with my talking points. During ice events and snow season, we work on bike lanes, major mains, intersections, and those hilled priority 1 routes as quickly as possible. And then we defer some of the neighborhood maintenance work until we get caught up on those local bike routes. So very robust program. They're doing a great job. And we're also responsible for large animal removal, roadkill, dead animals. Elk, deer are our main primary larger animals. We get some assistance from solid waste for smaller. And then we have roadside right-of-way vegetation that we work with the parks team on to address as well. Next slide, please. The last one that you are all very familiar with, as we were in this operation even last Thursday, is snow operations. All street employees, all 31 of them, are involved in snow operations, myself included. They are all cross-trained, so no matter what program they run in, during winter months, they are all assigned snow operations. We utilize different sections employees. So for example, when we had that larger storm earlier in the year, Todd suspended trash service and they brought all of their employees over to help us with snow operations. It's a great assistance. We use some employees from water services. We use them from different agencies within our own group. And then we, of course, also use some outside temporary help. But once it starts to snow, we run into 24 snow operations, 24 hours a day from the first flake until the last bit of ice control and cleanup. So you'll see a great image in the middle there. It looks like a breaking news story on 12 News. 5 of our finest employees that are getting their briefing, getting ready for that next big snow event. Lots of equipment. It's very intensive with time and expense. It's not the most efficient operation because obviously you're moving snow from left to right, but pretty essential to moving commerce throughout our community. And we know it's certainly one that gets a lot of attention. The next slide, please, is really our advanced snow operations. So you see the plow trucks a lot. We run 20 plow trucks. We also have a road grader fleet of 8. We are getting ready to grow that fleet by 2 more because of expanded service dedications. These are the workhorse of our entire fleet operation. They will work into neighborhood areas, typically in the overnight hours. There's a great image on the top of a plow, a grader plow coming in off of a route from this last winter, getting ready to defrost and get some service work done. And then when we really do have a lot of snow piled up in our downtown area, or we start to lose parking and we start getting more restricted streets, we will come in and perform snow removal service. It's a very specialized service that it requires a lot of planning and a lot of effort, but you see our very large Oshkosh snowblower loading material into one of our 10-wheel plow trucks. And then lastly, another program that we do get tasked with often is special projects in our emergency response. So last year, Rebecca had mentioned our Euro project and what we've been working on with the expanded use of right-of-way. Streets and Parks teamed up and we installed the lane closure on Aspen last season that they're all very familiar with. So we oftentimes will assist with that in traffic control. And then really a large one is our emergency response role during the museum flood preparations. We used the entire city set of resources, but really worked in partnership with Coconino County to stand up the sandbag distribution sites. And then both Director Burleson and myself were directly assigned to assist all of our public safety partners in our community in the planning exercises and preparation. We continue to do those efforts, and you're going to hear more about that in the coming weeks, even as we start to plan for what could be another potential season. So a lot of emergency response time and just special project that we really do need to dedicate to the streets team. I really do appreciate all of your time. I know it's been a long evening, but thank you for listening to the street section. Andy, I want to turn it back to you and close up the Public Works Division.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Thank you, Public Works team. Mayor and Council, I'm hopeful that you got a sense of the passion that this group has for the city of Flagstaff and the services provided, and core services are provided, and a lot of thought goes into that. And like I said, a highlight of my career in local government has been working with this group of people. So we really thank you for the time, and please let us know if you have any questions.
Thank you all. This is a great presentation. It's really awesome not just to see what you're doing, but how much passion you all have in what you're working on. It's really great to see. Councilmember Salas has a comment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to take this space and time to send big, grateful hearts to the entire Public Works team, from project management to facilities to fleet to Parks Recreation and Open Space to solid waste and streets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Salas. Well, thank you all, and this brings us down to agenda item number 13, which is our proposed changes to local limits for significant industrial users and changes to cross-connection code. City staff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Steve Camp. I'm the Regulatory Compliance Manager. I also have Jolene Montoya. She is our Industrial Pretreatment Supervisor. She's going to be giving most of this presentation today, and I'm going to be chiming in at the very end here.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Like Steve said, my name is Jolene Montoya. I have been Industrial Pretreatment Supervisor for a little over 2 years. So my first topic tonight, I'll be speaking about the changes to our wastewater code that will affect our permanent industries in Flagstaff. So a quick summary. So local limits are called our standards for discharge in our city code. These are limits on certain pollutants to make sure our water reclamation plants do not have issues with their state and federally issued permits. There are contaminants found in wastewater that can interfere with how our plants operate, and then there are others that can pass through our plant's operation due to the technologies we have in place. These local limits are here to mitigate these kinds of issues. EPA recommends that approved pretreatment programs reevaluate their local limits every 5 years. The last one that City of Flagstaff completed was in 2015. These evaluations coincide with the discharge permits that our plants renew every 5 years. Both plants were issued new discharge permits in 2020. Rio de Flag plant was issued a new one in January, and Wildcat Hill plant was issued in June. Our local limit study and proposed sewer ordinances were submitted and approved by ADQ of December of last year. So these are our current permanent industries that most of these code changes will influence. You'll recognize all of them. So we contracted with Brown and Caldwell to compile a huge amount of data to compare over 180 parameters with our plant's design capabilities and current processing abilities to know what we really need limits on. The next couple of slides are a summary of the limit changes we are proposing. So in the past, we have had nitrogen as only a total number, but because of the way our plants operate, we wanted to break out the components of nitrogen to better regulate them. With the biochemical oxygen demand and the total suspended solids, Those are compatible pollutants with our plants, and we wanted to move to a mass loading limit instead of a concentration-based limit. Due to conflicting code with our sewer rates, we will be proposing other changes that will be discussed later in the presentation. Another impact to our permitted industries is to change the quarters in which they are required to complete self-monitoring sampling. EPA requires permitted industries to sample every 6 months, but the city of Flagstaff has had a long-standing code to require the quarter in which the sampling was completed. Changing this requirement will allow industries to capture any resampling needed within the calendar year. And then once these changes have been approved by council, we are hoping to implement the new sampling time frame for the 3rd quarter of this year. To align our code more with EPA guidelines, we are adding in code to allow our permitted industries to petition the city for modifications of their permit. They will need to submit documentation and data to support this request. Our staff is still working through what kind of guidelines will be needed to allow these modifications. So for the past 3-4 months, this has been our public outreach plan. We did the Water Commission meeting in November of last year. We had a permitted industry-specific letter and email that went out. We had a meeting in early February with just our permitted industries. We had another virtual public comment meeting that was for the general public and during February also. We had information on our website and the paper, and then we also had a notice in our January water bills to coincide with the other code changes we'll be talking about tonight with the cross connection. So during our permitted industry specific meeting, we had representatives from all the permit holders except one of them. I did a presentation like this one, but I had more specifics on the limits and the reasoning behind the levels. There was a concern that these changes would affect fees, but none are planned until the new rate study is completed. We had a request to change 2 limits, but after a discussion with operational staff at the water reclamation plants, only 1 limit could be increased without risk to our plant's operation. A couple of language housekeeping items were brought up, and we made those changes to ensure both the city and permittees have clear understanding of the new changes. Lastly, there have been concerns about changing the BOD TSS limits to mass loading and how that affects our permittees. I think we have found a compromise by bringing changes to the enforcement response plan. But for the further explanation, I'm going to turn these back over to Steve for that.
So first of all, I wanted to identify what BOD and TSS were, because BOD is biological oxygen demand and TSS is total suspended solids. That's essentially what our treatment plants treat when it comes into the plant, and that's what we're able to treat. Most of the other local limits we have, we can't treat those. Those are what we call pass-through constituents, and the treatment plant can't pass those. So we were concerned about BOD and TSS, and we're going to try to address that in the enforcement response plan. So first of all, what is the enforcement response plan? So in December of 2018. We brought forward in front of the council, which they approved by resolution, an enforcement response plan that what it does is it outlines our response to any incidents of non-compliance. So that kind of puts an even playing field on our city inspectors and also on the regulated community. If somebody has an incidence of non-compliance, they know what to expect, and also our city pre-treatment inspectors or stormwater inspectors know what to do and how to react to an incident of non-compliance. It's actually been very successful, because before that it was almost a crapshoot sometime as to what somebody's going to do for enforcement. So this has really helped out our regulated community, and it's helped out our city inspectors. So why do we have changes necessary? So as Jolene was saying, we have specific sewer rates for our industries. These can range from about $4.65 per 1,000 gallons of treated sewage to just over $16 per 1,000 gallons for treated sewage. And the rates are calculated based on the BOD and TSS loading or strength that they dump into the sewer that goes to our treatment plants. And these are going to continue until we have a rate study that determines maybe a different method of going about this. So we also, in our city code, we have a surcharge authority for BOD and TSS. And so not only do we have a sewer specific rate, we also have an authority to go after surcharges or fees if they exceed certain concentrations of BOD and TSS. And on top of that, BOD and TSS are listed as pollutants for our water reclamation plans, and we also have a local limit. So currently in our enforcement response plan, since we don't separate them out, we could also go after penalties for them exceeding BOD and TSS, keeping in mind that BOD and TSS are compatible pollutants for our treatment plants, and they're things that we can treat. They're not things that are going to necessarily put us out of compliance, but they're things that cost the treatment plant money to treat. And so when we have sewer specific rates for these, we also have surcharge authority, we really don't need to be going after penalties if somebody exceeds on BOD and TSS. We just need to be able to make sure that the treatment plant has the capable capacity to treat for it. So what the changes we were recommending to the enforcement response plan is we're going to remove BOD and TSS from being a violation of an exceedance of a local limit. So we can still go after those in terms of the sewer surcharges that we can go after them, but we'll keep all the other local limits in the ERP. And if they're a violation of those, because those will put our treatment plant out of compliance. And this kind of eliminates any kind of a double jeopardy of collecting potential fines and surcharges for BOD and TSS. And, you know, it just kind of allows a smooth transition until we have a new rate study and we can come up with some sewer specific rate fees for these industries. And if we don't have any kind of changes in those, then we don't have any change. We'll just keep on going after the same method we're doing now. So with that, I know it's a lot of information, a lot of technical jargon, and with that, we'll take any questions.
Council, do we have any questions right now? I had a question. When I started looking at the numbers between how we are changing the code. I'm sorry, let me bring it up here. I was looking through it again. Councilmember Shimoni, why don't you ask your question while I'm trying to find my spot again here.
All right, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Just a quick question. I might have missed this. Is there a financial impact to this?
No, there's not. Because the surcharge is already in code, the monetary value is already there for if they exceed those, and that's been in there for years. But there's always been this double jeopardy with the local limits and the surcharges. So we've always worked with the industries to make sure that they're in compliance for that.
Right, but in terms of the other local limits, you know, such as all these other constituents, you've got some VOCs and metals and things like that in there. What this is an update to our current local limit. So EPA recommends that we update it every 5 years, and so that's why we're doing this. We've talked to all of our regulated industries. We've let them know about it. They've had their comments on it. The only comment we did really receive was on the BOD and the TSS from one of our industries. And so we thought we could kind of come up with a compromise. They didn't want to be out of compliance. That way we can just go after the same way we have been doing it. And when we look at it, it really shouldn't be something that we go after penalties when our plant can treat it. It just costs money to treat it.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shimoni. My question was related to the standards for discharge, particularly 7218, where it just lists the allowed parameter maximum for inorganics and volatile organic compounds. And honestly, I'm not knowledgeable about this whatsoever, but when I'm looking at what the differential is between what it was and what is being proposed to change to, if I may be unfounded here, but like for example, bromide, and now the concentration is going 10 times what it was before as allowed. Lead, double. Where else we have? Oh, zinc, doubled. And I'm just wondering, is that because we have the facilities now to be able to treat that better, or It just concerns me when I see those concentration levels going up so high for certain potential contaminants.
Well, thank you for the question, Mayor. Yeah, I can definitely see how that would be disconcerting. If you look at the table 7.1, that's a nice summary of it, that when our consulting company did all the calculations, there are the threshold limits in the two middle columns of what, from our design capabilities and from what our operational capabilities are. That's what they calculated we could handle. Since 5 years ago, that was done by a different consulting company, so the limits were done differently at that time. Bromide actually is not technically an EPA regulated one. That's one we've had in the past happen where it interfered with the plant operation. The 0.05 actually should never have been a limit. The laboratory reporting limit is 0.5, so that's why we moved it to that one, because 0.05 was not actually feasible for laboratory testing. And for zinc, 1.4 was one before. We did have one of our industries ask if that could be increased, and since our calculations for the study said that we could go 4.85, we made a compromise with them to kind of meet in the middle, that it wasn't going to be right at our threshold, so we wouldn't be on an edge, but it would give them the wiggle room that they would like to have for their operation of their facility.
Okay, I gotcha. And all of that, all of this is going to be able to be filtered out and everything else at the plant. So what ends up coming out afterward is not something that's, unhealthy as it may look going in.
Yeah, and that's why these are reevaluated every 5 years, because our plant's permits, the Arizona Discharge Pollution and Elimination System, that permit is renewed every 5 years, and so the state takes all the sampling like the plant has done and calculated how they're operating, and so they'll make the changes to limits for them. And sometimes they take constituents out, sometimes they put them in, sometimes they raise the limits, and so we want to make sure for our local limits in our city code that it matches what they need to meet in their permit, and so that's why we make some changes. We take some constituents out because it's not really part of their loading anymore, and they don't have a permit at the end that they have to meet.
Okay, great.
I was going to say also, keeping in mind that this currently impacts 7 of our customers, of our industrial users. And that's the current number of industrial users we have.
Mm-hmm. All right. So
I have a second presentation if we have all questions.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to do a call for questions here, but it looks like I'm not seeing anything in the chat box, so yeah, let's move right along.
All right, so for the second topic I have for tonight, I'll be speaking about the changes to the water code for the cross-connection program. So the majority of these proposed changes are just a reorganization of the information to streamline our code language, so it increases the clarity and reduces the redundancy that's currently found in there. So what is cross-connection? So it's in its simplest terms, cross-connection program protects our drinking water distribution system. Our section, along with the city building department, ensures the correct devices are properly located on water lines within the city. We concentrate our efforts on the businesses and large residential complexes within the city by requiring testable devices like the one you see in the picture to the right. We currently have about 2,700 devices on file that we monitor. Cross-connection prevents backflow of polluted or contaminated water back into the distribution system. This figure is an example of a back siphonage situation. So say a maintenance worker is mixing fertilizer in a bucket and leaves the hose in it. So, and then unbeknownst to him, water main breaks upstream of the location. Since water loves the path of least resistance, it will flow back into the system with the contaminated water and then can be delivered to other users on the distribution system. We require backflow devices to be in place to prevent this scenario from happening. I want to be very clear that our current program is in compliance with all federal and state codes. These changes are to make code easier to understand and provide better guidance to the public as to the expectation of the cross-connection program. As part of that, we are removing some language that is vague, and then there's other language that now conflicts with the council-approved ERP. There's a section there that has its own administrative fines, which the ERP that has a whole section that addresses, and we wanted to make sure there was no conflict and make it clear to the public what is required. The picture represents the types of things we do not want to happen as this fire hydrant has tapped in with no meter and no backflow protection. And then there are times when a backflow is no longer needed, most commonly in the case of irrigation piping. An owner or tenant would like to remove the device because irrigation is no longer being used at that location. Our current code has language for authorization to remove a backflow preventer throughout the code, but there are no specifics about what the actual requirements are. The proposed changes will remove the redundant language and then adds in a section about how to properly abandon a backflow after authorization by the city is given. We need authorization to make sure that whatever backflow is being removed does not put the water distribution system at any sort of risk. This new section will give clear guidance to plumbers and contractors about the expectations for how to remove a backflow device. The impact of these changes will not be significantly noticeable because the majority of commercial and industrial businesses are already regulated with backflow devices. But they'll be new, and even the current installations will be held accountable with these new pieces of code in the position of removals or the regulations to make sure we get what we need for protection of our water distribution system. If residents have a class 1 or 2 fire sprinkler system, meaning they have a potable water system only with no pumps or tanks or antifreeze, they can be called exempt, which aligns our code with the state administrative code. As with the local limits, we did a 90-day public outreach plan. We had the same water commission meeting. We put a water bill message on everybody's water bill. We had the general public comment meeting in February. We also had all this information on our website and in the newspaper. And then for this group, we did emails to all the testers we have on file and then all the local plumbers here in town. And with that, any questions on cross connection?
Any questions, council? Well, I'm not seeing any at this time. Oh, there we go. When I say it, it always happens. Councilmember McCarthy.
I just like to point out another scenario where you can get backflow. In other words, contaminated water into the water system is if the fire department hooks up to a fire hydrant and puts their pumps on and just pumps the hell out of it and lowers the pressure. And then that could cause a backflow situation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, council member. All right, well, I do believe that brings us down to our agenda item number 14. 8:56. I think we can just power through here rather than taking a break, if that's all right with anyone, or put in the chat for a break if you really need one. Anyways, though, we are to the Regional Plan 2045 update, potential process, and strategies. Take it away, city staff. Oh, Ms. Dector, I can't seem to hear you there. I think you're on mute. There.
Can you guys hear me now? Can everyone hear me?
Good. Excellent.
Perfect. Is my slide showing up on the screen? It's late. I'm a little tired too, so I just
no worries. Yeah, it's good. Looking good from here.
Great. Thank you very much, Mayor and Council. And I know it's late, so I will try and be brief on the presentation. I'm sure you've all had a chance to review the packet as well. So I'm here tonight to start a process that will take us a few years to complete. And so it's good to get this early conversation going with Council about how we should approach the update to the Flagstaff Regional Plan. Our regional plan was adopted by Council in 2013 and sent to voters of the city of Flagstaff for ratification in 2014. Melissa Shaw, the senior planner from the county, is my counterpart in this project, as we have regularly done this project as a shared document that's used by the city as a comprehensive or general plan and by the county as an area plan. So if we have questions related to the county, Melissa's here tonight to help us with that conversation. So our goals for the presentation are to introduce this process of regional plan development and adoption. How does it work? Answer questions about the schedule and potential work that may be needed, and get feedback from Council and the public on data analysis, public participation, and any feedback you want to give us on approach to intergovernmental coordination. So the plan is really about drawing a path from the present to a destination in the future. It's an aspirational document, and that all the aspirations of the plan really are circle around this vision of the greater Flagstaff community embraces the region's extraordinary cultural and ecological setting on the Colorado Plateau through active stewardship of natural and built environments. Residents and visitors encourage and advance intellectual, environmental, social, and economic vitality for today's citizens and for future generations. So that's a big, lofty goal. And what the plan does is tries to break that further into smaller goals and policies that are the steps and process we think we need to take to get from the present day to that beautiful future that we envisioned for 2030. So the plan serves many purposes. Specifically, it is this community vision, a collection of goals and policies, and a tool for decision makers both in the public and private sector. And it's also a framework for the city as in its role as the legally binding general plan. So we can use this document for all rezoning cases, for considering updates to the zoning code, and then we adopt specific plans that help further implement the regional plan, which Council's been a part of many times over the last few years. But the regional plan is not a mandate for or against development, a zoning ordinance, a capital improvement plan. It doesn't influence the city budget directly, and it's not unchangeable. We have actually amended the regional plan at least once a year for the last 7 years, which is good. We keep it alive. It doesn't sit on a shelf and grow dust. It's if you have your hard copy of the regional plan, it's in a binder, and sometimes I take up a big packet of replacement pages to Sean and Jason, and they will ask you all for your plan, and they'll put in your replacement pages because we work through this process of amending and keeping the plan alive on a really regular basis. The plan fits into our hierarchy of planning documents by being the broadest one, which is kind of confusing because on this graphic it's the narrowest one, but it's the broadest in terms of topic, and being a shared document for the city and the county. So while on the city's side of this pyramid, you'll see the La Plaza Vieja plan and the South Side plan and the HOH plan, on the county side, they've been working on plans with Tony Park and Belmont, Fort Valley, and Kachina all also have area plans that have relationships with the regional plan. So for the city, this serves as our general plan, which means that it has certain criteria under state law that we have to meet. And under state law, it must be ratified by the voters. We have to send it to the voters every 10 years. And it goes, usually it's done in a special election because in the past we felt asking people to vote on a 300-page document in a general election was a little burdensome, and we wanted to make sure that it was people had time to really consider it and its implications. And the city of Flagstaff has a very long range, even longer than required approach to the regional plan. We use it to make our land use decisions and policy making. We also use it as the land use scenario basis for our 100-year water supply designation with ADWR and for transportation planning. Part of the reason the regional plan has always includes Coconino County is because the boundary of the plan is the metro plan boundary. So it's used very heavily. And in fact, I work often with David Wessel on Metro Plan to make sure land use assumptions that are happening in transportation planning are reasonable and tied to this document. Coconino County, on the other hand, uses the document as an area plan, kind of a mid-range area plan. It's more general than like the Belmont plan or the Donny Park plan, but they adopt it by amending it to their county comprehensive plan. The Coconino County comprehensive plan does not have a land use map, and so the future growth illustration in the regional plan serves as that map for the Flagstaff area. Because it is not the higher level plan, it's not sent to voters in the county. It's adopted by the Board of Supervisors as a major amendment to their comprehensive plan. It also provides maps of the area and place types that further get refined in the area plans, which are maybe more detailed than even what we have done in our specific plans. So I want to talk a little bit about how the plan has evolved and the process for adopting it has evolved, because there are lots of perfectly good ways to organize ourselves to do this work and to engage the community and to roll out this process. So that's part of why what a big part of your packet tonight is the public participation plan outline, because we could go about this in a number of ways. So I want to review how we've done this the last 2 times for context. So in 1997 to 2001, we were working on the Regional Land Use and Transportation Plan. It was based on an effort that began in 1997 called the Vision 2020. And if you follow the Klein Library Facebook page, like I love to, you would see that they actually had an exhibit, a virtual exhibit on Vision 2020, where they interviewed a lot of the people who were really actively involved in creating this initial vision and how things have been different than they thought it would be, or much more like what they thought it would be and what aspirations have come to be. It's a really fascinating hour of your time, and I highly recommend it, though I won't go over it in much detail in this presentation. We also had done some area plans prior to working on the general plan. So we had done the open space and greenways plan, which is a specific plan about our open space and greenways. It's a little outdated now, but it's the place where that term neighborhoods, which sometimes we talk about when we're talking about our open space, first was put into place. And we also had a west side plan, which is the basis upon which developments like Presidio and Timber Sky and the Gore campus expansion were based, and the utilities that are needed to support those were all outlined in this West Side Plan from 1998. We're probably about 50% into implementing that West Side Plan, but that document was foundational in seeing this growth and infrastructure needs met on the west side of Flagstaff. We also had some specific plans that had happened a little earlier that were adopted by ordinance for McMillan, Mesa, and Woodlands Village. And then this document was a little different than the one we've been using the last 7 years. It had a very parcel-specific land use map that was almost like another layer of zoning. And it had much clearer definition of all future roadways. It did identify activity centers are a thing we should be aspiring to, but it didn't identify where they were. And so this was the first time in a general plan for the city of Flagstaff the word activity centers appeared. There were a lot of goals and policies, but they were not used in project evaluation, and they sat on the shelf. It was the map that was really the core of this planning document. So when it was revised from 2009 to 2014, the community really wanted to get away from that parcel specific map because they didn't feel it served them well, right? They took the lessons learned of that first round of implementation and they rethought it. So the plan became much more goal and policy specific. And so we have 97 goals and 500 policies in the plan. And it has a more generalized land use map, which we call the future growth illustration. And this is the first time we actually identified those activity centers. And the way we arrived at them was that we did scenario planning. Some people may remember going to charrettes where you got what was called a little chip, and it was a little piece of paper, and it represented some future increment of growth. And we got to play with it kind of like Legos. Actually, I was a participant in that process, not a planner leading it at that time. But Kim Sharp and Kim Lee Horn had a very robust analysis based on that sort of gamification of the process that was really useful in determining where activity centers should be in the city. That provided a very robust basis for a few things, for getting us to think about transportation modeling as a multimodal enterprise, and particularly was one of the key first steps to thinking about climate change resiliency in the city of Flagstaff. So you can see some of these ideas that are showing up on council agendas with maybe like close to implementation or next steps in implementation have very long histories in the regional plan. As I said, it's also the foundation for the 100-year water supply designation by Arizona Department of Water Quality. That's something that I coordinate with Erin Young on a regular basis when she's redoing the paperwork for that 100-year evaluation. We go back to the scenario that was the basis for the future growth illustration, and then we make assumptions based on it. And we've adjusted it over the years for things that didn't play out in that scenario quite the way people had envisioned it. And we use that as a piece of background data that you probably have never looked at, but you've seen the results of it in several of the major long-range decisions that you make for different divisions. So when we look back at the Regional Plan 2030, there were certain things that the public really expressed that they wanted this plan to do. They wanted to be able to hold the government accountable for publicly derived policies and outcomes. I think we've been very successful at that because we have never stopped getting feedback on the goals and policies in this plan, even after it was ratified. And we have kept working them and kept refining them and brought new issues forward. The McMillan Mesa open space is a good example. That area was designated an employment area prior to the ballot initiative to get it designated open space. So this has just needed continual conversation and refinement. And has really been a tool for those conversations of why are we doing something here instead of something someone else envisions? How do we marry those things? How do we understand them? It's also been a guide for physical and economic development. And it has. We have made several changes to the zoning code, even in recent months, that have been implementing this long-range plan. We've had several rezoning cases that have started to see activity centers become more robust, start to move forward. Start to think about how that supports our transit system. Many of those things are really critical for planners and the public to have a shared document to understand. I've even been in meetings where the city and county were quoting the same parts of the code, which is always a good feeling when we walk into a meeting that we haven't quite all gotten to talk ahead of time. It also established some priorities for public action. Such as the long-range planning we've done in La Plaza, Vieja, and Southside. Those were both identified as key priorities for next things that we should be doing with the community. And it's been direction for the complementary private decisions. We often, and I often, am talking with people who are working on selling land or providing maybe some vision for the future, and they want to get their vision. If it's aligned with some portion of the plan, they're trying to use this part of the document in those decisions. And it's supposed to encourage predictable decision-making. And we do issue some interpretations on the city's website for when we find something that's just a little too squidgy. And we have enough questions about it that we want to make sure we're being consistent. And I'm the one who issues those interpretations. I take them through a process of reviewing them with other planners in the department. And then they go to the Planning and Zoning Commission for endorsement in a work session. So what are the ingredients of a regional plan? I think that one of the ones that's a little surprising for people is exactly how much data and analysis is required to complete the plan. And we'll talk about that a little bit, about all the topics we have to organize and manage data for. But it's also a place of really robust public engagement and strategic and organizational engagement. There has to be really robust buy-in from multiple city departments and division. It can't be something where it's the community's plan, but not ours as employees of the city of Flagstaff. And so there's internal coordination, there's external coordination. The city, the county, and metro plan all have to have some alignment. And then we hope that the effort we put into this not just results in a pretty document, but in long-range partnerships that we continue to support all of this robust decision-making that the community needs. So when I first arrived at the city, it was 2 months after the city council had decided what they wanted the plan to include, and they had adopted it, which means they sent it to the ballot for voters. So my first job was to figure out, well, what is in this plan? Because I truly did not know. And I went around and talked. I sent out an email to every member of the Citizens Advisory Committee, which was a really core body that had reviewed and helped develop the plan. And I asked them all if they would do an after action review with me. Not everybody did. And some people have recently said, well, I'd still like to talk with you. And I'm glad to do that with anyone who wants to be a part of a stakeholder interview as we get geared up for the next regional plan update. But what I took away from those conversations, and people were very honest with me. I heard the good, the bad, and the ugly. And so I took away some really key lessons learned. And I actually wrote these on my whiteboard. If you walk in my office, these have been written on my whiteboard for 7 years. And I have used them and tested them in our specific and area planning for many, many tried and true moments. And so the equity inclusion one has been added, but the rest are ones I've been really key on. So one of the things people told me was there were often meetings where the right people and the right agenda and the right timing in the process were not aligned. And so they wasted a lot of the public and staff's time having 3 or 4 meetings that could have been one more carefully planned and facilitated meeting. So that is a really key project management principle for me when we talk about this project. Another key piece was that the experts and the public have to work together. At the beginning of this process, there was a very heavy emphasis on the Citizens Advisory Committee doing most of the writing for the plan, and that really stalled. The effort was there, the interest was there, but the skills were not always there, and the process wasn't set up for this to be very collaborative between experts and the public. So that has to be something that's set up from the beginning in a way that's very balanced and thoughtful. There's also always a need for this process to have some outside facilitation. While I am the project manager of it, and I work very hard to stay as neutral as possible, there are just people in the community who will always see me as a city employee and won't be able to set that aside. And so there are moments and times where outside facilitation is needed and important for the process, and that's got to be part of what we talk about in this engagement. Something we need to check in on. I'm a very skilled facilitator. I just can't wear 2 hats all the time. Another principle that really wasn't part of those initial conversations, but I've learned a lot from La Plaza Vieja and the Southside planning efforts, is that equity and inclusion in the previous effort was poor. The people participating were the people available and not people who really represented the demographics of the city. Younger people weren't very involved, though I know there was lots of efforts to try and get them involved. It was not very racially and ethnically diverse in terms of who participated. And then also there were people who felt like they didn't have enough time because they were doing many other things. And while they were interested, in years since, they've just said, I didn't trust the city enough, or I didn't have time. And if you couldn't be at every meeting, there wasn't really anything you could do about it. So the people who had the most time got the most voice. So these are things I'm really trying to keep in mind when we design this public engagement process. The other piece that I learned was we didn't have real clear expectations for how the county and the city, and sometimes even other bodies within those organizations, would be endorsing the plan. So what happened at the end of the last planning effort was the city and county were presented the plans at the same time. The county said, there's been a lot of public engagement in this, we're ready to adopt it. And the city said, the city council at the time said, we're not ready to adopt it. We have a lot of edits we want to do. And they had then had 13 work sessions on the regional plan, which was great. And it was a refining process and lots of people showed up for that. But the county had gone ahead and adopted version number 1. And the city adopted and sent to voters version number 10. So in all these 7 years, there have actually been 2 copies of the regional plan that were similar, but actually different. So Melissa maintains the county one and I maintain the city one, and we try and keep them as coordinated as possible. But I think we need to rethink how we might approach that, both from the city side and the county side. So our proposed, and this is I say our, because I've been talking through it with the county planning department and other planners within our department, but our initial, as well as some other city employees, our initial approach that we'd like to talk about is that this should be a collaborate process all the way through the process. At the city adoption level by law, this becomes an empower process when we're talking about our levels of public participation, because people get to directly vote up or down this plan, which is a unique part of the city. Sometimes folks in the county ask me, well, why can't we vote on it? And I said, because that's not how the state has laid your process out legally, and we can't quite fix that way. So, but what we're hoping is that this first year, we're going to get really curious and work with the public and with a lot of people who are data experts to analyze over 180 metrics that we have across multiple areas of expertise, which means I'm relying on a lot of other city staff to bring their best knowledge and institutional memory to this process. And that we will share that very openly with the public in very graphic ways. And we also are hoping that we can do it through art and through creative ways that let people bring more than just their intellectual and analytical brain to the process. That doesn't mean we're writing a thing, except talking and really getting that idea of what should Flagstaff look like in 2045. The Beautification and Public Art Commission has actually put forward some money that they had left over from another project. And we've talked about having a spoken word and art contest, some really fun things that will make people get a little bit excited about this idea of visioning and what is possible in the future. And hopefully bring some people to the table who maybe wouldn't have been a part of it if we just had plain old open houses. We're then going to go through phase 2, which is sort of a balance of what's possible and what's our vision. This is the area of the portion of the plan process where we're going to have models running in the background. On the public side, you're probably going to see a lot of maps and ideas and draft concepts and like dot exercises and other things that maybe we'll do surveys online. But in the back, we're going to be running these really robust land use, transportation, and infrastructure scenarios and saying, based on what we're hearing, our goals are and what we're hearing people like and don't like, can we actually get to those goals? That's where the rubber hits the road in a lot of ways. And so we're going to sort of write it as we go and try and have a lot of iterations in this phase. Phase 3 is where we're actually going to take all those little pieces that we've refined and cleaned up, and we're going to put them together into an actual plan. And we would write it in terms of having drafts that are going out to the public and to commissions or committees, and then through legal review, which tends to be very important at this phase. The attorneys have to look it over and make sure we're complying with all the law, regulation, and policy that applies to general plans. So Sterling's smiling right now because I've made sure to put legal review on here, and it can be time consuming for an attorney to have to review a 300-page document with a lot of aspirational language in it. So it takes a little bit of refinement to get through that process as well. And then in phase 4, what I hope we can talk about with the county in terms of process for endorsement is that the council may adopt the plan, send it to the ballot, let's see if it passes, and then let the county adopt it. That's a much better way to ensure we end up adopting actually the same plan this time. So data analysis and forecasting. We've already started this work. Actually, we have a group of 30 people on a data team, and we have been putting together giant spreadsheets full of where is this data, why do we need it, who has it, do we have to clean it up, and really assessing what this all looks like and what the workload is. So we are looking both within the city and the county. There's going to be some things where we have to marry county data and city data that's a little bit different on the back end. And so that may take some cleanup time for staff to make work. And the whole point is we want to set this up so when we get to scenario planning and sensitivity testing of some of these policy ideas, we have a really robust way to analyze them. And so this is just my graphic of smattering of things we're going to have to talk about. There are also some emerging issues that we didn't even touch on last time that are now important parts of our policy conversation as a city that need to be incorporated into the regional plan. Carbon neutrality is one. The city is potentially going to adopt an aggressive stance on carbon neutrality, and the county doesn't have a position on carbon neutrality. It's going to be an intergovernmental conversation we may need to be having. Likewise, we did not have any language about equity in the last regional plan or disproportionate impacts. And so this is probably a topic that will be sensitive and that we will need to have some pretty open and frank conversations with community members to tackle in a way that's productive. We also may have new housing affordability studies out of the Housing Commission. I actually sit on the Neighborhood and Equity team, and I was asked by the working group. They said, well, what if we have ideas of what should be in the plan? And I said, please write them as recommended planned policies, because I'd be excited for someone else to be writing them and not me. Another piece of it is public health. We had public health as sort of a background theme in the regional plan because we talked about health in terms of transportation systems, and we followed a lot of the CDC guidelines for building healthy public places. And we talked a little bit about food systems, but it wasn't a very robust part of the plan. And I imagine coming out of a pandemic, it's going to be a very robust part of the next regional plan. We also have a lot of emerging technology. There's vehicle automation, transportation electrification. The state is building an electrical transportation plan for the whole state. And then broadband, another pandemic finding, is broadband has emerged as an essential utility. And our IT department, I know, has discussed with you, CJ Perry, that we would like to just start discussing how we really provide fiber in a meaningful and equitable way so that our city is functional and has the redundancy it needs to stay operational when things like pandemics or emergencies happen. So that's my presentation. And so we're hoping that council tonight and maybe even the public, I know we've seen a few emails over the last few days that have been really full of good ideas and things that maybe the public participation plan outline inspired people to think about, which makes me extremely excited about this conversation. But what about our proposed approach and the guiding principles? Do you have any concerns or inquiries about intergovernmental coordination that we might need to work out with the county this summer? And are there any questions about the anticipated workload and data management needs? And of course, if there's anyone who's still awake or watching this later, I'm always available for public comments or questions as we get this process going. In fact, we'll probably be running some stakeholder interviews in the next few months.
Thank you, Ms. Decter. I do understand we have one public commentator. It is getting late for this agenda item. Ms. Salzberg?
Thank you, Mayor. I have Tyler Denham on the line. Tyler, you can go ahead and give your comments.
Hi, thank you. First, I just want to say my intention in calling in today was to spark a bit of discussion around the public participation plan, but I get the impression this meeting has gone on a lot longer than normal, so I won't be too insulted if the discussion is cut short. That said, I read through the draft public participation plan with great interest and was overall really impressed. There's just a few items where I'm curious to hear more from the council members and the city staff. The first item, are there any plans for data collection at all the different working groups, assemblies, panels, and whatnot in order to make sure that public participation is living up to the equity and inclusion principle outlined in the plan? Second, are there any explicit strategies being thought through on how to engage some of those tougher to reach groups like low-income residents, young residents, renters, residents whose primary language is not English? And third, if partway through the process demographics are getting very low engagement. Is there any contingency plans or any commitments to create additional public engagement events to target those demographics? And those are the sort of the three discussion points I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Denham. Council, do we have any questions of Mr. Denham before we discuss ourselves? Not seeing any right now. Thank you, Mr. Denham. And I did like the idea about the getting the demographic information at the a potential sign-in or something for any event that may occur, that we can get some potential socioeconomic data and so forth to provide that broader swath of the community that tends to be putting their input towards these things. Vice Mayor Daggett.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Decter. I have a couple of comments. I love the inclusion of art to help interpret people's ideas, and also discussion of values, because as we know, discussing land use sometimes can be a really dry topic, but when you infuse the conversation with values and with art and creativity to help, that's what was so wonderful about the Vision 2020 process, was it helped people to envision what they wanted the community to feel like and how they wanted their experience in the community to go. So I just, yay. Thank you for including that. And I know that you work really well with all the different neighborhood groups. And I also know that you're very, very good at all of this public outreach. So I'm pretty sure that nothing that I'm going to suggest is going to be new to you. But maybe if we could get an even more solid commitment from the neighborhood groups to participate and to help turn their, the people that live in those neighborhoods out to the meetings. And I don't know what that partnership might look like, but I know that they'll do it anyway, but maybe engaging them up front and in a more direct manner. Like, we really need you to help us get people to these things. And then just some really simple items. If we could provide food, and I mean like a meal, like dinner, and childcare and interpreters. And even if it's just, 2 out of the 6 or 3 out of the 6 will have sign language interpreters and Spanish interpreters and whatever other languages. I just think one of the roadblocks to people coming out to evening events is getting dinner ready for the family and lack of childcare. So if we could also think about that when we're getting community input. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. All good points. I like that. Councilmember Shimoni.
Thank you, Mayor, and Sarah. Thank you for your presentation. Great job this slide tonight. I think you really did really well at communicating, which I'm struggling with at this point, as you see in the chat. So I have a couple comments. First of all, I think that your document, the presentation was good, and I think that you are the right person for the task at hand. Given your work with the South Side and just with the city, I am so glad and excited for the work ahead with you helping to lead this effort. And I just feel really good about that. So So very excited and proud of Team Flag, and especially of you on Team Flag. So thank you, Sarah. I do have a few comments I wanted just to kind of run through really quick. I think buy-in is going to be the biggest thing that we're going to need to really, focus in on with the harder to reach populations. And obviously the homeowners have that buy-in. They're here for the long run, and they're engaging. But as Vice Mayor mentioned, and as the public commenter mentioned, some of these harder to reach populations, as you know very well, can be very difficult to reach. So I'm thinking things like partnerships with NAU, maybe CCC, FUSD, and charter schools. I know often there's teachers at these schools looking to have class projects or focuses throughout a semester or a portion of the semester, and maybe this could help be that focus for them while also helping to create some momentum amongst their peers. Fraternities, sororities, clubs on campus, there's all sorts of great groups that we can work with that can really help leverage some of those populations. In looking at the race breakdown on page 10 of the attachment, it really doesn't necessarily demonstrate the region that we're living within, in my opinion. So I was thinking maybe we can also partner with the tribal communities to our north, and specifically thinking about going on the radio and talking with their leaders, whether it's through their council meetings or on the radio, different radio stations, just to talk about how this impacts them, and really trying to create that buy-in, not us talking to them, but really trying to empower them to understand the value in this so that they naturally want to be involved and engaged in that process. I love the idea of study circles. I'm so glad to see Instagram was mentioned in the plan. That is huge because the city of Flagstaff still doesn't have an Instagram page. Jessica, we'll talk about that later. One idea I had that Sarah, you've been a part of that I've done are 1-minute snippet videos of just giving an update. And I'm thinking, you're perfect at this, but you or anyone on your team, if you wanted just to do a little selfie 1-minute video clip that you could post to Facebook and Instagram every 2 weeks, at the heat of this, I think that would really help communicate in a way that a document doesn't, and I think would go a long way. It's really easy to do. You can use your phone, as you've seen me do, and I think would go a long way. Okay, and then strategic outreach through partnerships to help reach some of these harder to reach populations. So things like our church communities, going to the Vice Mayor's point about food, maybe we can partner with restaurants like La Fonda and others that are strategically located that can help reach some of the populations. And then community centers like Killip comes to mind as well. Okay, I'm almost done. And then QR codes as well. So integrating QR codes into our flyers on our websites, et cetera, et cetera. And that way, if there is translation needed for these populations that don't speak English, they can just use the QR code, assuming they can utilize that, to get to the translation rather than us needing to print everything. That can save us some money there. And then I love that we're integrating equity and climate into the new plan. Best of luck with that. just teasing, but this is a huge undertaking, and you have my full support, and let me know how I can be of help. But thank you for your presentation. Thank you for letting me take the time, Mayor, to touch upon my points. And this is a really big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. One thing, that I mind for adding on to all those individuals that you're going to have to partner with that are just going to be endless, but particularly if we have the Chief Diversity Officer at NAU, maybe get some ideas there, as well as the churches and religious centers, because that does help with certain demographics, not all, for helping to have a little more representative plate for Flagstaff. So again, I mean, most of this stuff you know better than any of us, so Sarah, but that's pretty much all I got at this point in time. Council, do we have anyone else comments? And I'm sure we'll probably have some thinking of in the early morning to send to you as we review.
Right. I realize it's late and that maybe everyone's best ideas aren't right on the tip of their tongue at this point. So I just encourage any of the council members, if you think of something later, if you have a question, just feel free to reach out to me, and we'll get back to you with some responses or ideas. Or if you just didn't think of it at this point, we certainly understand at 9:37. That's where we are.
Thanks, Ms. Dector. All right, council. Well, then we'll wrap up here. We're on to agenda item number 15, public participation. Do we have anyone on there, Ms. Salzberg?
Not tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Excellent. Informational items, 2 from Mayor, Council, and City Manager. Future agenda
Mayor,
item.
Sorry, I'm actually, Mayor, sorry, this is Sterling. I am sorry to interrupt, but we are past 9:30 and we do have a rule that we have to have a motion to continue the agenda if we get past 9:30.
All right. Well, as of now, the meeting will be adjourned unless council wants to continue on for the to and from. So we have to take a vote if we want to continue this meeting. So I'm not going to motion for it. So if you want to motion, go for it. Otherwise, we can go.
Tell us how you really feel, Mayor.
You know what? I'll motion that we power through this.
Okay.
I only have a 20-minute speech for to from.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about. You are.
And mine's only 15 minutes, so this should be quick.
Yeah, we're all good. All right, I got a motion from Councilmember Aslan and seconded by Councilmember Shimoni to continue through the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? That motion carries. All right, we're down to agenda item 16 for informational items. I'll go down the list. Vice Mayor.
Nothing from me.
Fine work. Councilmember Aslan.
7 years ago, our forefathers brought. No, nothing for me tonight.
All right, Councilmember McCarthy.
Well, inasmuch as, which means since, we're late, I don't think I have anything tonight.
All right, Councilmember Salas.
I'm just sending big, thankful, grateful hearts to everyone.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Shimoni.
I'll just mention that tomorrow I have a meeting with some folks talking about the acts of kindness and that flower cart that I brought up a few weeks ago. And I just want to say, Mayor, you did a great job today. Thank you for facilitating today's meeting, and good job, Council. Great job, staff. Good meeting full of good conversations. Thank you, and have a great night.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Shimoni. Councilmember Sweet.
Nothing for me tonight. Thank you.
All right. Well, yes, further ado, I'll just mention, I'm excited because I just got word during this meeting that over 200,000 KN95 masks are going to be arriving to town tomorrow to help with our many populations around town and surrounding communities, help and protect our teachers. And I'm super excited that all the logistics and everything finally worked out to be able to get that here to Flagstaff. And aside from that, good night, everyone. We are adjourned.